We ready? All right. Ready? What about Mr. Duffield? Good afternoon. I'll call the meeting to order for the February 12th study session of the Newport Beach City Council. Madam Clerk, would you please call a roll call?
The record will reflect that Councilmember Duffield is currently absent.
Okay. We'll go into current business. First item, clarification of items on the consent calendar. Any questions on the consent calendar from my colleagues? Mr. Avery? Mr. Muldoon? Ms. Brenner? Mr. Herdman? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem? I have one item, which just to inform the public that for agenda item on tonight's regular agenda items number 16, which is the 2888 Bayshore Drive, otherwise known as Newport Marina item, the appeal of the Harbor Commission decision. The applicant and the appellant have requested that this item be continued to March 12th, 2019. Under Council Policy A1, I'm going to move this item from public hearing to consent calendar with a recommended action that the item be continued to March 12th. So Mr. Mayor Pro Tem will put that on consent. All right, let's go to item number 2, Beacon Bay Homeowners Association proposed rate change to current lease. And do we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dixon, Mayor Pro Tem Will O'Neill, and council members. I'm Simone Jurgis. I'm your Community Development Director. The item before you for the study session, if you can go to the next slide, it is the rent proposal from the Beacon Bay residents. So on the screen there in front of you, you have a map of 72 properties, and the land underneath those homes are half owned by the city and half owned by the state. The city, we manage the entire portfolio, and we charge a rent for that house to be on that land. And that's kind of a little bit of the background there. The residents are controlled by an HOA, and the HOA has submitted a proposal to the city for consideration. And their proposal reduces the rent that they pay for that ground lease. We've done some modeling of the proposal, and we see that there's a significant reduction in the rents collected. We do have a brief PowerPoint presentation for you. It's about 17 slides. If you want us to continue, we'll go ahead and dive into that.
Yes, please do.
So I'm going to have Lauren Wooding-Whitlinger. She's our real property administrator. She'll make the presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. As Simone said, Beacon Bay is owned in fee by the city, and portions of it are actually filled tidelands owned in fee by the state of California. The city manages the entire portfolio, including the filled tidelands. This map shows that 35 of the properties are uplands only, and those are the properties that are owned wholly in fee by the city. The rest of the properties shown in blue are owned partially by the city, partially by the state, and a mixture of both, just depending on exactly where that tidelands boundary falls. The State Lands Commission is the state agency that oversees the public trust tidelands in Newport Harbor. The State Lands Commission also has oversight of our management of Beacon Bay, including approving the lease agreements, the form of lease. The values that we charge have to be fair market value rent. And then a portion of the tidelands revenue that is collected for the Beacon Bay rents is remitted back to the state. So 10% of that tidelands revenue. There is a long and storied history with Beacon Bay. We've got over 100 years of history. Some notable changes during the course of the history of Beacon Bay was 1978, the state ratified the residential use of Beacon Bay. Prior to that, it was only allowed to be used for commerce, navigation, and fisheries. And then in 1981, the city started leasing directly to the Beacon Bay residents, and we had to start charging fair market value under the Beacon Bay bill. The current form of lease was approved by the State Lands Commission, the City Council, and the Beacon Bay residents in 2012. The 2012 lease version is only one of 3 versions currently in use. Under the latest 2012 lease, there is a rolling 50-year lease term, so it's 50 years from the date that the lease is executed. Rent is calculated at 2.5% of the sale price, and there is an annual CPI adjustment. When a home sells in Beacon Bay, this is kind of an outline of the transfer process. The price is negotiated between the private parties, so they list it with a broker. The buyer and seller negotiate the sale price, and then they notify the city that the transaction is taking place. The city prepares a new lease agreement, a new 50-year lease agreement, and has all of the documents executed. And then the documents are transferred over to the escrow office handling the transaction, and the lease documents are recorded at close of escrow. This is a sample of how the rent is calculated under the current 2012 lease. For example, with a $3 million sale price, rent is 2.5% of that $3 million per year, so $75,000 per year, and that is collected on a monthly basis. As I mentioned, there are 3 different versions of the lease currently in place. There was a previous lease template approved in 1994. There are 27 tenants that are on the one version of the 1994 lease that has no CPI adjustments. Those were tenants that were in place prior to the 1994 lease going into effect, and that was a 50-year lease term. So from 1994, and all of those leases expire in 2044. And then it should be noted that the rent under that lease is also charged at 2.5% of the sale price. And then anyone that bought into Beacon Bay after 1994, their lease is the same form, but there is a CPI adjustment every 7 years, and that lease the term starts from the date of execution and also expires in 2044. And then we have 23 tenants on the 2012 lease. The revenues collected under the Beacon Bay lease, for fiscal year 18, we collected a total of $2.6 million. 10% of the money collected under the Tidelands Fund is remitted to the state, so the city kept a net amount of $2.5 million. As Simone mentioned, the HOA has come forward with proposed changes to the rent structure under the lease. Just to summarize the changes that they are proposing, any new sales, the rent would drop from what we currently charge at 2.5% of the sale price to just 1% of the sale price. They're proposing that no CPI increases would be in the lease. And when we look at their revenue assumptions, they were using a sale rate of 5 homes per year, but it should be noted that historically we've seen an average of 2.5 sales per year over the last 10 years. And then they're also assuming that home values will increase by an average of 5% per year. Under their proposal, the current 2012 lessees, the tenants that have the 2012 version of the lease, all of those would automatically convert to the new lease. The rent under those leases would reduce from 2.5% to 1% of the purchase price, and then there would be no further CPI changes. And they're also proposing to phase in the reduction of rent from 2.5% to 1% over a 5-year period. And then under the HOA's proposal for tenants on the 1994 version of the lease, the tenant would have the option but not the obligation to convert to the new lease. They would get a new 50-year lease term. The rent, again, would be reduced from 2.5% to 1%, and that would be based on a current appraisal. There would be no CPI under that lease either, and the HOA is proposing that all of these would phase in automatically with no phase in over a longer period of time. So using the HOA's proposal, the city looked at what our existing revenues would be during the time period that the HOA outlined, which was 2019 through 2037. The city estimates that our revenues, without any changes, without any home sales, and just a CPI adjustment of an average of 2.5% per year, that the city would collect $72.9 million in revenue through 2037. But we hired Kaiser Marston and Associates to do some revenue modeling for us and to back check the information that the HOA provided. And using the HOA's projections, they're showing that total revenues would be about 65 million over that period of time. So that actually reflects a net loss of income of about 7.7 million. And then using KMA's modeling of the HOA's proposed changes, KMA's showed that the total revenues would actually be about $31 million less than our current revenues for $41 million during that period.
And Madam Mayor and Council members, if I may add, so this is kind of an important slide for us. We spent a lot of time using our Kaiser Marston, our consultant, to help us back test the HOA's proposal. And we just can't agree on the assumptions. And for example, some of the assumptions is that, Beacon Bay will sell and turn over faster, and we just don't see that historically. Some of the assumptions that they've made is that the value of homes will skyrocket up or increase in value, and we just don't have the data to support that. And so with KMA's modeling, we took our rose-colored glasses off, and we're just looking at kind of historical data to say, how do we project this? How do we model this going forward? And we just can't seem to close that gap. And that 31 million we think is very significant.
So as Simone mentioned, staff does have some concerns with the HOA's proposal. One of the biggest concerns is that there would be a significant reduction to rent. It would reduce revenues to the city and to the Tidelands Fund. Some of the assumptions that the HOA used in modeling their revenues is that the homes would turn over significantly faster than what we've seen historically. And then with no CPI adjustment in their proposal, the city is not going to be collecting fair market value rent. Further, this would need to go in front of State Lands Commission for their approval. We would need to get an appraisal to determine fair market value rent. And with the no CPI adjustment again, the city is not going to be complying with the tenets of the Beacon Bay bill. State Lands, in their letter, which was included as an attachment to your staff report, really specified that they would need ironclad proof in order to determine that any changes to the rental rate would be representative of fair market value. Some possible next steps that we've come up with is to make no further changes or conduct any further studies. Alternatively, you could have staff work with the State Lands Commission to obtain a new appraisal to determine if fair market value rent is different than what we're currently charging. But we would ask for some direction on who should pay for that additional study. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. So we've done something like this similarly with the State Lands Commission with the dock tax. Very fun experience for all of us up here. Joy and Jeff, welcome. The more involved we have the State Lands Commission in this process, the more reasonable the request is, the more likely it'll be approved by State Lands Commission. So I think we have to take into serious consideration proposals that perhaps are going to be less attractive, like no CPI, and find a way to show the State Lands Commission and the residents of Newport Beach that there's no immediate harm to revenue, and that there's a leveling off period that will make this land more in compliance to what I believe is fair market value. I don't believe that they are being paid, based on the evidence I've seen, that they're being charged fair market value compared to other comparable lots. And I think we have a duty as a city to charge not only fair market value on the on the lower side, but also on the high end. So I would suggest, and there's so much information, I would hate to give an opinion about some numbers, to continue to work with the HOA and consider working directly with State Lands Commissions in the process. And whether or not we have an appraisal with State Lands Commission involved, or we provide an appraisal to them, I do think one will be necessary to justify any numbers that are submitted. My thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so piggybacking on what Councilmember Muldoon said, I want to make a couple comments before public comment and see what your thoughts are based on what I'm hearing. So Normally, this probably would have gone through Finance Committee first because it's dealing with revenue issues. But given the State Lands Commission issues, the involvement, I should say, I thought it made sense for a council to take a look at it at study session, talk about it to figure out whether it makes sense to move forward. Given and so I wanted to kind of make sure I wanted to walk through the issues and just understand because you're right, State Lands Commission involvement's important to keep in mind. So in reading their letter, the CPI increase, frankly, it sort of sounded like that was going to be off the table if I'm reading their letter correctly. But they also mentioned Lake Tahoe, and I'd asked Simone to reach out and ask about that. What was the answer from State Lands on their reference to Lake Tahoe? And I'm sorry, let me just pull that up. I'm going to read the paragraph from their letter to put this in context. We also wanted to point out, this is from the State Lands Commission. We also wanted to point out that the state legislature has recently scrutinized rental rates for state sovereign land and will likely closely review any proposed rental reductions affecting the Beacon Bay lease. For example, earlier this year, the state legislature reviewed rental rates for sovereign land at Lake Tahoe and provided funding for the commission to contract for an independent study and evaluation of rent setting methodologies. The results of this evaluation, which are expected later this year or early next year, may be of interest to the city, keeping in mind that was sent in September of 2018. So anyway, Simone, you reached out. What was the answer when you asked how that process was going?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill. I'll go ahead and read the response that they responded to. The response is, we are still in the contracting phase for the Tahoe study. Once we hire an appraiser, it will probably take the appraiser a year to complete the study, and then we'll have to prepare for public outreach and a commission meeting. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be a few years before we have results to share.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we had followed up to ask about their reference to Lake Tahoe. It sounds like that's going to be a little long before we know exactly what the results there are. And then the other is the term ironclad and indisputable justification and rationale, which admittedly it sounds like a pretty high standard. So to Councilmember Muldoon's point, I'm sorry, one other thing. The appraisal, we do need to figure out whether we want to move forward with that because it sounds like it's a $5,000 to $10,000 appraisal is ballpark estimate. And then trying to figure out some way to reconcile the numbers that our residents have shown versus what KMA have shown. So after giving it a little bit of thought, and I think what I'm going to ask to recommend, and this is where I want to hear the thoughts out here, what I'm going to recommend is that we redirect this directly into a subcommittee at the Finance Committee made up of only citizen members, because I want them to report back directly to the City Council as opposed to the Finance Committee, because I don't want to create more meetings. I would rather have a direct report back, which would, in my mind, mean let's not have a City Council member actually on that committee. And so the goal of that subcommittee would be, one, try to reconcile the numbers between KMA's report and the residents and figure out which way, and make a recommendation to us whether we ought to move forward with an appraisal, or if the HOA was so inclined to actually pay for the appraisal themselves, then analyze the appraisal and then send it back up to us with a recommendation on, one, whether they can make the reconciliation on KMA, and then second, which direction the council ought to go in terms of negotiations. So that's going to be what I'd like to recommend after I hear public comment, but if I might be swayed one way or the other.
I'd like to ask a question. Was there a market analysis from the HOA? How did they come up with their figures?
I think it would be best that the members of the HOA answer that question. They provided to us their data. They did go out and do a survey of what they thought was like kind with regards to ground leases. So we did see some data, but it's not an appraisal report. So we took their analysis and we've tried to model it.
Does anybody else have any questions up here until we go out to the public? Mr. Lawler, would you like to speak, or your representative?
Well, yeah, my name is Jim Helfrich, and I'm the president of the Homeowner Association at Beacon Bay, and I wanted to introduce Drew, who will touch on a couple of things, but if I could, and if possible, maybe reserve a minute after the conversation. But I think the item here in general, before Drew talks a little bit about the specifics, is really two issues. One of which is there a problem with the existing lease structure in Beacon Bay? And we believe there is a serious one getting worse. The issue is exacerbating itself. And then the second one is how do you solve it? And just to be clear, we in several correspondences and in a meeting face-to-face have always said we are not looking for a rental reduction. So let's just be really clear, because I know that's a really important issue with state lands and with the city. We get it. So our representation is to come up with a form of solving this, and I think having a small committee would be a great idea, and having staff and perhaps somebody from the city council, but that's up to you, of course, sit in that. But our solution is one. First of all, there has to be, we believe there should be a recognition that there is a problem. When this lease was put in place and amended, it was done, and it's for a later time, but it's a longer story as to the problem that we're faced with now, and it's getting worse. The second issue is how to best solve it. But overriding everything, that solution that we've proposed and that we're willing to adjust the lease agreement with will meet state lands and will not have any reduction of revenues to the city. So with that, in generality, let me introduce Drew.
Thanks, Jim. Members of the council, Madam Mayor, thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. It's been a while in the making, so appreciate the opportunity to be here. There's several layers, so I was advised that I might get 10 minutes, I might run 12 minutes, if that's all right with you, because there's a lot to cover. Is that okay? 12 minutes? Let's try and keep it to 12 minutes. So we're here to discuss the Beacon Bay ground lease, which, in our opinion, has become economically obsolete over the years. The 2.5% rate first came into effect, as staff pointed out, back in 1981. That was almost 40 years ago. It's become so obsolete to the point where the city is now charging Beacon Bay ground lease rents that are 4 to 7 times above market. Now, that's an astounding number. And let me just say that again. The city is charging Beacon Bay rents that are 4 times to 7 times above market, and we can prove it. So first, let me ask the question, hypothetically, how do we go about establishing what fair market value is? We've heard a lot this afternoon about the State Lands Commission. The State Lands Commission has very explicit guidelines on this. Okay, the State Lands Commission guidelines say that a generally accepted fair market evaluation is a comparable rent study in the same market. That's a quote, end quote. Fair market evaluation is a comparable rent study in the same market. That's their preferred method. You go down the appraisal route, and it's a rabbit hole of this and that and economic theory. Okay, set the economic theory aside. What's real and germane is something you can actually, it's tangible and factual, is a fair market is a market evaluation of comparable rents in the same market. So we went out and had Leaper Appraisal do a ground lease study. They came up with 9 comps, recent sales of homes that have sold in Newport Beach on ground leases. In all 9 of the comps, all 9, the rate was less than 1% of the sales price. Less than 1%. The average was 0.4% of the sales price, compared to the 2.5% the city's charging. So we have 2.5% is what the city's charging. The average of all 9 comps on the market study is 0.4%. Okay, it's a big gap. So we have been overcharged, if you will, for years. And it's resulted in a problem now that's come to a head, and we need to get it solved. We need to get it fixed. So let's just look at some real numbers just real quickly, just to kind of make this more meaningful. On that handout you've got, if you look on the second page, okay, in the lower left-hand corner of the second page, there is a house on Linda Isle. Okay, so this house on Linda Isle sold for $5.8 million. The ground lease going forward after that sale, in other words, the buyer of that house who paid $5.8 million, his ground lease going forward is $40,000 a year after the sale. If that same sale had occurred in Beacon Bay, the city would not charge $40,000. The city would be charging $145,000. This is a recent sale, $145,000 versus $40,000. That's, in this case, 3.6 times ahead of market. Another comp that you'll see on here is in Bayshores, very comparable neighborhood to Beacon Bay. That's on the second page of this report. On the lower right-hand corner, you'll see 2521 Crestview Drive. That house sold recently for $1.3 million. The lease going forward after the sale to the new buyer is $5,500 a year. If that house had sold in Beacon Bay, he'd be paying $32,500. That's 5.7 times ahead of market. We have a problem. This is a big problem, and we're asking you to fix it. So, and all we're asking for really is just make it fair. No one is here trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. We're not doing that. All we're asking to do is to bring this problem to your attention and to make it fair. So what is fair? Well, we've seen that the rolling average of these comps is 0.4%. That's market. Market is 0.4%, based upon these 9 most recent sales. And 9 is a big number, by the way. So if 0.4% is market, we're willing to go to 1%. Now, you might make the argument, well, gee, we should be, if market's 0.4, we should be at 0.4 too. Well, and that's a good argument. Nonetheless, we're willing to go with 1%, and we think it's the right number. And by the way, 1% would still be a very aggressive number for the city, because 1% is 2.5 times more than 0.4%. So it's still a very aggressive rate. On top of that, and in our discussions with the council members that we've had individually, it was suggested to us that we figure out a way to mitigate a dip in revenue to the city on this thing, okay? So we went back to the drawing board and we figured out, well, how can we do this? What can we do so that the city doesn't take an impact on this all at one time? So we came up with the idea to phase it in over a 5-year period. So our thoughts are that, and by the way, there have been an average of 4 sales per year after 2012, which is when the new 50-year lease went into effect. Prior to that, homes weren't selling very fast in Beacon Bay because there was no 50-year rollover on the lease. But after the new 2012 lease, there have been 4 sales per year. So our thought is we would phase this 1% in over a 5-year period, slowly stepping it down to bring the rates down closer to market. They're still at 1%, they're still going to be above market, but 1% would be closer to market, and it's a rate that we could live with. So if we scale it down over a 5-year period, what that does is it allows for the naturally occurring home sales in Beacon Bay. These are giant waterfall events. There are homes in Beacon Bay right now that are where people have been living there for 40, 50 years. They're maybe paying $900 a month to be in there, and they're living next door to somebody that's paying $9,000 a month. Okay, so as this home would resale naturally, and let's just say it's on an interior lot, and let's say it sells for $2.8 million, okay, then that would go from being about $13,000 a year to $28,000 a year when that home sales. So we use these naturally occurring of home sales to offset the revenue as it resets to market value. We think it can be done in 5 years. Okay. Maybe it takes 6 years, maybe it takes 7 years, maybe it takes 4 years. We don't really know, but we're willing to mitigate that dip in revenue for the city over a 5-year period. So, and let me just touch a little bit about CPI because it got mentioned, it got brought up. A couple of things, couple of points on CPI that we'd like you to focus on and consider on. Number one, Beacon Bay residents are paying property taxes on land that's owned by the city. City owns the land, but we pay the property tax on it. In addition to that property tax, so is it whatever we buy our house for, it's 1%, the property tax. In addition to that, we pay a possessory interest surcharge tax that the state mandates that the county charge us. So in addition to paying the 1% on the price of the house, we're also getting charged this possessory interest surcharge tax, which adds about another $1.5 million in value in property taxes. We're spending an extra $15,000 a year on that property tax as if we own the land, but of course we don't own the land. So we would say that in lieu of a CPI increase, we are paying the property taxes on behalf of the city. At some time and point 40 years ago, the city council recognized that fact, which in 1981, when they came up with that rate of 2.5%, that's why 28 of the homes in Beacon Bay right now have no CPI. The reason why they have no CPI is because the council recognized that, yeah, okay, if you're going to pay the property taxes on behalf of the city, no CPI for you guys. We understand that. But there's a bigger reason for no CPI increase, and this is it. The city has what they call an inflation protection policy, so that any lease that you enter into has to have an inflation protection policy. The city needs to be protected for that. The city is already protected by that in Beacon Bay by virtue of the kind of lease that you impose upon us. Our lease is not assumable to the buyer. In other words, when we sell our lot, the lease resets to the selling price. That is your inflation protection policy. Let me say that again. When we sell our house, the lease rate to the new buyer resets to the selling price. That's the inflation protection policy. Okay, so because the city has protected itself in that respect, and therefore it really does it negates the need to have any kind of a CPI increase. By the way, we also pay for that CPI increase quietly because we can't sell our house for as much as we could if our lease was assumable to the buyer. If our lease was assumable to the buyer, we would get a higher price for the house. But the buyer knows that as soon as he buys a house in Beacon Bay, the lease jumps up. That's a hidden cost to us. So we're already bearing the cost of the CPI increase by virtue of the kind of lease that you impose upon Beacon Bay, which is a very aggressive lease. That is the Irvine Company leases on their ground lease are assumable. Ours is not. It's a very aggressive lease that the city has with us. So anyway, for these reasons, based upon the 9 comps, based upon, and by the way, there's one other one that I want to mention to you also, and I think it's very important to talk about, and that's this right here. This is an overview diagram of Beacon Bay. Next to it, you'll see the Basin Marine. I apologize for being in black and white, but if you look on the far right, you'll see a dark line circling the Basin Marine, okay? And if you look to the left of the photograph, you'll see another dark line circling some homes in Beacon Bay, okay? This is a lease that the city just signed with Basin Marine, okay? This is a current comp. So if you look at Basin Marine, you'll see it's the equivalent of 3 bayfront lots and 3 interior lots. If you look over to the left of the page, you'll see that same outline over Beacon Bay. It encompasses 3 bayfront lots and 3 interior lots. Now, under the current 2.5% rate, assuming a $2.8 million average per an interior lot at 2.5%, that would generate $70,000 in revenue, and rents to the city times 3 lots is $210,000. And assuming $5.3 million per bayfront lot at 2.5% is $132,000. There's a typo. There's an extra zero. $132,500 in rent times 3 lots is $397,000. So my point is that the equivalent, you're charging the shipyard $140,000 a year for their space, for their equivalent of 3 Beacon Bay lots and 3 interior lots. You're charging the shipyard $140,000 a year. You're charging Beacon Bay $607,000 a year for that same amount of space. Again, interesting enough, it's 4 times above market, just like the residential comps are. I just wanted to. Jim asked for a couple of minutes just to wrap this up, so if we just have Jim talk now.
Maybe I can talk after. I may not have anything to add. Thank you.
I'm finished. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm trying to remember. There are some lots. Maybe this is better for staff, but hang on just one second. Aren't there a bunch of lots like on the interior that actually aren't tidelands. So isn't it just, so it's basically, we have these two abilities here where when we're analyzing this, we can analyze it just for ourselves to decide whether we think it's fair. And that can be one of the analyses performed by our finance committee subcommittee. And then the other is work it toward what the State Lands Commission is asking for, which I think, frankly, probably the same analysis, but one involves going to the State Lands Commission, the other doesn't. But obviously it's doesn't hit all of the homeowners, but at least it's a discussion point for us to make sure we're understanding. I couldn't remember. Is that right? Where what is that telling me?
So on the screen in front of you, I don't know if it's projecting on your monitors, but the green is the property, the land that the city owns and fee, and the blue is the tideland. So there's definitely parcels that are subject to more tideland scrutiny. I think, Mayor Pro Tem, your idea of maybe splitting the analysis is a good idea. My only concern would be that it's possible state land, everything is related to each other. And, it's just that domino effect of one is different than the other.
Yeah, my point's not that we would split it, because I think the same analysis is worthwhile. It's just at the end of the day, if State Lands doesn't see it one way, then some of the folks won't
Sure.
get it, but the city might. That's why I wanted to make sure I understood that.
If I may add, as the president of the HOA, I think that we would want to move. What is fair for one is fair for all, and so our objective really would be to try and come up with a solution that works for all, and that also meets the State Lands Commissions. Got it.
Mr. Herdman.
Yeah, Lauren, you put a slide up that talked about the CPI and the State Lands Commission and the Beacon Bay Act. It's not a bill anymore, it's an act. Is the CPI required? It seemed like I recall you having said that. And if so, we don't even need to be talking about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Herdman. Yes, the State Lands Commission does require that the city collect fair market value rent. So we have a CPI adjustment in the lease to ensure that the rent keeps adjusting throughout the term and that the rent stays compatible with cost of living increases.
If I may, subject, because we've spoken with them as well, subject to further review and study, and we could be more than happy to present that, we strongly disagree with the position. Yes, fair market value. Fair market value, State Lands does not have a requirement for CPI clauses. They require fair market determination, and they're absolute on that, and we agree that we should meet those.
This isn't the slide I was referring to, so I don't.
Well, let's bring it up.
Yeah, Councilmember Herdman, just for a point of clarification, so State Lands basically signs off on our form lease agreement.
Right.
So anything that's in it requires them to bless basically changes to it.
You want to flip to the slide that Mr. Herdman was looking? This, that right here? Okay. So I think I'm still confused. We do not have a professional market value, assessed value analysis for the Beacon Bay property. Is that correct?
We have not done an appraisal. That's
okay.
correct.
So are we simply just, they have their numbers and Kaiser Marston did its numbers, but not based on a property market value. It was simply how do they come to their conclusion?
Right. So there's never been an appraisal done to justify that 2.5% of rent that we charge. We just don't have any appraisal to justify the 2.5%. It was established in the 80s and it's been carried through lease amendment to lease amendment. So that's one caveat. The other is just if we did reduce the rent from 2.5% to 1%, what is that looking for us projecting out modeling going forward? We see a negative. There's a discrepancy between the HOA and staff as far as how are some of the assumptions, how many sales per year. But we've never done an actual appraisal. If the council would like staff to do the appraisal, we suggest that we would work with State Lands Commission directly. And it's possibly a joint venture appraisal. We have to work with State Lands on something like this.
Did I hear that they would pay for the appraisal? Did I hear that?
We've done our study. We've provided it. And
that wasn't an appraisal. It was just your study.
It was a market rent study, which is what the state lands requires. So
Okay.
the state lands does not require a quote appraisal, they require a rent study, which we did. So the question then would become, if we were to provide it, would that be something that you would then rely on to make a decision, as opposed to having your own staff provide that? We've provided one, a third-party professional rent study, which is what was required and consistent with the State Lands Commission's requirements.
Okay. Mr. Herdman, did you have another question?
I don't have a question, no. I'd like to follow up with Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion on kicking this back to the Finance Committee and the citizen members of the Finance Committee take a look at this. And Mayor Pro Tem, why don't you finish up when I'm staying here?
I'll tell you, you mind if I listen just real quickly to public comments before making the recommendation?
Are there any other comments up here? Why don't we take it out to the public? Any public comments? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Moser. We pride ourselves on being a very transparent city. We're talking about costs of doing various things. The staff seems to have engaged Kaiser Marston to do this appraisal that they already did, or study, or whatever we want to call it. As best I can tell, this was done through an on-call contract rather than a special contract. I'm just curious to know how much we've spent already to do the study that they did. It looks like it's careful. It must have taken some time for somebody to do it. And I'm just curious how much the city already spent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Please come forward. Seeing none, why don't we come back up here? Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I think based on what I've heard, I would come back around to the original recommendation. So my thought is essentially let's make a recommendation or at least the council level. So it'll have to go to a finance committee meeting. We'll notice it. We'll create the subcommittee, and then so the finance committee would create a subcommittee of 3 citizen members with the primary goal of trying to work through the reconciling KMA's analysis with the homeowner's analysis on a revenue projection model. And then if there's no appraisal conducted, then they would come back with a analysis sent directly to City Council, not to be reviewed at Finance Committee, directly to City Council, with a recommendation whether we ought to be moving forward with an appraisal or if more foundationally, whether they've been able to reconcile the numbers, and if so, whether we ought to be moving forward with an appraisal. If in the alternative, if the homeowners association is willing to cover the costs of an appraisal, to work with staff, to be hired by the city, just to be clear, because I don't believe we would be able to work through state lands without that. If the homeowners association can come to an agreement on the payment of that, then we would also ask that the subcommittee review the appraisal and make any recommendations on on rent terms.
Okay, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. To Mr. Moser's question, how much did we spend for the Kaiser Marston analysis?
We spent a little bit under $10,000 so far.
And this analysis is technically called what again?
Revenue modeling, Councilmember Muldoon.
Revenue modeling, and it's different from the next layer up, which is a formal appraisal, correct?
That is correct.
So what I will support Mayor Pro Tem's motion, but I'm curious, is there a way for us to do this without asking the HOA or the city to incur any costs for a formal analysis, and see if the revenue modeling would be sufficient for the sake of the State Lands Commission, but perhaps some of the assumptions being changed by the subcommittee should they decide to change some of those assumptions. Because I think if we can avoid the time delay on a formal appraiser and the costs incurred, perhaps it'll be adequate enough for them. I do think that there's a possibility that the 2.5 charge at the time was they accepted that it was a higher rate and therefore there would not be a CPI. I understand and respect your point that CPI is not required by the statute, and we can definitely offer that when we discuss with State Lands Commission, but I'm under the impression, based on prior experience, that they will need to be signed off on every component, including that as well. So I just want to say that on the record because I thought your points are well made, and I think you're an attorney, right? Right, Drew? Neither of you. Oh, great. I thought you were. Excellent points, and I would like the subcommittee and for the council to work with you as much as possible, but we also have to put ourselves in the shoes of the State Lands Commission in order for them to bless it. So I think that the best way moving forward is the subcommittee and us trying to get the revenue modeling approved so we can do this more quickly than a formal appraisal.
All right, thank you. I have a follow-up question regarding the 2.5. Do we have any insight of where that number came from in 1981? Do our other lands that are in trust by other jurisdictions on behalf of the State Lands Commission, on behalf of the state of California, is there a common number for automatic cost of living?
Thank you, Madam Dixon. We just haven't delved into that deep to justify that 2.5. It's just been a carryover. We just haven't spent a lot of time researching the entire, where that 2.5 came from.
Would that be part of your analysis?
If the council would just chooses to do an appraisal report, that's where we will justify the 2.5%. If we just focus on the KMA study alone, we're not going to do an appraisal report. We're just going to focus on the study and the assumptions that both the HOA is making, and how KMA is kind of using their assumptions.
All right, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, what type of study are we dealing with? Just a revenue projection or a market analysis?
Based on what I've read in the letter that we received back from the State Lands Commission, my expectation would be that they would require a full appraisal. I don't think that we would be able to get away with the KMA analysis. Get away with is a bad term. I don't think that we'd be able to present that and meet the standards that they've set, the pretty high standards they've set in their letter.
All right, and then so there would be cost to the city to perform that market analysis?
No, my recommendation as part of this would be that the subcommittee, that it's one of two things. One, the subcommittee performs the reconciliation of the KMA analysis that we've already done, so no more costs.
Yes.
With the homeowners' requests, which is what KMA was trying to do. But I think if we create a subcommittee, they can work through those assumptions and test them out, figure out which ones they think we ought to work forward with. So that's the revenue one. If, on the other hand, in order to expedite the process, the homeowners association would like to bypass that initial step of the recommendation to council on whether to move forward with the appraisal, and instead the homeowners association would be willing to front the cost for the appraisal and move forward, then what we would do is we would have a subcommittee do the reconciliation of the the revenue analysis, and also make recommendations to us based on the appraisal report on what terms they think are appropriate.
Who would be selected?
Yes, the appraisal. If we move forward with the appraisal, it would be the city would choose.
All right, so we need to make a decision here, and what our go forward steps are. Is if we are going to have the finance committee do this analysis, they need more than what the revenue projection model provided by Kaiser Marston.
No.
Are they going to come back to us and say, here's all we can do, now what do we do next?
They would try to reconcile the revenue assumptions and then make a recommendation to us on whether we ought to move forward with an appraisal.
Okay, all right, so it's a two-step process.
It's a two-step process,
right,
unless the HOA wants to pay for the appraisal.
All right, please.
Just a simple clarification. We're fine with that. It makes a lot of sense to us as well. You've been using the term appraisal, and I believe, and consistent with state lands, what we would consider providing is a third-party professional licensed market rent study. Just to clarify, and I believe you mean that when you use well, I'm asking, do you mean that when you use the term appraisal, because an appraisal is a valuation of properties as opposed to a rent study, and this is what we're proposing, and what the state lands requests?
Yep, so the way I'm using it is within the third paragraph of the letter that the State Lands Commission sent, and specifically the last sentence. Consistent with our past practice, should the city proceed with developing a new appraisal, we recommend that the city direct any contracted appraiser to work closely with the commission staff. So okay. I'm as long as it complies with the way that You got it? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So it's an appraisal or?
I think it's an important point that we'd have to work with state lands to make sure that ultimately what's produced is
All right,
something
so
that they
to be
want.
determined. All right, but whatever the state lands commission determines is required, we would provide.
Yes.
And if there is a cost to that study, the homeowners association will provide for that. Is that correct?
If they would like to.
If they would like to.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind
we, yes, we agree with both alternatives. We haven't obviously talked about which alternative is best, and perhaps meeting with this subcommittee would be helpful for us.
All right, so the first step of this process will be before the finance committee?
Yes.
Okay, so you've made your motion?
Oh,
and
I'm sorry. It's not a motion because
Or
we're.
no, action recommended direction to staff. Thank you. All right, are you clear
Yeah, it'd probably be good just.
to restate what we've?
No, I think we have that, but is everybody in favor of that?
Consensus to,
Is there consensus?
yeah, and that's unanimous. Thank you.
We don't need a formal motion because it's just study session.
All right, very good. So is everyone clear? Okay, very good. And thank you for your patience and all the residents who are here from Bay Shores. Thank you very much. Or Beacon Bay, excuse me. Excuse me. Bay Shores on my mind. All right, thank you very much.
I want to make sure we could still make public comment, not in reference to Beacon Bay.
But we'll do public comments after the next item, please.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
And we'll go to the next item. If we may have a staff report, please. Overview of city trees.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to talk about this exciting subject. This subject ranges from a lot of questions all of you have gotten and probably directed us over the days, and various components have an interest in how we manage our urban forests and all the city's public trees. I know the Mayor specifically had some questions and asked for some information and guidance and just a general education on this. So today with me is Micah Martin, our Deputy Public Works Director of Municipal Operations, and next to him, Kevin Picard is our City Arborist. And in the audience, Dan Sereno's back there in case we really need some help, is our landscape manager. So I'm going to turn over to Micah and Kevin and let you go through what we call Trees 101.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dixon, Pro Tem O'Neill, and council members, and city staff, and the general public. My name is Kevin Picard. I'm the City Arborist, and I'm going to be presenting Trees 101. It's basically a maintenance overview of our tree program within the Public Works Department and the Division of Municipal Operations. So before I get into the city tree statistics, I'd like to just reiterate, I'm the City Arborist. We have a newly appointed city maintenance crew chief. His name is Parker Kyle, and we have direction from Dan Sereno, the landscape manager. So all of our city trees are managed by 2.5 staff members. We have approximately 35,545 city trees within public parks and streets, over 300 different tree species. Our inventory is valued at $65 million. Additionally, we have about 100,000 private trees that we do get affected by. We get, as far as like code enforcement, for example. And then also we have many unaccounted trees in our natural areas within the city. We're not regularly maintaining those trees. They're not in our city inventory, but for example, Buck Gully has oaks and willows and sycamores. Big Canyon has the same. And there's other natural areas within the city as well. This is a kind of a summary of our city maintained tree inventory, all the different species. It doesn't include all those 300 species, but you can see a vast majority of the species in Newport Beach are palm trees. So city tree maintenance and pruning. It's performed primarily or all by our contractor, Great Scott Tree Services. The city is composed into 22 grids. So a grid is like, for example, the peninsula is grid 18. Newport Coast is composed of 3 grids, grids 19, 20, and 21, and then there's other grids as well. We operate on a 2 to 3 year pruning cycle for broadleaf trees. That basically gets us to about 15,000 trees trimmed per year. And then we have annual pruning of palms, coral trees, and selected ficus and eucalyptus trees. We prune about 5,000 palm trees a year and about 250 coral trees per year. There's a coral tree that's our official city tree is a coral tree. That's over on Buena Vista, so then we prune all of our trees within the International Society of Arboriculture Standards, ISA. Now I'm going to get into the various pruning types. So grid trimming is defined in our contract as crown thinning of broadleaf trees to 25 to 30%. Now 25 to 30% is an ISA standard, so we're following ISA guidelines with the 25 to 30%. With the pruning, we're looking for obstructions of signs, lights, lamp posts, crossing limbs, dead limbs. We're checking for the tree staking. If a tree needs the stakes anymore, we'll remove the stakes. We'll check for the ties. And then also it includes a tree inspection. We're looking at the health and assessment inspection of each tree when we're pruning them. Is there a rot? Is there a cavity? Is there any root issues that we're kind of seeing while we're out there? The next type of pruning is a service request pruning. Examples of a service request pruning would be clearance, view trimming, selective limb removals. Service requests are provided by us to our contractor. A lot of them come from requests from the public, though. Crew rental is pruning above the ISA standard, 30%, above 30%. Another example would be a large limb removal in accessible areas. Certain situations like restaking a large tree if we had to use guys, for example. And then palm pruning. Pruning of fronds and fruit, skinning of dead frond bases. We'd like to leave a 4-foot base of petioles. Basically, sometimes we'll get palm debris loose during storms from when we did the annual pruning to a storm. So, like for example, if we pruned a palm in the summer and then we get a storm in the winter, we'll get some loose debris. Sometimes we get comments as, well, we pruned the trees, but look at all this debris on the ground. Well, a lot of that palm debris gets loose in that 6-month or more time frame. Also, we don't want to go up any further than that into the skinning because sometimes we'll get into live tissue. We don't want to damage the palm tree. So here's an example of grid pruning. This is on Pearl Avenue on Balboa Island. Carrotwood trees. You can see that the tree's thinned, about 20%, I would say. On carrotwood trees, a lot of times we'll prune off a lot of the bases. We get complaints on carrotwood trees on the fruit. A lot of people have complained that the carrotwood trees are messy. And here's some examples of service requests. We'll get like this eucalyptus on the left. We prune that limb to prevent possible the limb falling onto that wire there, the communication wires, and we don't want a disruption. This is a coral tree with flowering. It's a naked coral tree. And we basically remove that whole limb off to clear up the obstruction on the sidewalk. And then the last photo is actually a view trimming service request. We have lots of ficus that we trim annually. These are some of them. These were actually pruned 2 months before I created this photo to do an additional request because we're trying to work with the residents as best we can to keep their view in order without disrupting the healthy tree growth. So this is an example of our annual coral tree trimming. This is a service request type. You can see we had a broken limb on that coral, that same coral on Buena Vista. And then there's the before with the broken limb, and then there's the after on the trimming. This is an example of crew rental. Like I said, sometimes we have situations where we want to save a tree. It's extraordinary. To example, this is at Castaways Park. It's an elderberry tree. We don't have a lot of trees in the sedge area there at Castaways Park, so we had our contractor lift this tree back into place and put tree guys on it. And then palm pruning. The first picture is at Fashion Island. Fashion Island, you can see that these palms are skinned at Fashion Island. Also on Goldenrod Avenue, these trees are recently pruned and skinned. And palm skinning. So we like to be progressive, species specific, and then talk about the potential impacts with palm skinning. You can see the first picture. This has been a while. It was pruned in the summer, and you can see we took this picture. You can see there's a leaf base already hanging from this palm. This was taken recently, so even 6 months after we prune a palm tree in August, I think we prune these, that we'll get some of that leaf, that 4-foot base that we leave on the tree kind of fall off. And then you can see below it, we have the old skin. We're kind of working with our contractor on areas where we have these historically unskinned palm trees, and we're kind of progressively working at removing that skin. There are benefits to unskinned palm trees. We have here at Civic Center, we have the date palms out there on Avocado. The architect, when he designed the grounds here, didn't want those palm trees skinned on purpose as a design feature. Also, the skin can provide habitat, nests. The birds can nest in the skin. And then excessive skinning can injure the trees. The second picture here is a Canary Island date palm. And we do spade and pineapple palm trees, but excessive spading and pineappling of palm trees can lead to fusarium. That last picture is a dead Canary Island date palm, and fusarium is a very common disease for Canary Island date palms. So the next one, there's me. Additional and necessary city tree maintenance duties that we do. This is me performing a risk assessment and health inspection on this. This is a special California pepper on waterfront. We found a very deep cavity and some additional rot that is not pictured in this. This tree is no longer there. We removed this tree and we replaced it with another California pepper. Also other tree maintenance duties, tree removals and stump grinding, root pruning. We put in root barriers. Parkway restorations, when we remove a tree and we plant a new tree, sometimes we'll put sod for the resident or new landscape. Tree pest and disease management, like tree health care, of spraying of insects or fertilization or providing nutrients to the tree. Tree replanting, and then updates to our tree database and inventory. Tree planting. Planting is mainly for us 36-inch box size trees. Sometimes we'll plant a 24-inch or even a 15-gallon tree if it's a hard to find tree. A lot of times, especially with reforestations, which I'll get into later, we plant 48-inch box trees, 60-inch box trees sometimes too. Planting parameters. We're always considering like utilities. Are we going to be planting a tree on top of a sewer line or near a water main? Are we getting the appropriate sight distance from someone's driveway approach or from stop signs? So those are all in our planting parameters. Tree species recommendations, oftentimes we get the resident asking for recommendations, maybe narrowing it down from like 3 different species. We narrow down some options and we kind of explain, and a lot of times we'll send them links to Google on the different trees and what they look like. And then we stake and water young trees. Our contractor will water a new tree for a year, and that's how long the warranty is. Most residents choose trees from the Parkway tree designation list. Some neighborhoods have designated trees based on the association involvement. The overall goal here is the right tree for the right location. So now we'll get into city council tree policies and ordinances. The first one is the G1 policy. It's the retention, removal, and maintenance of city trees. The goal of the policy is to maintain diverse, sustainable urban forest. The urban forest is maintained in a healthy, safe condition with efficient use of city resources. It requires tree removals or reforestation requests that will not adversely impact the overall inventory. The purpose of the policy, we want to establish tree maintenance standards. Trees are an important part of our character and the charm of the entire city, and so that's why we don't take removals and reforestations lightly. We want to preserve our charm, protect public views, provide personal safety, prevent property damage, and provide a sustainable urban forest. So the G1 policy then talks about classification and definition of different city trees. The first is standard city tree. That's what the majority of our trees are standard trees. And then we have our special trees. Landmark trees are basically one-offs. These are usually 1 or 2 trees. They possess historical significance by virtue of their size, age, location, species. Dedicated trees are donated in memory of specific individuals or organizations. The dedicated trees pertain to the B-17 policy, which is currently being looked at. Neighborhood trees are basically a group of trees, like a theme of trees on a block. They have a special character in that residential or business community. Here's a standard tree. Like I said, the majority of city trees are in our inventory are standard trees. Can you go back to that one? Those are jacarandas on Avocado, and then there's some magnolias also. And then the other picture is eucalyptus trees on 2nd Avenue, and we just pruned all of those. Here's some examples of our special landmark trees. This is a star pine on Balboa Boulevard at Medina. And then the other picture here is the Lido House Hotel Ficus nitida trees, which we protected during the construction of that hotel. These are examples of dedicated trees. These are both actually at Castaways Park. One's a Torrey pine, which is a native, Southern California native pine, and then the other is an oak tree. Again, that's per Council Policy B-17. These are neighborhood trees. The first there to the left is on Marguerite. Those are the Canary Island date palms. And then to the left, up in the upper left, those are jacarandas on Mariners Drive. And a special on the jacarandas, we do get people, we have a few recent requests on removal of those, and it takes special PB&R commission approval to remove them. And a lot of times commission requires a replacement of not 48, but 60-inch box trees to replace those if they approve them. And then the bottom photo.
Can I just ask a quick question? So if they remove it, is that at the homeowner's request? Do they pay for it, or does the city pay for that?
So for both reforestations and for special trees by like a developer, the resident pays all of the costs.
Okay, thanks.
The bottom picture is Ficus nitida on clay, and the people on clay really love these Ficus nitida trees. It forms a canopy over their street. We have a lot of birders on that street that don't barely want us to touch those trees when we trim them. So the next is problem trees. So when we're talking about right tree for right place, this is the wrong tree in the wrong location. Problem trees are problem trees not because of their species, as I like to say. It's more of because they're causing excessive hardscape or utility damage. So we have some of these problem trees in parks where they don't cause any problems, and they're not problems. But we do have Ficus nitida. We have the Ficus nitida at Lido House Hotel. Those are special trees, and they're also problem trees. We have Ficus rubiginosa, Ficus benjamina. We have our city tree, the coral tree, as a problem tree. We have the chamois ash, the carrotwood, like I had mentioned, liquid amber, and the Brazilian pepper. So we have standards for removal of standard trees. The criteria are basically dead, dying, disease, presents some sort of liability, affects curb, gutter, and sidewalks, affects sewers or utility lines. It's important to note that that what is not listed here is we don't remove standard trees for messiness. We don't remove them because they're messy. It's also not in the policy where we remove trees because they block views. Okay, here's some emergency removals. These trees actually fell during the storms of 2017. We lost, in two one-day storms, we lost over 200 trees in that storm. This one was across San Joaquin Hills, the first picture, and then that is also on waterfront. That's one of the California peppers on waterfront. And that kind of led to that inspection that you saw before. We kind of inspected the other ones that didn't fall. We wanted to make sure we didn't have any more of that. That was an unusual storm where we had like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and a lot of rain. So that's kind of a blip on the radar on storms, as storms go in our area. The reforestation of city trees. Like I said, applicant is to bear the cost of tree removal and replacement. So there's two courses. There's a private course, and there's a homeowners association course. When when there is not an HOA, basically the applicant needs to gather a petition of a maximum of 30 of their neighbors, and it has to reach a 60% majority approval on that on those petitions, and then it goes to PB&R for approval. And a lot of times PB&R wants a fair market value on the tree. Basically, they want to get as big a tree as that'll fit into a parkway as we can. And a lot of times that's not a 60-inch box tree. We have 5-foot parkways which would barely accommodate a 60-inch box trees. Most likely we recommend 48-inch box trees for replacements. The support for reforestations are typically for damage or impact, view impact. Here's where view comes into play. Hardscape damage, or just like incorrect species. Maybe this eucalyptus on Skylark might be either incorrect species, or I know it damaged the sidewalk right there. And a lot of times we'll repair the sidewalk, and we're not needing to remove the tree. So,
quick question. So, on view impact, so a city-owned tree could be removed if there is a view impact?
At the cost of the applicant.
Okay.
So tree trimming standards. Tree trimming cycles and tree trimming standards shall represent the maximum feasible frequency. Trimming shall be in accordance with, again, ISA standards. And we want to use the highest industry standards. We do not want to top trees. If we have to top trees excessively for view, that's when we're going to recommend reforestation. Supplemental tree trimming. A lot of times people want extra trimming. Our budget allows for 2 to 3 trimming every 2 to 3 years. If they want extra trimming, like annual trimming, the applicant bears the cost of this additional trimming. It's about $188 per tree right now. And it doesn't always use ISA standards. Like you could see with these orchid trees, it's not what we typically want to do all the time, but we go as long as we can before we need to remove the tree. Encroachment and construction permit projects. Tree protection zones, that's an example of a tree protection zone. Planting tree vacancies required. If tree removals are necessary, we will work with a contractor and we'll want to get a fair market value. We'll want to get a big tree back in where they need to remove a tree. For example, a lot of times on a new project, there'll be a driveway where a tree is. And we'll a lot of times work with our residents on those type of projects. Tree planting. We average about 500 new trees per year. Currently, we have approximately 4,000 vacant potential tree planting sites. I say potential because a lot of times we have to, the resident at that vacant tree site may not want the tree, and we have to kind of negotiate a tree back in there. So it becomes difficult to get the tree replanted sometimes. So this is an example of approved removals and replacements from a project. This was at the yacht club. These were the existing queen palms. There was a reforestation that approved the removal of those queen palms, and we planted some queen palms and some magnolias back in its place.
That because there were some neighbors that objected to the...
Yeah, they didn't realize there was tree. I guess they didn't realize that there was trees there before. A lot of the queen palms were put where these existing queen palms were, and then the magnolias are a species that won't grow much over the buildings that are there now.
Okay.
Excuse me, can I ask a question on that? Were those palm trees saved? Can they be relocated?
No. It usually costs just as much to plant this new tree as to transplant it somewhere else. So they could be saved, but it would be cost prohibitive. I do want to say on tree planting, a lot of times we have, I'll talk about that later. So G3, Policy on Preservation of Views. The goal of the policy is to maintain all city-owned plants. I want to highlight that city-owned plants in a manner to maximize public and private views by proper trimming and maintenance. We want to comply with ISA standards. If we're not complying with ISA standards to a degree, like I said, we're going to recommend reforestation to the property owner. The purpose of the policy is that views can be enhanced and framed by views. It's not, you want this unobstructed view. Sometimes you have to explain that a tree on one side or the other of your view can frame that view. City trees are not subject to Homeowners Association CC&Rs, and we in the policy, there's restricted planting areas, the 200 blocks of carnation, jasmine, larkspur, marigold, and orchid. So the policy also talks about unreasonable obstruction of view. So a lot of times, unfortunately, the city is asked to be the judge on what's reasonable and unreasonable. We have many requests of this type. It's difficult oftentimes when the trees are in front of someone else's house and they love the tree and the neighbor wants the tree removed because it's blocking their view. So we have to kind of sort of work that out between the homeowners.
But it's a city tree or a private tree?
This is a city tree. This is a Tipuana on Spyglass Hill Road. And so this person lives in Spyglass, and the tree is this is actually in the right-of-way on Spyglass Hill Road. So G6 policy is the maintenance of parkway trees. We enforce tree designation lists, street tree and parkway tree designation lists, maintenance of standards for new tree installations. The purpose of the policy is to maintain the specified trimming cycle, again, like I said, 2 to 3 years, annual pruning of species that are prone to wind damage, palms, coral trees. We prioritize issues regarding safety over view plane. Compliance of maintenance standards, again, right tree, right place. Another standard is 36-inch box trees with a 1-year maintenance. And then the last purpose of the policy is to establish ownership. The city maintains the trees as far as the pruning, but residents are required to water those trees.
Council, we're going to just jump ahead a little bit here because we're running close for the sake of time. So we're going to just jump to a few slides here at the end, and then we want to have time for any of your questions that you might have.
All right.
Okay. So Arbor Day, we have Arbor Day coming up. The official Arbor Day is April 26th, 2019. We have been an Arbor Day city, Tree City, USA for 28 consecutive years, and we're particularly proud of that. This Arbor Day event pictured is at East Bluff Park, and we usually involve the school district in our Arbor Day celebrations. With that, I'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for this, a deep dive into trees. I had no idea, and I really appreciate the time you took to put the presentation together to educate us. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. Thank you. I'm well aware of how difficult this issue can be, and so I just wanted to say first, thank you very much for working with residents up in the Spyglass area in particular. I know that there's a lot of requests for tree maintenance and then actually tree removal and reforestation, and I've always had good comments coming from our residents up there, so I just want to say thank you very much. And then the other, I had a quick question. Where are we right now on the naming trees and park benches and whatnot? I know we had put that on moratorium while Parks, Beach, and Rec was reviewing it. I'm just kind of curious, where are we in that process?
So currently, right now, the final draft is with the PB&R subcommittee, and they're reviewing that for any final comments or review. We plan to take that to them hopefully in May or April to finally get an approval from them on that and present that to council for a vote.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Avery.
Yes, Kevin, thank you and your team for dealing with, I'm sure, every week you have contentious issues. You know, anyone that's lived on a street in Newport or any other city knows eventually there's a tree issue that pits neighbors against neighbors. I've certainly seen a few wild scenes on my street, which is heavily treed. But I think it's important for the city to, we need to always work on the education side of it about how valuable trees are to the community, just softening the community and making it look wonderful. And obviously in Diane's district, that, the amount of greenery that's gone up in the last couple of years down the boulevard has been just transformed it. But also there's an environmental side of this, and I think it's real important to keep our urban forests healthy and to make sure we don't lose ground in the number of trees that we have. We know trees remove carbon dioxide from the air, they provide oxygen. There's all sorts of reasons to keep trees increasing. And I hope that those 4,000 empty plots that could take trees are filled as soon as possible. Residents' concerns notwithstanding, I think you were mentioning the tussle you have with residents to put a tree in. And when you talk about that, you're speaking about, I assume, city land in front of their setbacks, right?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Avery. Yeah. Well, all the tree vacancies we have are on public property, and a lot of the time when it's contested about replanting, it is because it's in front of someone's house or in an area where they're trying to protect their view, or they don't want any mess that the tree could potentially create. So we're always constantly working with residents and homeowners on trying to get our inventory built back up and replanting of that tree to keep that inventory up.
Right. I imagine that can be difficult.
And we're also looking for areas like in Big Canyon to plant some more trees, and in some of the areas that we, those natural areas, and not necessarily just in parkways, but also in some of our parks and our natural areas.
Well, certainly in phase 2 of the Big Canyon restoration project, we're going to lose that pepper tree forest, and we all understand the reasons why, very invasive, but there's a huge canopy, almost 4 acres there, and I would hope that the city would move toward replacing that mass of trees by at least planting up some new trees that aren't invasive that can be properly taken care of. And I know it adds to the cost, obviously, those trees need to be managed as well. But I think the health to the city, the beauty they provide, is worth the effort and the expense. So I commend you. You're obviously passionate about it. I know your team is. They're just very important parts of our community. And we get these quotes for tree trimming and managing, and it's really expensive, and you just sort of go, it's worth it. It's part of what makes Newport Beach really beautiful. So thank you.
Mr. Herdman.
Let me add my thanks too, Kevin. You've always been so responsive to our landscape committee on the island, and it's been very much appreciated. I especially appreciate getting notified when a tree's being replaced at a residence or in my particular district. So keep that up, please. And then you failed to mention that you occasionally go out to schools and do some education at schools as well about trees. I sat in on one of those programs once, so excellent job. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
I had a question about the Corona del Mar village trees. It seems to me a few years ago there was a discussion about whether we were going to continue to have the same species on every street. Where does that stand now?
So the way I was getting to our G6 policy, and we have the species choice list. So basically, I think the reason behind giving people choice on what tree goes back in their parkway was the thought of that they'll have ownership of that tree. If they get a tree that they choose, that they'll maintain it, they'll water it, they'll maintain it. If they get to choose what goes in there. There are some streets that have, in Corona del Mar, that have designated street trees, like Marguerite has the Canary Island date palms and king palms. And then I believe Heliotrope has a designated street tree of magnolias and Kentia palms. And those, I think, are the only two. I think Cameo has orchid trees. But the other reason is we want diversity in our inventory. We don't want one particular tree to succumb to a disease, and then we lose a whole block of trees because we have that one disease or that one insect that decimates that species.
That makes sense. Got one more thing.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add one little thing that apparently 28 years ago, when I was chair of the Parks Commission, I tore a 2-inch article out of McCall's magazine about being a tree city and gave it to Virginia Herberts, who was one of our commissioners, and said, could you look at this and see if we qualify to be a tree city? So it's funny that I didn't realize it was 28 years ago, but out of a little tiny 2-inch article in McCall's magazine.
So you are the mother of our trees, our tree city. Well, congratulations. A couple questions, Kevin. Thank you for. Really do appreciate this. I think we're all getting a good education, and it gives us an opportunity to publicly state our appreciation for the beautiful trees that we have in our city, and it's a scientific, organized, professional process to maintain them. Back to Mr. Avery's question on the 4,000 trees areas that need to be replaced. Is there a plan to do that, or is it? And could you explain how that got to be? I mean, because a homeowner did not want a tree, and then so that's an empty space. I mean, how do we negotiate with homeowners to put a tree back in the parkway?
Well, I think we fell behind a little bit with, like, speaking back, there's certain reasons why we're a little bit behind. I think at this point we're kind of status quo. We're planting as many trees as we're removing, but there was a time there where in 2017, like I mentioned, we lost 200 trees in just 2 storms, or like, where we get the complaints from the residents about putting trees back. So there are areas where we were kind of behind the 8 ball on planting trees, but now we have both Great Scott, we have our landscape contractors planting trees, Park West, Mariposa, where we're starting to build that number of trees up. We're looking for other opportunities to plant trees. So there was a time where we were maybe lacking on planting, but I think that we're prioritizing it now.
Okay, and also one other thing, because of the recent storms, I know on some of the streets that I drive on the peninsula, there were just a lot of the palm skins that were on the street, and then I noticed a day later they were all picked up. So the repair and replace, it does well. I want to thank you all, and Micah and Kevin and Dave. Thank you for bringing this forward and educating our community on the importance of trees. And I hope this informs our thought process going forward when we understand that it costs something to maintain our trees in our beautiful city. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And Madam Mayor, I will say one more thing. We had to jump through a lot of that presentation. There's some really good information in there. So if you guys do have time later to just take another look at that, Kevin put a lot of hard work into that presentation.
He did. I do have one question I meant to ask. On the pest control, you heard the public request some organic maintenance of our trees. Are we looking into that? Using organic materials?
Yeah, we're currently doing that now, and we actually have a presentation we're going to be working on that we'll be bringing to the council to discuss that.
Yeah, we're looking for probably likely the first meeting in March
to
have a study session on that to delve into it a little further.
Very good, very good. Well, thank you, and Kevin, job well done. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, now is the time for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Taylor, and I am here to speak about the financial mismanagement at the Newport Aquatic Center. I'm a former Deloitte accountant and a parent of a junior rower. While Pat Rolfus was employed as the junior rowing director, I worked with him directly on the junior rowing financials and had access to the NAC financials from August 2016 to August 2018. While there are many examples of financial mismanagement, and in my opinion, illegal activities at the NAC, I want to share with you just one specific example. In November of 2016, the junior rowing program began their annual fundraising campaign. The purpose of this fundraising campaign was to raise money to purchase new racing boats for the kids. This campaign was promoted by the kids and by the coaches who made videos asking for the money. By May of 2017, the kids had raised about $46,000 of the money, and this money was put into the NAC bank account. This amount was enough to purchase 3 of the boats specifically being fundraised for. However, these boats were not purchased, and this money was not used for its intended purpose. By May 12th, just 12 days later, the NAC management had depleted the entire bank account down to a balance of just $948 and used the $46,000 in restricted donated funds for payroll, operations, and other general expenses. If it had not been for the junior rowing restricted donated funds that the kids had raised, the NAC would not have been able to make payroll, let alone pay any other overhead expenses. This is a clear-cut example of the NAC management's bad behavior of misappropriating targeted donations and utilizing the kids to fundraise under false pretenses. I'm submitting the financial detail for this, as well as my March 2018 sworn declaration regarding this matter and other financial mismanagement issues at the NAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Hi, my name's Chrissy Emmel, and I've been a parent and volunteer at the Newport Aquatic Center for the past 5 years. I know you've all been made aware of the illegal wrongdoings at the NAC, Some of you were officially told about it 5 years ago, with steadily increasing information brought to your attention over the past 2 years. You have been presented mountains of evidence highlighting illegal businesses, donation fraud, CUP violations, financial mismanagement, an illegal spy microphone, and inappropriate behavior by the 4 self-appointed board members and their executive director. I want you to know that our presenting group of parents, athletes, former directors, and founders is just a small representation of the people who seek proper management at the NAC. I'm here to present to you a petition of over 300 frustrated and angry members of the community who are asking for this change. Additionally, I'm presenting a list of past directors and founders who support this change as well. We are all counting on you, our City Council representatives, to investigate the NAC. We know your investigation will uncover the same evidence you've been presented and more. Please protect this valuable city resource for the members of our community. Help restore the NAC to its founder's original purpose. That purpose is the very reason that the City of Newport Beach allowed such a generous lease on this valuable piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Good evening. My name is Bill Applegate. I've been a parent and a volunteer at the Newport Aquatic Center for the last 7 years. In reference to whether or not the city has legal authority to investigate allegations that the NAC has been and is being used for unlawful purposes, I want to present to you the following information. California generally does not limit landlord access to commercial properties, and the NAC is a public facility. So as a general matter, anybody can enter the facility during business hours. If a tenant has agreed to comply with laws and regulations applicable to the property, as the NAC has, the landlord has an implied right to conduct reasonable investigations to see if that is being done under Sachs versus Exxon, USA 1992. The NAC's lease with the city prohibits unlawful use of the facility, per Section 15. Allows the city to inspect the NAC at all reasonable times to ensure compliance with the lease, the CUP, and the facilities management plan under Section 18, and contains a right to terminate the lease for default under Section 23A. Given these provisions, it is absurd to suggest the city would not have the right to investigate to see if the lease has been violated. And in fact, the Sachs case says the city does have the right to investigate. The city also has subpoena power, so it can demand records and other access as part of its police power to investigate criminal activity, especially when the NAC parents have provided significant evidence that gives the city probable cause to believe that the unlawful activity has occurred and is still occurring at the NAC. In addition to the provisions of the NAC lease and the Sachs case, the city has the absolute right under California law to terminate the NAC's lease if the premises are used for unlawful purposes because of the Code of Civil Procedure Section 1161-4. I have a copy of this law for the city attorney. So to summarize, the NAC lease and the Sachs case and CCP 1161-4 give the city all the legal authority it needs to investigate and address the problems at the NAC. I hope the council will authorize and conduct the investigation promptly and thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please come forward.
Good evening. Dave Grant, and I've been a resident of Newport for about 60 years. And I've never learned so much about trees in my life. When a few of us began the establishment of the Newport Aquatic Center, our focus was really on this community having a center for excellence in paddling, rowing, that would assist young people, old people, any age, in their experiences, whether they were going to be Olympians or whether they're just in it for recreational activity. It was to be our plan was, it was to be a member-driven organization, hopefully a transformative one for people, and operating certainly within fiscal transparency and abiding by the extensive agreements that the NAC had with the City of Newport, with the Homeowners Association, the local one, and with the California Coastal Commission. Now, I'm sad to report, no surprise to you as you gathered over the past several weeks, that the Center's Board of Directors has for a very long time not abided by those rules that you established. Many people have spoken to you, and I won't bother to repeat for you what has been said so often about the unlawful activities. You remember them well, I'm sure. But all of this should be clear that it was authorized. It was authorized by a board of 4 individuals, and I presume you know who they are, who have kept themselves in control of this center for a long time. Now, these people have had time limits on their positions, 3 years, but some of them have been there for 20 years. How is that so? They simply reelected themselves year after year. Now, meanwhile, hundreds of parents have forked out $4,000 a year per kid per year. If you multiply that times 100 junior rowers, for example, that adds up to a lot of money. What do they want? I'll tell you what they want. They want a totally new board that can account for and can responsibly manage that kind of money. These are not small dollars. But I know it's not fair of me or any of us to complain to you and not provide some solution. So let me give you one. My suggestion to you is that, 1, do your investigation to satisfy your own curiosity about what's been going on and to satisfy yourselves that you have heard the truth from a whole lot of people. Secondly, then, as you are the leaseor of the facility and have an obligation
Please continue. Jude, are you almost finished?
To people who depend upon you, because it's your beach. North Star Beach belongs to the city, and it has been badly damaged by this board. Finally, if you choose, appoint a board, whomever you like, to take over the membership, the leadership of the Newport Aquatic Center, of whom I hope you are proud, for a specific period of time when a member-elected board can choose itself. They can choose their own leadership, and they can straighten this thing out, both physical and employment mess. They can do that.
Okay, can you wrap it up, please?
It's not that complicated.
Okay.
It's not that complicated, and I wish you well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grant. Any other speakers?
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I also appreciate hearing about trees, and I had a comment I wanted to make about study sessions in general, and the idea that, at least for me, sometimes apparently they're a little bit misleading. If you recall your last study session that you had in January, we had a presentation that was entitled Adapting to Sea Level Rise and Flooding. And the bottom line I came away with from that study session was, because FEMA had declared some of the other beaches, not North Star, the beaches in West Newport, to be in a wave hazard area, that the public could expect a change in the character of those beachfront homes, because as they were rebuilt, they were going to have to be elevated up on stilts. I thought that was what we heard at the study session. We saw pictures from the 1930s when the houses there actually were built that way. We saw pictures of a storm in 1939 when some of those houses on stilts got knocked over by waves and wind. We saw pictures from 1967 when there was huge beach erosion and houses not on stilts almost caved in. So I was surprised to see this coming Thursday, the zoning administrator has 4 or 5 applications for coastal development permits for houses that are exactly in that area, ocean facing, and they're not for houses on stilts. And it seems all one has to do is present a report saying that FEMA is wrong and there actually is no danger of waves, and not only no danger right now, but there won't be any danger for the next 75 years, and no danger even if the ocean goes up. So you're introducing an ordinance tonight that was in response to the study session, seemed to be saying, I thought that, but apparently it's not saying that. So I found that strange and a little bit misleading. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do you want to clarify what we did, or Mr. Georges, if you want to clarify what we did 2 weeks ago, please?
Just for clarification, the action tonight on the ordinance is primarily to accommodate the new maps. There'll be an initiation of an LCP amendment and another item that's coming back to you that deals with the more specifics as far as what was presented at the last meeting. But I'll turn it over to Simone if he has any comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The item before the zoning administrator are properties in the flood zone, but the flood zone maps are not effective yet. They're not effective until March. So the applicant understands they're in a flood zone. They've done additional analysis to tell us that FEMA's analysis was ultra conservative, and we realize that. So we feel comfortable with going ahead and putting this in front of the zoning administrator for consideration. But all said and done, the maps are not effective until March.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comments? Please come forward. Seeing none. Okay.
Mayor Dixon,
I
just want to very briefly qualify my statement I made earlier on study sessions and the integrated pest policy coming back for study session. Looking, I think on my calendar with just the workload, we're looking at probably the second meeting in March, not the first study session on that.
I think that's perfectly acceptable. So thank you for clarifying that. All right, Mr. Harp, do you want to read the closed session? We'll proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Dixon. There are a couple recusals, and I'll ask people to make those after I read the announcement. City Council will adjourn to closed session to discuss items 4A through D, including meeting with the City Manager, Grace Leong, Assistant City Manager Carol Jacobs, and Human Resources Director Barbara Salvini to discuss labor negotiations with those unions that are listed under agenda item number 4A. The council will also meet with legal counsel to discuss whether to initiate litigation in regards to one matter and to discuss the existing litigation with Mari Friedson versus the City of Newport Beach. And finally, the City Council will meet for real property negotiations with our property negotiators is the City Manager Simone Georges and Lauren Whitlinger, to provide them direction regarding negotiations with Seymour Beeks property, which is located at 406, 408, and 410 South Bayfront. And I think there's a recusal on the council. Ms. Brenner?
Mayor Dixon, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from closed session item 4B based on the potential effect of the item on a family member.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Herdman?
No, I just withdrew it.
Oh, so you're not...
I'll do my recusal later on the consent calendar.
Okay, very good. All right.
Mayor Dixon, I just want to note that I also on item 4B, out of abundance of caution, will be recusing myself based on potential impact on my personal finances.
All right, very good. We are recessed until 7 p.m. Didn't I already do that?
Yeah, but what he's saying is let him.
All right. Okay, good point.
But I'll make the motion as part of the consent calendar.
But I'll say it again, too. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order of the Newport Beach City Council, February 12th, 2019. Madam Clerk, please roll call.
The record will reflect that Councilmember Duffield has an excused absence, and he also had an excused absence during study session.
That's correct. Mr. Harp, is there a closed session report, please?
I have a brief statement related to the Newport Aquatic Center. As the owner and lessor of the property where the Newport Aquatic Center is located, the city is very concerned about the allegations that have been raised regarding the management of the Newport Aquatic Center. Although it's not a city-operated program, maximizing the opportunities for recreational activities at this property is critical, and the city takes its duty to protect this valuable resource seriously. The city has heard the concerns raised by members of the community and will be contacting the board of directors of the Newport Aquatic Center to discuss each of these concerns and the terms of the ground lease. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have our invocation, Pastor Phil Eyskens, Lighthouse of Costa Mesa Church of the Nazarene, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Avery.
Madam Mayor Dixon, esteemed City Council, I always consider it a privilege to stand in these chambers and offer an invocation to Almighty God on behalf of the great city of Newport Beach. John Adams, our second president and one of our founding fathers, he made this statement. He said, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." I kind of think what he was saying is that when those folks came over from England, they already had embedded their hearts a strong sense of right and wrong. As pastor of a book that guides me and undoubtedly guided many of our founding fathers, it says this: "Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of a good report, if there be any virtue, if there be any praise, think on these things." Shall we pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful to have this opportunity to invoke your blessings upon this city council. God, that you would guide their decisions and give them wisdom. The Bible says that God gives wisdom to those who ask. So, Father, we pray for all of these members, and we pray for their families, and we just pray that you would guide the thoughts and intentions of all of the leaders of this great city. And we pray these things in the name above all names. And everybody said, amen.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America.
We'll have city council announcements on new items council members would like to be introduced for future agendas, and oral reports from city council on committee activities. I'll start with Mr. Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a Newport Heights neighborhood meeting scheduled for next week to review the outcomes from our traffic study and to also just work with concerned residents on various issues of crime and neighborhood safety. But next week is also what the school district calls President's Recess, or what is more known as Ski Week. And so next week is not going to work out for our meeting and for many folks, so we don't want to miss their input. And so the meeting is rescheduled until Wednesday, March 6th at 6 p.m. at Newport Theater Arts Center, which is next to John Wayne Park. And I certainly encourage everybody that has an interest in those topics in the Heights and West Cliff areas, or even just in general in the city, anywhere in the city, you're welcome to come. So please note that March 6th, 6 p.m. at the Newport Arts Center, which is a great theater setting for a meeting like that. I really don't have much else except one of the great things about being on council, and I know my fellow council members would agree, is just making new friends. It's you're talking to people all the time, and things come up. So Councilman O'Neill and I are both involved with the mentoring program at Newport Harbor High. I think you've heard us talk about it before. but it brings us a lot of rewards. And so my mentee this year has been Landon Searcy, and I took him out for his first sail on Newport Harbor. He's 17 years old. Sunday, and we avoided the rain by just a little bit. We got really lucky. And so we were between fronts there. And he's a wonderful young man. And recently I went to his Eagle Scout ceremony, and he did great. And it's just the program is absolutely exceptional, and they're always looking for more mentors. So I encourage anyone interested for helping a young man or woman, at least spending some time together and developing a friendship. That's a great program through the high school. And I met my new best friend about 5 days ago, and that's Steve Smith there, and he just had his 100th birthday. And the mayor was kind enough to do a proclamation for Steve, and he's lived in Newport Heights in the same house for 73 years. And he was married to his wife for 72 years. She passed away a few years ago. And he is sharp as a tack and gets around just fine. He gave up his car, and he has an electric tricycle that, and maybe some of you have seen him, because he's also had a library card from Newport Beach Public Library since 1928. So he moved to Newport when he was in 1905, so he was 6. In 1928, he's 9 or 10. And he would make his way down to the Balboa branch, I guess, and check out some books. So he reads now, at age 100, he told me, 16 books a week. And I asked him, well, how do you get to a library? He says, well, I take my electric tricycle, and I go through Newport Heights to Dover. I drop down Dover, and I go across the bridge, and then I go up Bayside Drive and make a left at Marguerite. And so he's just an extraordinary guy, and he had a wonderful history here in Newport Beach. His father and brother had Smith Brothers Boat Works on the Balboa Peninsula, and the property, they lost their lease in 1937, so it could be turned into the fun zone.
Oh, my.
And in 1937, he also met his wife at the Rendezvous Ballroom, dancing to jazz. So just a wonderful guy. He had a great career with Newport Balboa Savings. The building is still there, and it's been completely redone there in Lido Village. And he also was worked for the Irvine Company, had a very good career with the Irvine Company as a lease negotiator. So just kind of a wonderful bookends of lives, and to meet these two is just because I've been on council, and I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you.
That's a wonderful story. Mr. Muldoon?
Thank you. Yes, just for future agenda. I know I referenced it at the Planning Commission or the planning meeting, but it was to look into alternative options for pesticides at city-owned facilities and parks. And I'd like staff to reach out to Irvine, Costa, Mesa, Huntington Beach to see what they did for their pilot programs.
Yeah, Councilmember Muldoon, we're planning on coming back in March to have the study session, so we could include those as topics of discussion as part of that, if that would work. Yeah, okay.
That's it? Okay. Ms. Brenner?
Oops. Thank you. We have a session at Grand Held Park at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening about the redesign of the park there. It's a community meeting open to everyone because there are going to be extensive renovations there and improvements. And so anyone that's interested in the Grand Held Park site, we'd love to have you attend that. It's also the night of our general plan update committee meeting, and so I won't be able to attend, but I know we've got several members of the Parks Commission that are going to be there that evening. And as far as my activities over the last couple of weeks, I attended a 3-day session with the League of Cities at the Irvine Marriott, and it was training for newly elected officials. And one of the things that we talked about extensively are state mandates and the governor's budget, things that are coming down from the state that we have to work around. And I think that's going to be a continuing theme of things that we need to work with the state government on. And our representative Assemblywoman Cotty Petrie Norris has been working with us, and we've been talking to her about ways that we feel like she can represent us well at the state level. So that was a continuing theme. I also attended after that an Associated California Cities meeting on energy, environment, and water, and I've asked to be added to that committee. That's a group that meets here in Orange County and specifically cities around our county working on those topics. I did an orientation that same day with the toll road agencies because I'm Will's alternate on that. That was very interesting. February 2nd, we had our goal-setting session, and after that, several of us went to lunch with Congressman Ruda, and he's meeting with elected officials all over his area and wants to work with us on anything that he can. And fortunately, we're very willing to work with him on the airport specifically. So that was enlightening and helpful. I regularly meet with the executive board of the Corona Del Mar Residents Association as a past president, and that's a group that really is very representative in my district, and a lot of things that come up to me, I will refer to that group and ask people to go. For instance, the new tattoo parlor that wants to open in Corona Del Mar, I've suggested that they go to the Corona Del Mar Residents Association and see if they can work with the community a little bit to get some feedback from them as to what their concerns are. So that's a group that I meet with regularly. And that's all I can really talk about right now. I'm a little busy with all of the orientations and meeting with all the departments heads. The one that I do need to talk about is I did a tour of our utility yard with Mark Vukoyevich, and we just have such an amazing city staff, and they are working so hard and do such a wonderful job of maintaining our city. It's really inspirational. I wish you all could have been with me for that. That was really fascinating. That's it.
Very good. Mr. Herdman.
Thank you, Mayor. Up on the screen is a picture of Pelican Hill magazine. And in it, first of all, I have to state that I have to qualify this by stating I'm a real champion of the arts in our city. In it is an article that was written by Arlene Greer, our Arts Commission chair, and the article talks about and features our sculpture garden. So if you have a chance to get a hold of this magazine and read a one-page, really outstanding article on what's being accomplished up there and being accomplished by Arlene and our Arts Commission, please do so. Let me tie this into the fact that Arlene and I also met a week ago Friday. We met with our new Assemblywoman, Cotty Petrie Norris, here at City Hall. She's looking for ways to bring funds back into cities, and we encouraged her to consider funding for our sculpture garden, future funding for our sculpture garden, in fact, 5 years into the future. So we put that request into her. Other things that I've done, my wife and I attended the Newport Beach Chamber Holiday Boat Parade and Ring of Lights Winners Auction Dinner. Just another outstanding event produced by our Chamber of Commerce. I live on Balboa Island, so I'm working with island leadership and staff here at the city on replacing what is, if anything I understand, is 100 years old or older. It's considered ancient. So we'll call our infrastructure on the island ancient because some of it is approaching 100 years old, and we're laying plans for the replacement of some of that infrastructure. I attended and represented the city at a Salvation Army ribbon cutting ceremony on a permanent homeless facility that they have built on their property in Tustin Ranch. That was a real pleasure to attend, and although right now the facility is temporary, they are building a new permanent facility on their property. I'm chairman of the Water Quality Tidelands Committee, so we had our regular meeting this month. We're making a dent. We're going to start making a dent into the use of disposable disposable forks, spoons, napkins, straws, that type of thing. Starting to take a look at city ordinances on that type of thing. Want to thank Speak Up Newport, and I know our mayor certainly will probably do this too, for another outstanding mayor's dinner, and to our mayor, congratulations on an outstanding job. And then finally, last Friday night, I don't know if you know about this, but Tim Tebow sponsors what's called a Night to Shine, and he does this not only in our country but internationally. And because I made arrangements for police and paramedic coverage at this event, my wife and I received an invitation to attend. It was at our church, coincidentally, St. Andrew's Church, and it's a prom night for kids who are handicapped and will probably never get to experience something like that. And last Friday night was just spectacular at St. Andrew's Church, and what an event for the kids. There was red carpet and paparazzi and limousines and formals and ladies having makeup and their hair done, and guys being put in tuxedos, and then dancing, and it was just a terrific night for these handicapped people. And that's it.
That's a wonderful story. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. So congratulations to the Newport Beach Foundation. They just completed their first inaugural class for civic education. I know the mayor spoke at the first night and then was able to hand out proclamations at the last night, and I appreciate their letting me come in and speak. I also attended the point in time count, which if you had seen any references to point in time counts, it's the goal is to get an accurate count of the folks who are homeless in our community and all over Orange County, frankly. And it was very educational, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that. I was able to speak on behalf of the city at the Christmas Boat Parade Awards. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much to the Chamber for hosting another great event. The Chamber also hosted Grace's inaugural Wake Up Newport, which I thought she did a great job at. Yeah. And then we also had Newport Beach Restaurant Week. I hope you were able to participate. No doubt you'll be participating in 2 nights for Valentine's Day, or at least I hope. And then congratulations to the Newport Beach Fire Department for their pinning ceremony. Local legend Ron Schwartz, owner of Muldoon's, his daughter is now a judge, and he hosted a phenomenal reception for newly minted Judge Colliver. So congratulations. 2 last items. One, the Government Finance Officers Association had a annual meeting in Newport Beach this week, and I got to speak with Lori Donchak about the council member's perspective on financial policies. Man, I feel like some people fell asleep just listening to that item, but it was great. It was a lot of fun. So I want to say thank you very much to the GFOA for inviting me. And then this last item is up on the screen. Lifeguard tryouts. Sunday morning, we had lifeguard tryouts. You remember Sunday morning? It was really cold and rainy. And we still had, of course, because they need to save lives in that kind of weather, they had their tryouts. And I'll tell you, you can see them all down in the green caps down here. It was really cold, but they got out, they swam, and they what was it, 1,000 meters? It was impressive. I mean, it was just amazing. So it's a lot of fun to see all these folks who are trying out to be the future heroes of our city. So congratulations to everyone who's gone through these tryouts, and thank you very much for the invitation to the lifeguards and fire department.
Thank you. Yes, that was a fun thing to watch and support. Okay, I have a few announcements. I'm going to get some slides coming up here. We've been talking, Councilmember Brenner mentioned the General Plan Update Community Meeting, which is tomorrow night at Marina Park at 6 o'clock p.m. And this is the beginning of our public launch, the first community meeting where there will be members of the steering committee. The steering committee will be there, staff will be there, and the community will be there. And we will be listening to the community in terms of in public comment, whatever they want to say in terms of how we want to, how they would like to see the general plan process proceed. So this is a time the first of probably 50 meetings, but this is just the introductory meeting. So we'll outline the process, staff will outline the process as we go forward. The second item is a great thing to update us all that our city website, and there's the Mayor Pro Tem. That's not a good picture. The website has been updated. The city's IT staff has developed an easy way for you to tune into live city council meetings or to watch it later. A link to the live feed is now available on the city's website calendar, which is the home page, and you just click on the calendar, month at a glance, for the meeting. Click on the meeting. Where's Tara? Is Tara back there? Tell me if I'm not saying all this right, because this is exactly logically how it should happen. I'm so pleased. It is the live feed to NBTV, the city's government channel, and in the morning, tomorrow morning, the link will be switched over to the recording of the meeting. So it goes from live to obviously recorded. So visit newportbeachca.gov/city calendar and click on the link for the February 12th City Council meeting to watch the video. So Tara, if you don't mind me asking you a question. So for example, we also tape our Planning Commission meetings. Is that going to be also available by clicking on the calendar? Yes, it will be. Great. A demo. So this is just a work in progress. So this is a great improvement, and I know staff and Tara's operation and IT staff are working on other ways to enhance the user friendliness and just the use of video in our website. Is that correct?
That is the goal per the mayor's request, and we had the NBTV item, how to make the videos easier to reach. So this was the first step. If they go to the calendar item, the meeting will play right away. Right. And then we'll do the same thing for Planning Commission now that we know this works.
That's great.
And we're also going to move to a way to show our videos more easily through the website.
Great. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. First of a few announcements. So last week, this is an update. We've had some comments today, this evening, about our infrastructure and our utilities. Here's a little plug, a little PR plug for our utilities department. Last week, while performing routine sewer maintenance on the cable TV and hydro jetting, the utilities department found a failed segment of sewer pipe on Clubhouse Drive in the Finley Track on the peninsula. City crews quickly moved into action, setting up an emergency pump system to prevent a sewer overflow and notified the surrounding neighbors. Then city crews and a specialty contractor set up a dewatering system to excavate and repair the sewer. As they were excavating, they found a sinkhole. It gets worse. It's one of these things that doesn't get better before it gets worse before it gets better. They found a sinkhole below the pavement, and finding this prevented another neighborhood catastrophe, thankfully. The repair was more complicated than originally thought and took longer than expected, and crews worked late nights until the repair was completed. All the while, the city kept updating the neighbors with their progress and difficulties. And I have to say, I did not receive a single email or telephone call because you communicated with the neighbors so diligently. I visited the neighborhood yesterday, I guess there I am, as the city utility crews, and these are our employees, were preparing for the roadway repaving. It's great to see them in action, and I especially liked how they worked to provide the neighborhood access around their work area. And they had to park, because Finley Track is just barely an alley wide, and they had to park the construction trucks in neighbors' driveways, and the neighbors had to leave, as they would normally do. And so city crew, everybody worked together cooperatively, the neighbors and city crew, so thank you. And as we've talked a lot, and we talked about this at our planning meeting on February 2nd, about capital infrastructure improvements. And what our city, your city, does so well is repair, maintain, and replace when needed. And this is an example of something that hadn't broken yet, but you were doing routine checking, routine maintenance, and you fixed it before it was a bigger problem and sewage going everywhere. So once again, thank you, our utilities department, and thank you for the great crew and working long hours to fix that particular problem. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I update you on just one more situation?
Oh, yes, we do have an update.
So this afternoon, we also had another water main break up on Jamboree between Bayside and Coast Highway, and our crews are out there today, right now, and we'll be working through the evening on this. It's one of our major water lines, and it's a huge hole, and we're still assessing the condition of the pipe, but it appears that a piece of the steel from the pipe blew off and broke off. And so this is just a picture from 30 minutes ago. that I had the crews send over to me too. And so we're going to be working into the evening to get this resolved. Northbound Jamboree from Bayside to Coast Highway will be closed tonight and tomorrow. So, and we've sent out notices mainly to Balboa Island to please use Bayside and drive around the work area until we get this fixed and resolved.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your prompt response, and thanks to the residents of Balboa Island for their patience. Is this one of the ancient pipes? I have them too in my district, so I'm glad we have a crackerjack team to get them fixed. A couple updates on where I've been for the last couple of weeks. I think I mentioned this at the February 2nd planning meeting. I'd been in Washington, D.C. for 2 meetings, one with the League of not the League of California, the National League of Mayors, National Conference of Mayors, which was a great experience, particularly in the small city breakout sessions. Learned a lot about electric scooter management. The city of Santa Monica is about 2 years ahead of us, and they've got lots of good best lessons learned. I, too, attended the Newport Beach Foundation and Distinguished Citizens graduation the same night. Well, first I attended the CERT annual banquet to give thanks to our Citizens Emergency Response Team. Then I scooted over to the Newport Beach Foundation and presented the Distinguished Citizens graduation commendation. We had our planning session, as talked about, on February 2nd, and Councilmember Brenner was talking about the meeting with Congressman Ruda, which my Washington meetings, and then subsequently he's had meetings here in Newport Beach, been very positive on 2 key issues, to keep it simple with our elected representatives: airport issues and dredging. And I subsequently heard from Chris Miller, I don't know if he's in the audience, that our follow-up with Congressman Ruda on dredging issues, he's on top of it. So we'll see where that goes. We need about $23 million from the Army Corps of Engineers. We hope we see that soon. February 4th, I had a town hall to update all residents. While I'm mayor and I have town halls, everybody's invited to attend my town halls. So for people who were unable to attend the mayor's dinner, and thanks again to Speak Up Newport for a wonderful, wonderful evening of honoring all of us. I am going around to organizations as I've invited to give them an update of state of our wonderful city. So this morning I met with a group called the Coasters, wonderful group of people who've been meeting together for about 50 years. I think they're originally from Balboa Island. You're probably familiar with them, Jeff. Wonderful people. And so gave them kind of my shorthand version of the state of the city, and they were very pleased. So let me think, February 7th, and tomorrow we talked about the Marina Park community meeting on general plan. And that is it. I want to refer back to Councilmember Herdman. You had one other point you wanted to make.
Point. I just want to request a future agenda item. When I was first elected and Councilman Muldoon was mayor, he appointed a subcommittee of the council to deal with election reform, and we never met. So I'm requesting that this be a future agenda item and hopefully a reformation of that subcommittee to look at this topic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Very good. All right. Any other comments? Did I miss? All right. So now we'll have public comments on the items council members mentioned on announcements and oral reports. Any public comments on these items, please? Specifically to what the council just spoke on. Any comments?
I have a clarification question. My name is Pat Rolfus. So is that part of the closed session? Can we comment on the closed session?
In public comments later in the meeting, but Mr. Harp, can they comment on that?
Clarification?
Yeah, that'd be an appropriate time to make comments.
In the public comment section later on in the meeting. Yes. All right. And we've already heard from matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda. Does anybody else have any item? Mr. Herdman, we need 3 council members to bring back an item for one of Mr. Herdman's proposed agenda items, increasing buildable square footage for cottage within the city to discourage tearing them down. Did I say that right? Okay. All right. All in favor of bringing that back for discussion on an agenda, future agenda? All right. And then This item related to the Newport Aquatic Center. Councilmember Brenner had proposed that for a future agenda item. Ms. Brenner, do you want to comment on this?
I'd like to take that off the request for a future agenda item because it's being addressed through the actions of the closed session.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 13. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council will request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Council members, any items to pull from consent? Mr. Avery.
No, I just have recusals.
Mr. Muldoon?
Sorry.
Oh, what's your recusal on?
Items 3 and 4 because of real property interest. Thank you.
I think city staff's going to ask that item number 3 be pulled just because there's so many conflicts. We're actually going to have to draw cards to see who can requalify.
Oh, so we're not doing that this evening at all?
So put it on items removed from the consent calendar because it'll take a little bit more time.
Oh, I see.
Item number 3.
Okay. All right. Mr. Muldoon.
So I'll abstain on item 1 because I was not at the last council meeting for the regular meeting minutes. And then on items 2, 9, and 10, I'm going to recuse myself for business-related reasons, as my company sells internet and wireless services, and we're also starting to sell insurance now, which is one reference that we made. And I have a...
Just real quickly, I believe it was item number 3, not item number 2.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Yes, it is item number 3. And number 9 recusal stems from my real property interest in the property. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brenner.
I'm asking to abstain on resolution number 5 regarding the memorandum of understanding with the Police Management Association because I was not part of the negotiations.
All right, Mr. Herdman.
I also have to recuse myself from number 3, but I believe our city attorney's already covered that. And I would like to pull number 13.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll note a recusal on number 9 due to a interest in the Pacific or a membership in the Pacific Club. And then just so everyone knows, item number 16 has been moved. Item number 16 being the Bayshore Drive Newport Marina issue on the appeal of Harbor Commission's decision. Item number 16 was moved to the consent calendar with a staff recommendation of continuing the item. So if you're here for that particular item, just understand that we're moving it into consent with a staff recommendation of it being continued.
And just briefly, that'll still be a public hearing when it comes back, even though it's being moved to consent.
And I have no items to pull.
Okay, this is going to take a little while, so give me a second.
Just real quick, we have one other additional change. In regards to item number 9, which is the Uptown Newport Facilities Relocation Acquisition Agreement, we got some updated information today from Southern California Edison where they modified the initial cost estimate to $1,093,000. And that has a change then to the remaining balance of $749,000. So we asked you to incorporate that into your motion on those changes.
Okay. I move balance of staff recommendation with number 1 showing an abstention from Councilmember Muldoon, number 3 being pulled to determine recusal issue, number 4 showing a recusal from Councilmember Avery, number 5 showing an abstention from Councilmember Brenner, number 9 showing recusals from Councilmember Muldoon and Councilmember O'Neill with staff's modification, number 10 showing a recusal from Councilmember Muldoon, number 13 being pulled by Councilmember Herdman, And number 16, modified for staff recommendation of a continuance of the item.
All right. Does someone want to make a motion?
Oh, I'll second the motion.
Okay. Let's vote.
Public
comment. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. I always miss that. Public comment on items on the consent calendar, except for those items removed. Any comments? Seeing none, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for item 4, ordinance number 2018-14, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach, amending Title 20 of Newport Beach Municipal Code and adopting zoning code amendment number CA 2018-003 to implement revisions to state law related to accessory dwelling units. Ordinance number 2019-1, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach, amending Title 21 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code and adopting local coastal program. Amendment number LC 2017-003 is modified by the California Coastal Commission, accepting their suggested modifications, implementing new state law requirements related to accessory dwelling units. The motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
All right, let's move to the pulled item, number 13, confirmation of appointments to the General Plan Update Steering Committee. Oh, number 3? What? I apologize.
It's just so briefly, on agenda item number 3, Councilmember Duffield, Councilmember Herdman, Councilmember Avery, and Councilmember Muldoon all have conflicts on it. So we're going to need to requalify somebody to hear this item. The way we'll do that is by drawing a card. I have 3 cards, 1 ace, and then 2 other cards. And so whoever gets the ace will be requalified for the item. So I'll go ahead and do that now.
Also, I just need to announce I'm recusing myself from this item due to real property interests.
I'm nervous. Go fish.
All right, so we'll do number 3.
Yeah, they just need to
Recuse. Yeah, that's the point. All right. Introduction of an ordinance amending Newport Beach Municipal Code regarding the floodplain management. So,
It's still a consent calendar item, so I
so
think
there's no staff report, obviously. All right, so any comments, any public comments? Seeing none, we'll come back. Any comments up here? Seeing none?
I move staff recommendation.
Second.
Ms. Brenner? All right, let's vote.
And while you're voting, I'll just note for the record that Councilmember Muldoon was requalified, so that means he'll be able to sit on this matter through its conclusion.
Okay.
And prior to reading the vote, I need to read the ordinance number 2019-2, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, California, amending Section 1505.090 of Chapter 15.05, adding a section to Chapter 15.50, and amending certain sections of Chapter 15.50 of Title 15 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code related to floodplain management.
Okay,
The motion carries unanimously.
You may return. All right, let's now do item number 13. Mr. Herdman, you pulled the item.
Yeah, thank you. I've pulled this item just to make a few comments that I feel are necessary in order to get this process off to a good start. And the process I'm talking about is our general plan update. I will support the recommended members of the steering committee that are recommended tonight. This first year is a look and learn year. The recommended members of the steering committee have the time, the desire, the willingness to do this looking and learning. They're not charged with any decision-making responsibility as it relates to the content of what eventually will be our updated general plan. I will hope and expect, however, that when the larger general plan working committee is formed, members of this committee will represent a broad spectrum of our city, individuals who would come to us with the talent and skills necessary to get this job done. Perhaps people completely new to the volunteer scene in the city of Newport Beach. There's a great deal of talent out there, and it will be my expectation that we will tap upon it and utilize it in updating our general plan. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Ms. Brenner.
I'd also like to talk about the process a little bit. I was on the ad hoc committee that selected these members, and I wanted to remark about the quality of the applicants, of the people that we had apply for this. I believe we had 34 or
35.
more,
Mm-hmm.
35. And the quality, the expertise, the passion of the number of people that wrote up their applications for us was remarkable. We had geologists, we had statisticians, we had city planners, we had people who have worked on general plan updates in other cities, we had former members of the SEC, we had just a remarkable group of people here. And I added up all the years that they've lived in Newport Beach, and there was close to 3,000 years of living in our city, but there were also some with as little as 3.5 years that had lived in the city, and those were also very interesting and very enticing. I was really excited to see some of the expertise that the younger people have, and I had hoped that we had a little bit more diverse group with people that were new faces and not people that we had seen over and over again. But the way it worked out, we have people that have such a wealth of experience in our city. They're not people that we all have agreed with at all times, but I've talked with each and every one of them. I feel certain that there have been a great deal of lessons learned through the process we've all gone through the fact that Measure Y was defeated, the fact that the museum house was overturned. There are a lot of people who've learned a lot of really valuable lessons in our community, but I feel certain they are all good people. And I've spoken with them, and we've talked about the fact that none of us want to go through this process and have it be rejected by the public when we vote on our general plan update. It's in their best interest, and it's in our best interest for them to listen to us and to really put together, choose a consultant, first of all. That was the first thing that we were looking for in this group. And this group has expertise in choosing and managing consultants. And that was one of the things I was most certain that I wanted on this committee. So I feel like these people, we've had a divided community for so long, and it's easy to assume that people are on one side or the other. But I've been assured by these people that they are all going to look at what's best for our community. And we've got Nancy Gardner, who's leading this, is just one of the premier citizens in our community. And she's a fair-minded person who really looks at all sides and wants to get the job done. So I think that we have chosen a group of people that are really going to do a great job for our city. And I've been assured by my fellow ad hoc committee members that the majority of the people that sent their applications in for this will be top contenders for serving on the bigger committee. So I feel positive about this process moving forward.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Brenner, and those are beautiful words, and as well for you, Mr. Herdman. Thank you for your comments. This indeed is a new day for the city of Newport Beach as we begin the process of planning for our future. And let me assure you all that the appointment, selection, and ensuing work of the General Plan Steering Committee is and will be open and transparent. Let me assure you also that the Steering Committee's work is neither political nor tied to any past, present, or future political issues. In fact, one's prior involvement in any local political issue is not germane to this process. There is no exclusion of a profession or area of expertise or point of view, including land use. This is an inclusive group of community volunteers. And the steering committee has, as has been noted very articulately, has specified duties which are entirely process-driven. This first phase is steering committee process. Number one, to organize the request for proposal, RFP process, for the general plan consultant. And number two, to launch the listen and learn process with all of you, with our community. These are important startup functions for which the nominated individuals bring specific expertise. This phase is not content-driven. The content phase, the drafting of our general plan, will begin after the listen and learn phase, and the General Plan Advisory Committee, which has just been referred to, will be appointed later this year, and there'll be an application process well communicated, and we want a highly diverse age, profession, capabilities, residency, diverse group of our population to lead the content development and drafting of our new general plan. That is one of the most exciting parts of what's going to happen, is bringing all of these talented residents together to think about and plan for our future. And the steering committee, just so you know, will be sunsetting. That was part of the original definition of the plan, to sunset after the phase one work is completed. And let me just summarize, as Councilmember Brenner just had mentioned, the steering committee is indeed an outstanding group of community leaders and professionals in their respective fields with planning process expertise. Collectively, they have served our community with distinction in public leadership capacities over the past decades. They know this city, and they care deeply about its future, and in particular, this general plan update process. They understand the planning process, and I am grateful for their willingness to serve our community once again. The makeup of the committee, just for your information, includes, very briefly, 2 former mayors and council members with a collective 19 years of council service between the two of them, and several more years of public service to Newport Beach prior to their council service. 1 member of the Library Board of Trustees, a former chair of the Newport Beach Charter Update Committee and Citizen of the Year. 1 former Planning Commissioner chair, member of the Charter Update Committee and a current member of the Finance Committee, and 1 president of the community's largest residents association. The steering committee is not pro-growth, no growth, or specific growth point of view. The members are pro-city of Newport Beach, who respect our past and care deeply about our future. And just to restate so everyone is clear, the General Plan Advisory Committee, which will be known as GPAC, will be formed later this year and will be comprised of community members representing the entire community. There will be an open application process, and the applications, the 30-some applications submitted for the steering committee, will continue to be active. Isn't that right, Madam Clerk? They'll continue to be active.
Correct. For 2 years.
Yes. So they will be actively considered. And that group the council will determine, I say 25 or 30 members to be determined, but it will be a large group on the committee, allowing representation by a broad cross-section of the community. I wish to thank Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill and Councilmember Brenner for serving on the selection committee. And incidentally, I do want to say I did consider amending the number of members serving on the steering committee, because there's certainly a lot of community interest. And I did learn from the city clerk today that the council would have needed to vote to reconsider our prior resolution. And the repeal process would delay the beginning of the process that we're beginning tomorrow, and it would delay our startup process by at least a month. So that may we begin our community meeting tomorrow evening on our general plan update. We'll proceed as scheduled. I just want to thank the community for your passionate interest. It makes for a better community, and appreciate the support of the council as we move forward and we launch this very, very important, the most important work that we'll be doing as council members begins now. So with that, I guess we open it up to public comment, please. Item number 13.
Good evening. My name is Susan Skinner. Tonight you will finalize the appointments to the General Plan Steering Committee. You are preparing to appoint Ed Sellich and Larry Tucker to this committee, and I'm here to ask you tonight not to do so. While Mr. Sellich and Mr. Tucker are both competent and knowledgeable about city issues, both have a history that makes them unsuitable for a general plan committee, because both have taken actions that undermine our trust And the general plan update will only be successful if trust is reinforced rather than reduced. If the general plan update adds additional development, as I expect it will, the land use element of the general plan will require a vote of the people to be implemented. After the Measure Y debacle in 2014, this is likely to be a difficult task, as I believe many residents still remember the duplicitous way that the city presented the last general plan. Recall that 69% of the residents voted no on Measure Y after it became widely known that the promise of improving traffic and density was a false promise. Because of this, it is extremely important that anyone who works on the general plan be seen as fair and unbiased. Many people, myself included, have a deep skepticism that this process will proceed in a transparent manner. My multiple requests to the council to commit that the ballot description of this general plan will delineate all added growth have been ignored, subsequently raising my concerns that another end run around the voters is imminent. If enough of us feel that the process is flawed or weighted against us, the general plan will fail again at the ballot box. In this context, the appointment of Ed Selich, and to a lesser degree, Larry Tucker, are incomprehensible. I cannot imagine how you could subvert this process any more effectively than by appointing these two men. Both Mr. Selich and Mr. Tucker were instrumental in preparing the 2014 general plan and were front and center in repeating the mantra that it would reduce traffic and density. Both knew full well that the 2014 general plan would have added huge new entitlements, and both worked to obfuscate this fact. To my knowledge, neither man has ever acknowledged that the voters knew exactly what they wanted. Character matters in this world. This is the 2016 Museum House referendum petition. When Mr. Selich very purposefully added 3,700 pages to this petition, he undermined both our democracy and the very people he had sworn to serve. It was the most unethical political action I have ever witnessed. To include Mr. Selich on the steering committee is an absolute slap in the face to those of us who are hoping for a process that we could support. You have a choice tonight. You can build trust or you can undermine it. I'm asking you to build trust by appointing different representatives to the General Plan Steering Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Linda Watkins, and I was here in December when you said that there was going to be a time of reconciliation. It was a time for reconciliation, I believe is exactly the words that you used. I was here in January at the council meeting, in which I stood up and talked about principles of science, which said something called initial conditions. How you start determines how it ends. And I was here several years ago when the decision was made to add the 3,700 pages to the petition. And I, for one, cannot even fathom why you would consider the people that you put on this committee. I just can't. I got an email this morning from a friend of mine who lives in Newport but is in New Zealand, and she asked me, why would they do that? And I had to say, your guess is as good as mine. So in the spirit of reconciliation, I don't know why you would offend a good portion of the city residents, but I would like you to reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Lorenz, and I've lived in Newport Beach for 40 years. It is very disappointing that the new council's first opportunity to be more transparent and more democratic, that you have appointed 3 members of the steering committee who do not represent the majority views of the public. They promoted Measure Y, which was defeated resoundingly by the voters of Newport Beach. You have the perfect opportunity to balance out the committee by appointing Tim Stokes. His experience with community projects and his enthusiasm and his popularity make him the perfect selection to demonstrate to the residents of Newport Beach that your desire for openness is real. It doesn't make sense to enroll a well-thought-out plan. Excuse me. Was that me? It doesn't make sense to enroll a well-thought-out procedure for updating the general plan if the components of the plan, in this case, the composition of the steering committee, are not sound. You're making a political decision instead of a popular one, and in so doing, you run the risk of jinxing the GPU from the start, particularly if the role of the steering committee is to interface with the public, lending a sympathetic ear to gather important information for the rest of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If there are other speakers, if you could please just line up, that would make time pass quickly. Thank you.
Hello, Sandra Ayers. First, I'd like to thank Councilman Avery for acknowledging our neighbor, our 100-year-old Steve Smith, and your signing of the proclamation. It was just a wonderful, wonderful day, and I hope you find him someday on his bicycle because he's just an amazing, vibrant man. I'd also like to thank all the residents that you stated that applied for being on the steering committee that would commit their time and their energies for our incredible city, and that's why we are so incredible, is because we have an amazing citizenry that's able to be part of the energy of what's going on and contribute. As a resident of the other side of the bay of Newport Heights, I take exception to and ask for a change in the makeup of the General Plan Steering Committee. I really feel there is an inadequate representation for the citizens of our area, Dover Shores, Newport Heights, Bay Shore, Lido, Peninsula. Tell me who is part of that makeup. And as a woman said, how you start has a lot of energy of how things go. Since it was stated that we do not have a timeline for this process, and the consideration that maybe we should alter the makeup of the committee, whether bring it back and reconsider. Should we have more members? Should we have 7? Should we have 9? It seems like if there's no timeline, why don't you bring it back? There's no reason we can't take an extra month. So slow down, please rethink this. Obviously, from the letters, from the people here tonight, there is concern. So maybe it's just worth a month of reconsideration to take it back. If you make the same decision, then we're going to have to trust that you really, as our representatives, think so. But that obviously there are citizens here who are really strongly saying this doesn't feel right. To dismiss the importance of the consultant selection seems very disingenuous, because that's what these people are going to be doing. They're charged with selecting, like you said, the consultant. And I think that's a very important direction, and that how this whole process is going to go. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Wait. All right. Seeing none, why don't we come back? Any comments from the Ms. Brenner, did you want to make a comment?
My comment would be, it's a question. Is it possible for us to approve this tonight and move forward and yet come back with an addendum to add 2 members? I'm not saying 1, because I know we have an odd number on there now. If we added 1, it would be an even number. Not that I think they're going to be voting and that would be a problem, but would there be a way that we could bring it back and talk about adding 2 additional members to that committee?
We'd have to put it on the agenda and agendize it. It would go through that process.
But it would not delay the process, is what I'm asking.
We would keep moving forward. We'd have to debate. We'd council action.
Right. I would like to propose that we do that. We move forward, we accept this tonight, but we move forward with an addendum to add 2 additional members.
Please, quiet. Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Let's discuss it. Mr. Herdman, your name's up. Did you?
No, it was just.
All right. Mr. Muldoon?
Thank you. So I would support that motion. We can continue to govern. We actually don't need to do A1 policy. We can direct staff to bring it back in the next council meeting with subcommittee suggesting at least one more person. I think it'd be okay to add one more person, have the mayor be the tiebreaker, as opposed to two if you accept a friendly amendment.
That would be great.
Yeah, and I think that way we can move this quickly along, find someone else that perhaps some feel brings a balance, and continue the process.
Would it be appropriate for me to make a nomination?
The subcommittee, I believe, is tasked. You are on the subcommittee, so you would be a part of that.
We would need to meet to review that.
Okay, all right.
One concern, though, the mayor's a non-voting member at this point, which is probably appropriate given that you're going to be in charge of the overall process, so you wouldn't be able to break a tie on that.
Okay. Well, then I guess we have to do two. So I'll withdraw and I'll support your motion.
And it would basically be bringing back, the formation resolution to amend it, to modify it, to add members if that's what the council's pleasure is.
In addition, if the membership is changed, we would also need to open up another application period, just so you're aware.
Whatever we need to do.
So you understood that another application period and applications, but we'll continue to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you want to make a comment?
I probably won't be available to have a subcommittee meeting before the next one. Is it okay until 2 meetings from now instead of the next one?
That would be fine.
Okay.
We've already reviewed the applicants we have. Would they remain in our applicant pool? And then we would open it up in case there were additional applicants.
Right.
So we wouldn't have that many additional ones to review.
Right.
If you think it's necessary that we have extra time, otherwise we could do it by telephone possibly if you're not available.
That's fine with me. That's fine. All right.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to do anything until you modified the resolution, so there wouldn't be a subcommittee meeting next week.
Okay.
So why don't you just explain the process that we're starting on?
So what we would do is we'd bring back an amendment to the resolution, proposal to add 2 additional members, and then as far as the process for appointing people, it would probably be the same process as it was before. So you'd have to accept additional applications, and then the subcommittee would meet and review those, and then the mayor would appoint 2 more members for consideration and confirmation by the city council. So you're looking at we were a little bit lucky on this one because we had 3 weeks between meetings, so we were able to kind of get all the applications posted and have people apply. And do that in between meetings. However, I don't think there'd be enough time to do that between meetings. So you're probably looking at a total of 3 meetings to add 2 people to it because
Please.
I'm just laying out the facts. There's just timelines. So if you open it up for a week, you guys can do whatever the council desires. But if you opened it up for a week for applications, it doesn't really give enough time to review those applications, maybe meet with the people, and bring it back at the next meeting. So you look at formation at the next, or modification at the next meeting, and then it'd probably be 2 meetings before you actually got it back for confirmation, just giving the timing.
Okay.
Whatever it takes, but as expeditiously as possible.
All right. Do we need to have public comment on this? No. All right. Do we vote?
Just to confirm the vote, so it's to basically confirm staff's recommendation and then also bring back an item to modify the formation or the documents forming the committee.
Okay, good.
The motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
All right, very good. Thank you. Public comment, Madam Clerk,
Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Pat Rolfus, and I'm here to talk about the Newport Aquatic Center. And I just wanted to have some clarification, first of all, of from the city attorney exactly what happened in closed session. It's an important issue. You guys have had a lot of opportunity to hear from a lot of founders, parents, supporters, athletes down there about a considerable amount of illegal businesses that have been run down there, hidden spy microphones that have been found, donation frauds that the kids are raising money and the money is spent elsewhere. So this is a scar on our city, on city property, and I'm hoping that council does the right thing and investigates. And so I was just wanted to have a little bit more clarification of what actually happened in closed session, if you could speak to that.
Well, the city attorney has already spoken to that. Do you want to just repeat what you said previously?
Yeah, so I can't disclose what happened in closed session. I did read a statement when I came out of closed session, and in essence, the City Council has directed city staff to contact the Newport Aquatic Center Board of Directors and to ask, to basically inquire as to all the community's concerns that have been raised. So we're going to be moving forward with that here in short order. And there's really nothing else that I'm authorized to say about it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So a clarification on the 4 illegal board members that are currently there, if those are the people you're going to be speaking to. There's 2 board members that were illegally kicked off that should be included in that inquiry. And so I think that would be important to note, that it's just not the 4 members that are there, that there's 2
So if you have
additional
specific
members that
concerns,
were
why don't you email those over to me? I'll give you my business card.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Jim Warmington Jr. I'm also here about the NAC. And while meeting with the NAC board may be your first step, I'd like to ask that you please take a deeper dive and review the evidence and investigate the NAC in more detail. There's ample evidence to support an in-depth investigation, since many of us and many members believe, most of the parents of the junior rowing program from the past believe, that there has been, that the board has been fraudulently stealing from a high school rowing program and using it for other purposes. The remaining NAC leadership they're very good at talking around the issues and misleading those who question their leadership or actions. Some people are simply gifted at hustling and misleading and obfuscating. And a superficial review will not uncover what really happened. And I'd also like to offer that if all the available evidence and the accusations are inaccurate, the board should welcome a investigation that clears their name and gets NAC back on track. Because right now it is definitely, there's multiple camps, and it is a hostile environment down there for everybody. The employees, the coaches, and it's miserable for such a great, amazing place for the community to be in such a situation. Is just horrible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Back again, Susan Skinner, and I'm here tonight to share my experience as a former Newport Aquatic Center board member and to endorse the request that the city help the NAC get through its current crisis. I was a board member for a number of years and resigned my position last summer when it became clear that it was not possible to get a negotiated settlement to resolve the lawsuit that the NAC is now embroiled in and that threatens to destroy it. When apparent financial irregularities were brought to the attention of the board, it seemed clear that the way to resolve the issue was to create total transparency regarding the NAC's financial dealings and institute new policies and controls to ensure that any financial errors that might have occurred be corrected going forward. When this did not happen, a lawsuit was filed seeking, among other things, to force this to occur. As a result, the NAC has broken into 2 camps. those who feel that the lawsuit was filed to harass NAC management, and those who feel that the lawsuit is absolutely required to bring in new transparency and financial controls. I spent many hours last summer seeking consensus for a negotiated settlement to this lawsuit, and when I could not do so, I resigned. It is obvious to me that total transparency is the only thing that will resolve this conflict. Since both sides have dug in for the long haul and the lawsuit is mired in the muck of our legal system, something needs to be done to break the logjam. The city is the landlord of the NAC and holds a powerful tool in the form of the lease agreement. I'm asking you to use that tool to bring both sides to the table and facilitate a resolution to this conflict. I believe that doing so will ultimately save the NAC. On behalf of all of the Newport Beach residents who use the NAC, I thank you for considering this option. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Tom Holtum. I live at 1430 Newport Way, Newport Beach. Caught my first fish off the Balboa Pier in 1951. My dad was one of the project managers for John McLeod of Macco Corporation in Irvine Terrace. I moved into Newport after I got my engineering degree from UCLA in 1971. I've been a full-time resident here all that time. I bought my first property in 1976. That being said, even though I became a Walt Disney Imagineer and was the sole owner's authorized representative on a $193 million expansion and the modernization of all 28 campuses in Newport Mesa School District, the city of Newport Beach considers me a criminal because I had boxes in my garage. I'm asking the next agenda meeting, an item for review of item 20-40-090, which anybody in Newport who has a garage and they don't interfere with any on-street parking is subject to fines of $100, $200, and $500 a day, and if we don't pay it, and this is my citation, administrative penalties, prosecution, and/or civil injunction may be utilized to correct the violation. I was given 3 days to move some file boxes out of my garage. There are thousands of homes in Newport Beach where one of the garage spaces is used for a home gym, bicycle storage, a shop. But this law makes all those people criminals, and it's poorly written and randomly enforced. So I'm asking for a review of this because if my use of my garage with no car on the street, how I use it is none of the concern of the public. Why am I subject to criminal penalty? So I want this review. This is a violation of Fifth Amendment. This is grabbing personal property by edict. It's like, why not claim that you must have ultrasonic toothbrushes for minimize oral problems? How about banning rectangular dining room tables so that 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds won't suffer eye injury? This is none of your business, and I want this. I'd like to meet with the city attorney and tell him how to correct this.
Mr. City Attorney, do you want to just comment on just how we can assist this gentleman after today's meeting?
Yeah, no, I think that'd be great to have an opportunity to speak to you about it. And actually, Simone is the head of the Code Enforcement Department, so it might be best to meet with him first. And if you can't resolve your concerns, then maybe we can meet. Thank you.
Well, this was corrected, but it's random. There's thousands of people with home gyms and bicycle storage, and as far as you're concerned, they can be fined up to $500 a day. This is your citation.
Okay, thank you, sir. And so both gentlemen can meet with you after the meeting. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Linnea Shields. Good evening, Mayor Diane B. Dixon, Mayor Pro Tem Will O'Neill, and residents of Newport Beach. My name is Linnea Shields, and I'm the Public Affairs Manager for SoCalGas here in Newport. SoCalGas is the largest natural gas distribution utility company in the United States, providing clean, safe, affordable, and reliable natural gas to 21.7 million customers, including the residents and businesses here in Newport. The distribution of natural gas allows for residents to heat their their homes and hot water, cook meals, and dry clothes economically and safely. The employers in your city also rely on natural gas for many industrial applications. SoCalGas has served communities in California for over 150 years and is committed to being a leader in the region's clean energy future. Additionally, choice and affordability for residents and businesses are and will remain a top priority. I am here tonight to raise your awareness of an ongoing issue about many of which people are unaware. California wants to electrify everything. A proposal which did not pass a legislature in 2018 would have required all new buildings built after 2022 to be all electric and would have required existing buildings to be retrofitted to be all electric by 2030. While this proposal did not pass, you can be assured that more similar proposals will be coming. The choices we make about energy policy today will affect every Californian family and business. Addressing climate change will require us to use all the tools and resources at our disposal, including electricity and natural gas. The challenges of going all electric sound simple, but the challenges are big and complex. We need an infrastructure that can actually support using renewable energy when we need it. Let me be clear, SoCalGas does not oppose electrification. If you want to use only electric appliances in your home, that is your choice, but don't take away the choice from those who want to use other fuel sources. The fact is virtually every home in Newport has electricity and most have natural gas. This is called balance. When choosing a home, only 1 in 2 homeowners would choose solely electric appliances. Furthermore, 2/3 oppose eliminating the use of natural gas and agree that natural gas should continue to be an energy choice. SoCalGas is the preferred energy choice for Californians when it comes to heating and cooking. I'm alerting you that this balance is threatened, and with it, economic stability of families and businesses could be threatened too. Even though we've been providing our communities with safe and reliable service for over 150 years, SoCalGas aims to accelerate the use of renewable natural gas. So renewable natural gas is a really neat technology. It's a carbon negative fuel that works to take methane out of the air from landfills, organic sources, wastewater treatment plants. So essentially we'll take that methane that's produced, essentially it would go into the atmosphere, put it through a digestive system, condition it, and put it right back into our pipeline. What's even better is just 16% of doing this would have the same greenhouse gas emissions as electrifying all of California. The point is you shouldn't have to choose between what some decision makers in California believe is the right choice for their environment and what families can really afford. And with the balanced approach, you don't have to. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to being your SoCalGas liaison.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon, Pro Tem O'Neill, council people. I just wanted to
please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peggy Palmer. I live in Newport Heights. And I wanted to address along Mariners Mile, the 1.6 stretch of area that goes through our community. We have Porsche, we have McLaren, we have BMW, we have Ferrari, we have Maserati, soon to be Austin, and we also have Bugatti. The test drives are going through Newport Heights. The test drives are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We have called the dealerships and we're not getting any response. Just today, Sterling BMW has their mechanics going through the neighborhoods during school hours. We have 4,200 kids in the Heights. We have 3 schools. Each of these schools gets out within about 10 to 15 minutes of each other. And now with these additional dealerships, we're really being impacted by a very large problem. I myself have asked the dealers to cut down their test drives, and some of them go down Mariners Mile, down to Brookhurst, make a U-turn, but the majority are doing test drives in Newport Heights. So I don't know if this is something that you can address, but I think it certainly needs to be addressed sooner than later for the safety of our community.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Check, check. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Dixon, Honorable Council members. My name is Ryan Reza Farsai, and I'm a condo owner in Newport Beach, California. I just wanted to bring to your attention a little bit more information I discovered around Donald Trump's tax plan of 2017, which I'm really interested. I'm really thankful, and I already sent him a letter thanking him, saying God bless your tax plan from 2017. So I just want to let the members of the audience to know about the opportunity zones in America. They're 1 in 8 tracts. What they are is a great opportunity for you to divert your capital gains and not pay taxes on it. So I found it to be a 3-piece caviar, but the other day I realized it's a 4-piece caviar. So I just wanted to share with everyone here, since I'm finding more about the stuff before even some of my people that work for me. So apparently in the 2017 tax plan, we have the opportunity zones, which is 1 in 8 tracts in the United States of America. The way they discovered these tracts is the tract has to be making less than $67,000 average income. So the idea is that you're investing in that area and you're going to bring the income up and bring more salaries, more jobs to the area. So the opportunity zone is where let's say you have a capital gains of $1 million and then you invest in the opportunity zone. That $1 million you invested in the opportunity zone is deferred for 8 years. So you don't have to pay the taxes on the $1 million made. So what it is in 8 years when you pay those taxes, Councilmember Avery, you get a 15% discount. That's caveat number 2. The first one is a deferred tax for 8 years, and the second one is you pay 15% less taxes in 8 years. Now the beauty of the whole thing is that people like Donald Trump that have many businesses, many corporations, they have winners and losers. So if the loser is in opportunity zone, he can just make it into a perfect gutter and just keep reinvesting and put in nice buildings on there. And the way it works is, let's say you invest that $1 million in the opportunity zone and you keep it for 10 years, Councilmember Muldoon. When you sell it, if you do sell it, then you do not pay any taxes. So that's caveat number 3. But let's forget, I didn't realize caveat number 4, which is why I'm here to tell you guys about it. Caveat number 4 is where you get to write off the loss for the capital investment. So, if you're building a brand new aquatic zone or new tennis center or whatever for the general plan of Newport Beach, and it's in the opportunity zone, that's I'm not sure if there's any opportunity zones in Newport Beach because I don't think that number exists here, 67,000. But I'm lucky to be owners of 2 opportunity zones, one in Oregon with water permit rights and one in Fullerton, California. So I'm going to be investing in those, and I'm hopefully debating between making one of the best refrigerators for the student body of Fullerton, or making a little high-rise mixed use with a business downstairs and apartments upstairs. But thank you again. I just wanted to tell you about the opportunity zone, and God bless the Donald Trump tax plan of 2017. Hopefully, I don't think he's paying any taxes, and he's definitely not paying any taxes now too. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Public comments. All right. Seeing none, we'll proceed. Oh, I'm sorry.
Pause there for a second. I'm sorry. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'm speaking to you tonight about the accessory dwelling unit, and I want to be clear, I have no criticism of the staff or the council on that decision. But I wonder if, and I know this has been foisted upon you by the state, if those numbers will be considered in our RENA numbers, since the way I understand it, any home in Newport Beach on over a 5,000 square foot lot can turn up to 750 square feet of their garage into a home for an undefined amount of people without the city being able to require them to provide parking or anything else. And I'm hopeful that when these numbers come out in 2020, that this nearly doubling of our possible population is going to be considered. I don't expect an answer to that, but it's oddly rarely talked about. Well, this has been proceeding since 2017.
Could you just state your name, please?
Charles Klob.
Thank you very much. All right, any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll proceed to public hearings. Item number 14, consideration of planning and land use entitlements for Harbor Point Senior Living, located at 101 Bayview Place. Staff, do you have a report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Simone Georges. I'm your Community Development Director. Good evening. This evening is an item for the Harbor Point Senior Living at 101 Bayview Place. This is a request to amend our general plan to allow for this assisted living. Tonight, we do have a lot of members of the community that would like to speak. We do have the applicant also. We have a PowerPoint presentation that staff will make here shortly, and the applicant also has a presentation that they would like to make. So with me, I have Greg Ramirez, who's our principal planner, who's worked on this project, and Ben Zadiba, who's our associate planner, who will be making the presentation. Thank you, Ben.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Ben Zadiba, Associate Planner with the Planning Division. Thank you, Simone, for the introduction. The item before you tonight is the consideration of the entitlements in land use and planning for the Harbor Point Senior Living Project, which you see a rendering of there on the cover page. I'm going to keep this rather brief and focused. The applicant does have a bit more of a presentation that will go into the project details. So to orient you to the project site, I put some placeholders there for John Wayne Airport, Fletcher Jones to the east, Marriott Hotel to the southeast. It's located at the corner of Bayview Place and Bristol Street, also south of the 73 freeway. To put it into better context, I thought this is important. If you look on Bristol Street, to the west, there's a 3-story office building. To the east, there's a 6-story office building with the Marriott Hotel beyond to the southeast. And then immediately south, you have the single-story, single-family residences in the Santa Heights specific plan area, and immediately south you also have condominium development. So to provide you a brief project overview, the project is a 120-bed residential care facility for the elderly. The applicant will go into what that means. It contains shared open space and amenities for its residents. It's approximately 85,000 square feet with subterranean parking. It is 3 stories, and I will note it complies with the height limit for that zoning district, which is the Bayview Plan Community, specifically Area 5. Also, it contains 53 parking spaces, which complies with the zoning code minimum of 40, which, again, that's a 13-space surplus that is being provided by the applicant. So what's required to implement this project? You're looking at a general plan amendment, which would be changing the land use from general commercial office to private institutions, and would also increase the developmental limit by 15,000 square feet from 70,000 square feet to 85,000 square feet, specifically for a residential care facility for the elderly. Also would be required is a planned community development plan amendment, which would change the land uses allowed in Area 5 specifically to allow the residential care facility for the elderly subject to a use permit. Also required by the zoning code is a site development review, which ensures that the proposed design complies with all the required zoning standards, that is setbacks, height, etc. And then as mentioned, it would be allowed subject to a use permit, and the use permit is required to ensure that the operation is compatible with the surrounding land uses. Also, for your consideration this evening is a voluntary development agreement. This is not required by the municipal code. However, the applicant is proposing a $1 million public benefit fee, of which a portion will go to a new ambulance unit for fire station number 7. I'm going to go into this a little bit later, but that also ties to the draft environmental impact report that was provided with the staff report this evening. So diving into the project, I just want to highlight the project site for you. I know circulation is a big question on this project site and something that's of interest for you probably. So I highlighted some paths of travel for employees and visitors to this site. And I'm going to highlight that with my mouse here. So you'll see the color here. You go in underneath the subterranean parking garage and out from the subterranean parking garage and back out onto Bayview Place. Or if you're dropping off or picking up, you just go around the roundabout and exit the site. So entrance and exit is only through that driveway on Bayview Place. If your trash collection truck, you will go around the project site to the south where the trash enclosure is, which is fully enclosed. There is a turnaround area. The applicant did explore exiting through this emergency gate on Bristol Street. However, Public Works and our traffic engineers have a concern with the speed on Bristol Street. And as best was said by our city traffic engineer, people yield for emergency services vehicles, but they won't yield for trash trucks. So as I mentioned, that is an emergency access point. There'll be a gate with a Knox box, which is essentially a lock that the fire department has a key to, and emergency service personnel have a key to if they need to access the site. Delving into the elevations.
Excuse me, Ben. Mr. Muldoon has a question.
Hi, Ben, would you go back one slide? At the bottom of the roundabout, between the south side and the roundabout, there's a marking there, cutting the beginning of the orange line. What does that marking indicate? You see it? It's
You're referencing this here?
It's a non-colored. Yes, that bridge-looking design.
I believe that's a required path of travel for pedestrians.
Okay, so it's not going to be gated. It's not a gate.
Correct.
Okay.
Are you as long as you're on that same slide, could you just clarify in the trash pickup area what will be the procedure for the trash trucks since they cannot exit on Bristol? How do they back up? Do they make a lot of noise when they go in reverse? What happens?
Sure, that's a good question, Madam Mayor. If you look, there is a turnaround area identified here. These dashed lines, which are kind of hard to see, actually show that point turn that truck's going to have to make. That has been studied by our city traffic engineer, and those turning movements are acceptable. Obviously, there will be beeping for that truck when it's backing up. However, I would note that this site is currently developed with the Kittyama restaurant, and there are trash trucks accessing that site, from what I understand, 6 times a week. And this project would have trash trucks accessing the site once a week. So moving forward, these are the proposed elevations for the project. Of note here is the height. So you'll see that the overall height to the absolute top of that building is 39.5 feet, where the maximum allowed today by Area 5 of the Bayview Plan Community is 45, and that's to accommodate mechanical equipment screening. In order to go forward with this project, staff did require a draft environmental impact report be prepared. It was a pretty comprehensive environmental review of this project, and what I've highlighted for you and underlined are the topic areas that had mitigation measures involved to ensure that those topic areas, any potential impacts are reduced to less than significant. Also of note is the draft was circulated for a 50-day public review period, which is 5 more days than required. And during that process, staff received 82 written and 23 verbal comments. The 23 verbal comments were given at a Planning Commission study session that was held during the public comment period. Responses were provided to each comment and were made available on the city's webpage at the link you see there. And most notable is no issues were raised that required significant changes to that document or any recirculation of that document. As part of the environmental review, the CEQA consultant did have a traffic analysis prepared. I highlighted the average daily trip counts, which are taken from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which is industry standard for that sort of analysis. And overall, from an 8,800 square foot quality restaurant, the proposed project would result in a net decrease of 426 average daily trips. I want to emphasize that when those are studied, it's done on land use category, so it's not based on Kittyama Restaurant as it stands today, because it is open only for dinner. That is something that is notable because if Kittyama were to go away, any restaurant could resume that operation and could expand their hours to a full day operation. So this is really a worst case sort of scenario, but that is, again, industry standard and was reviewed by our city traffic engineer.
And let me just ask a question then to clarify. So the 738 trips would be permitted under the general plan and zoning currently in effect for the restaurant?
That's correct.
Okay.
So just to highlight, as I said, a few topical areas did require mitigation. I wanted to highlight a couple of them. Going back to the development agreement where $1 million public benefit fee is proposed. Again, a portion of that will go towards payment for an ambulance at Fire Station number 7 to benefit the overall area, that is the airport area in Santa Ana Heights. Currently, the only emergency medical services unit for the fire department is stationed here in Newport Center, so it would have to service that area, which is kind of a trek. That was identified as a cumulative impact based on development occurring in the airport area and future potential development that could occur in the airport area. And then I also wanted to highlight the mitigation measures for noise. As it's right next to residential, obviously construction, when you have grading or any sort of substantial structural components, there's likely to be noise. So mitigation measures are in place to include sound dampening walls. I would also like to highlight that obviously it's within the airport area. So any sort of airport related noise is going to be mitigated by construction that dampens the decibels within those care units for the folks that are living in the senior care housing.
Can I just ask a question regarding the ambulance? Does that development agreement benefit include hiring additional fire personnel or emergency EMT personnel?
Madam Mayor, maybe I could answer that. No, the development agreement doesn't contemplate paying for staff. It is $1 billion where a portion of it will just for equipment, and the remainder, say $550,000, can be at the council's discretion.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So again, a major portion of this project is the land use change or the general plan amendment before you. I don't expect you to read all of this slide, but I did provide a page reference in case you want to look at it. That is for the Planning Commission staff report. When staff looks at a land use change, we look through the general plan land use policies and make sure that the proposal is consistent with all of the policies that are in place. So I listed those there for you. Again, I'm not going to read them, but I wanted to highlight how we review general plan land use element changes. And a second component of that I'd like to go into is looking at the overall inventory of similarly designated parcels. As you'll see there, this amendment would result in a loss of less than 1% of our general commercial office inventory, which staff didn't see as a very significant loss to those similarly identified parcels. So one big question that you may have is regarding Charter Section 423, or some like to say green light. This project would not exceed any of the thresholds that are required for a vote. It is not a residential project, although it is quasi-residential. It is a non-residential project, so it's square footage based. The increase is 15,000 square feet, which does not exceed the 40,000 square foot threshold. And you'll see based on the 70,000 square foot general office that could be built on that site, it's actually a reduction in overall trips. So it does not exceed the AM peak or PM peak hour trip thresholds. Therefore, there's no vote required with this general plan amendment. So in summary, staff believes that this does create a quasi-residential project that's compatible with all the surrounding land uses. And it's very focused. The amendments only allow a residential care facility for the elderly. That's going to be signified in the general plan land use anomaly table, as well as in the use permit. There will be a limitation on the license. And then in the zoning document itself, it will only allow a residential care facility for the elderly. So it's only limited to this land use. There's been concern about a private institutional designation affording other opportunities. That would basically require us to come back to where we are today with another general plan amendment to implement a new project. So this is very specific to a residential care facility for the elderly. The design complies with all required setbacks. In fact, it's providing greater setbacks than required, 40 feet to the residential properties to be exact. It's also compliant with height and exceeds the parking requirements. There have been no significant environmental impacts identified, and it will serve the city's large and growing aging population.
I just ask a quick question back to the permitted general plan land use requirements. What else other than a commercial office building does the general plan allow for that site?
So the zoning for this site actually dictates the land uses that can be located at this site. It's kind of an antiquated document. So the current zoning by right would allow a nightclub, a bar, a restaurant. So if Kitayama were to go away, basically someone could open a bar or a nightclub there without a use permit. That's unconventional for a lot of the city. You don't see that. So There could be a restaurant there, a bar, a nightclub. I believe animal hospital is another option. And then also general office, as I stated, with a 70,000 square foot building.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll conclude just by showing you the prior actions on this project. The Planning Commission recommended a unanimous approval on December 6, 2018. And then subsequently, the Airport Land Use Commission, because this is in the airport area, found the project consistent with its land use plan last month. That concludes my presentation. Again, the applicant does have a presentation for you this evening.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant available and ready to speak? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that my PowerPoint presentation is up, and I do need to get the remote control. Excuse me a moment. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Carol McDermott, and I'm very pleased to be here tonight representing the applicant, Centerpoint Senior Living. And before I start, I'd just like to quickly introduce our team. Both owners are here tonight, Paul Habib and Gail Schregg. Just a little wave of the hand. And also our architects, Doug Pancake and Associates, Doug Pancake and Josh Smith, who've worked very hard on this project over the last 3 years. My associate, Ann Fox, and Matt Holder, and also our attorney, Sean Matzler. So our whole team is here in case there are any questions that any of us could answer for you. With that, I would like to proceed, and we would move to the project site, which was outlined very well by staff. And I'd like to point out in this case that Area 5, which is our subject property, is part of a larger planned community. And it's a mixed-use planned community. And it includes multifamily for the condos, single family for the terrace, the office area, and the hotel. And there's even a strip of open space down toward the bay. And so it was envisioned long-term as a planned community with a variety of uses, and the original zoning allowed institutional, ironically. I want to focus on the need for senior care facilities, and 25% of Newport Beach residents are over 65, and I don't have the figure for over 75, but it's even a larger figure. And of the communities that serve the elderly in the city right now, there's been none built since 20 years ago. And so there's a total of 544 beds, and our market study shows that there's a shortage of 221 beds, and we're going to only be able to fill a portion of that with our 120. But with the assisted living and memory care both, we think that it's going to be a fine addition to Newport Beach. So I think it's important to explain, as Ben indicated, we would take the responsibility for explaining what is an RCFE. And because it's our effort to really narrow the general plan amendment, make it as narrow as possible, we are limiting both the general plan and the zoning to RCFE. And so it's a specialized type of state lands licensing. They regularly inspect it for care and safety. They have an evacuation plan that they control. It is non-medical, and personal assistance is provided with daily living activities. Residents are 60-plus years old, and none of them will be driving. So it can include assisted living, memory care, and a combination of those unit types, which will have separate amenities for the needs of the community that will be very different between assisted living and memory care. What is important to note is that a state-licensed RCFE does not provide drug rehabilitation services. It doesn't provide nursing or medical care, but we have access to nursing and physicians as necessary to serve our population. And I want to point out also that the building is purpose-built for assisted living and memory care. It does not suit itself to a drug rehab facility. So it's impossible that could be converted in the future, primarily because of the structure and also because neither the general plan nor the zoning is designed to allow it, and in fact precludes it specifically. So in amending the general plan, we worked very hard over the last few years to figure out what could be the narrowest general plan amendment possible. And we had to go to PI because that's what the other RCFE sites are in the city. They are under the PI general plan category. And so because of the anomaly tables that exist in the general plan, we are able to limit that general plan amendment to only RCFE and only the square footages that are being provided by this proposal. And so no other type of PI use would be permitted. So the amendment is below the major thresholds as the staff outlined very clearly. Now, the Bayview Plan community has been amended since 1985, 3 different times, and it's added the uses that I show there, including the bars, theaters, and nightclubs. And the original plan had the various land uses which I outlined in my overview of the aerial. And so, as the staff indicated, it allows restaurants, bars, and nightclubs without a use permit, whereas our use is it requires a use permit and would be limited to a use as described. Our change only affects Area 5. We're requesting no changes in the height limit, and I will say that we reduced the height of our building from 5 stories to 3 stories on the basis of the first meeting with the community that was held back in 2016. And with allowing only the single land use, we're able to establish the minimum parking requirements, and we've exceeded that. We've provided setbacks that are greater from the residential, and we set a maximum building square footage so there could be no deviation from that in the future. So our project site plan, this is a landscape plan which I think was outlined by the staff, but I wanted to point out several features here. The first is the internal open space, and at this scale it looks much smaller than it is because we have over 30% landscaping and improvements, open space improvements on the site. So this area is just for, and I don't know if you can see my remote on your screen, but the center area, thank you, Ben, in the center, right, take your cursor and put it right there, yes. That, thank you. That is for the assisted living, and the area which is walled off to the north is for the memory care. And then we added an area here that is a open space that is off of the library, and that is for assisted living only, and there is a wall on the southerly side so that these noisy seniors will not be annoying our neighbors.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So what is that white space? Is that it's just stone or plaza or?
I'm sorry, what whites? The whites, oh yeah, that's flooring, or that's outdoor paving.
Outdoor, so people can walk through there, there's no automobiles allowed?
Oh, no, that's all internal to the building.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. So in our project improvements, I think I've gone over most of this. I do want to emphasize that we have a 33% surplus of the parking, and we have plenty of spaces available during the shift change. And I also want to emphasize that our shift changes occur in the subterranean parking area. So there's no slamming of doors and staffing talking after hours that would affect the neighbors because it all occurs underneath. And so they park underneath in the parking structure, and then they come up through the elevator. They leave their shift, they go down through the elevator, and they take their cars. So and when we only have 20 to 30 employees at any one time, that's not a lot of cars added to the roadway at any point. We did explore, as I think staff indicated today, the exit onto Bristol for purposes of the trash truck. And while the fire department will use it as a case-by-case needed, they don't use the sirens when they're coming into residential areas, but our trash truck is not going to be permitted to exit out onto there because of the speed of the traffic leaving the 73 and coming onto Bristol. And however, because, as we found out today, the trash deliveries at Kitayama happen 6 times a week, whereas ours is only going to be 1. And so because trash delivery occurs in our neighbors' community as well, we believe that that one time that there will be trash pickup should be minimally disruptive. So here is a blow-up of our open space, which we described on the smaller plan. And it is in the internal area is separate spaces. It's secured and supervised for memory care residents. It provides space for organized activities, and it's 3,700 square feet. So you can see that it's quite a generous area. So the bottom portion is assisted living, and the top portion is the memory care. In the library patio area, which I described earlier, it's a quiet space. Our hours will be limited. It's 1,000 square feet, so it's very usable. And there will be an exit out onto the walkway, but we expect that most of the use will occur internal from the library, and a nice expansion, really, of a reception that could occur internal to the building. I did want to speak a bit about the evolution of the project because the original submittal was for a 68-foot high building. It was for 140 of our beds, and it was 5 stories. And then we revised it down to the 40-foot high building with 120 beds. And then at the Planning Commission study session, it resulted in further refinements, which included the development agreement. We narrowed the GPA and zoning to only RCFE, and we're only talking about 1.5 acres on this site. And so it's not a general plan amendment that needs to be considered in this larger general plan update because it's very minor, it's very site-specific, and it serves a real need of the aging population in the community. I want to also speak about a view analysis which we've conducted on a very scientific basis. The view on the top left is the current view from Baycrest, and you can see the top of the restaurant, Kitayama. On the bottom, if we did no additional landscaping, this is how our building would appear from these parking spaces that are on the Baycrest community. To the right of the car is a garage, and just a little further to the left of the car is also the Baycrest garages. What we did, though, was we worked with our landscape architect not to put just pro forma trees, but specifically design a landscaping plan with specific specimen landscaping placed so as to augment the trees on our site and to fill the blanks excuse me, within the landscaping on our side. And so the objective was to really fully screen our building and make it as unobtrusive as their current view of the restaurant. We have a rendering here, and this is the view from Baycrest, or the view from Bayview, and it shows our roundabout and the entrance. And I would like to note the stone pillars that are included on this design, and that was intended to address, because we're part, in some respects, we're part of the Santa Ana Heights community. That community has design guidelines, and that included stacked stone pillars. And they're used along Bristol, and so we've added these pillars not only to our entrance, but our walls along Bristol will also have the stacked stone pillars, and they will mirror the stacked stones that are connected with the split rail fencing along Bristol. And so the lantana, the yellow lantana ground cover, we're also bringing into the site. I'm sorry that that decision was made after this rendering was prepared, so it doesn't show that the yellow lantana would occur into this area, but that is our intent with the landscaping plan, which is on file with the city. So our community engagement has been disappointing to us, to say the least. We've sent invitations to solicit neighbor input prior to the release of the EIR in August of 18. We had it in October of 18, and also, by the way, we'd had a meeting with them in 2016, early 17. finally, we were allowed to do a presentation to the HOA in November of 2018, but our discussion was very limited by the board, and that should say 30 minutes. We had 30 minutes, and I had to talk as fast as I possibly could, and it was poorly attended, and I didn't feel that there was a good representation of the community to really see our revised plan in detail, nor to give me an opportunity to communicate directly with them. So since then, we've offered direct benefits to the Baycrest community. When we first started in our development agreement, we had proposed $150,000 that could be available to the Back Bay, it could have been available to Oasis, or it could have been available to our neighbors. And after the staff determined that that kind of benefit should really be separate and should be directed to those groups or a group outside of the development agreement, then we made a proposal to Baycrest, and we offered both financial benefits and also the opportunity to landscape on their side of the wall if they so desired. And they, unfortunately, and to our great disappointment, have rejected all offers of any agreement. I will mention that with a kind of agreement where we would be spending that kind of money, it entails a commitment that they would not challenge our project going forward. And we did not have a chance to negotiate those terms because we didn't have face-to-face meetings. And it was, I've been a part of a lot of settlement discussions and a lot of settlement agreements, and it takes meetings, and it takes negotiation, and it takes working, and it takes the development of trust. And that's so important to me, and it just was very disappointing that that was not feasible, and we're very sorry that has not occurred. So the environmental assessment, I think the staff went through that, and it concluded that there are no significant long-term impacts, and all short-term impacts have been mitigated. And we believe there are benefits of this project. We reduce traffic, we control the operations with the use permit, there's a state license that we're restricted as well. We've upgraded building design and landscaping. We're providing community benefits and would been willing to provide community dollars. And we know that there are aging residents that are going to be happy that they're going to be able to remain in Newport Beach. So here's some of the activities that would take place in our facility. And we do have a gym that wasn't highlighted, but it is one of the activities. And there are often card games that are just because someone needs help dressing and they need help with meals doesn't mean that they can't play an active game of cards. And so we believe that we're going to provide a quality experience. We're also providing very high quality landscaping and architecture, and the owners are very committed to very high quality internal amenities. So the approvals, I think the staff has gone over that, but it's important to recognize that there was unanimous approval of the Planning Commission, and I know the council values the recommendations of your boards and commissions, and the Airport Land Use Commission was unanimous. I might add that the Airport Land Use Commission, if they had their druthers, there would be no residential anywhere near the airport, and that would be their goal. But they do have their regulations. They've got their boundaries. We're outside of the overflights, as you can imagine. We're in the 60 CNEL, but so are our neighbors. And so as a result, with the general plan amendment, we had to go to the Airport Land Use Commission, and they found that we met all of their requirements, and therefore there was a unanimous approval of that application as well. So here's my concluding slide with a close-up of the architecture, and we have used wood and awnings and relief of various elements to give architectural variety, as well as extensive landscaping. And our whole team is here ready and able to answer any questions that you might have. But I would sincerely hope that you feel that this project, with its very narrowed general plan amendment and its very narrowed zoning, is worthy of your support and therefore approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more presentations from the applicant? No?
No.
That's any comments up here? You have a question, Mr. Muldoon? Go ahead. Oh, Carol?
Carol.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, Yes.
Would you prefer to answer questions on the project before the respondent or after?
I'm happy to answer them right now.
Okay. So my grandmother used to live at a beautiful facility like this, so I visited them, and I don't know how you're going to guarantee that there's no nightclub activity at the facility, but I think it's a great alternative. There is one concern a great alternative to business essentially, or a larger restaurant. There's one concern I do have. Could you go back? It's actually one of your slides, or staff can, why don't you pull up our slide that I drew your attention to last time? Thank you for the information about the weekly visit from the trash delivery.
Yes.
About once a week. Do you know what time of the week, or time of the week, or time of day? Excuse me, the day of the week or time of day when they service that area?
Well, they don't generally give us that information until we're ready to open, because it depends on what their other routing is and what their other demands are. But we'd certainly be willing to consider some limitations on that if that would be the desire of the council.
Yeah, so I would be interested in that. Who else would be using this ingress and egress?
All of our deliveries will be done at the entrance, and the only one using that is the trash truck.
Excellent.
And I also might mention something I forgot, and that is that as a result of a question of Councilman Member Brenner, we have now designed a garage door enclosure for the trash area, because right now it's enclosed by three walls of the building, and we're now able to do a roll-up garage door over the front of it, so it will be closed at all times except when the trash is being picked up. And if you would like to consider hours of operation limitation for that trash truck, we could undoubtedly work with the trash company for that purpose.
I think it would be suitable to have a time that either matches the neighboring community's time, or a 9 a.m. or some time that
Would
works for the
8
trash
a.m.
company.
be feasible? Because I think most people are up and around by 8 a.m.
Yeah, I think that coincides with the airport as well. I think
Okay, that would be great.
And then my second concern is so often people get lost in this area. And I imagine a lot of people are going to go through this roundabout, and they're going to think they're going to be able to get out through the emergency exit and not going to be able to.
We are required, by the way, the traffic department works with us on signage regarding entrance and exit. And so we will be having a sign that says right turn only. And by the way, most of the people coming here are going to be employees and frequent visitors, so they're going to know what the routes are. But if you turn right, you come down Bayview, there is a signal going into the hotel and office building, and that's a very convenient place to make a U-turn to come back out to Bristol, or you can go down to Bayview and over to Jamboree. So the circulation really gives some options, and we believe that that signal gives an opportunity for a U-turn, and it would be much more obvious as an opportunity than would be what's been stated by some of the residents of concern, that some people might be using their roundabout coming into their community.
Well, my concern primarily is that if it's pretty much exclusive for trash pickup and delivery, or I should say not delivery, pickup. Hope they're not dropping trash there. That the only people who will be going through this way, other than perhaps emergency services, are people who are lost. So that's why I'd ask if they're considering putting an arm gate where the pedestrian pedestrian marking is, or anything that would indicate that there's no exit or no through traffic through here. Because I think that having as little vehicle access in this location, including the turnaround area, benefits the neighbors. So I don't know what solution.
The client has just nodded that yes, we'd be willing to put a gate there. We could put a Knox block on it for both the trash truck. Frankly, the trash truck could have a gate code to get in there. Nobody else would, and then we could have a Knox block on it for the fire truck.
Oh, excellent! I think that'd be great. I think that would really make it more quiet for the Santa Ana Heights and condominium homeowners.
Sure.
Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Brenner.
Kevin and I were also on the same page on trash. It was a big concern to me on this project, and one of the main reasons is because the residents in my area in Corona del Mar are so heavily impacted by trash trucks and the beeping and picking up at all hours of the day and night. And it actually was my suggestion that the trash truck enter off Bristol, not leave onto Bristol, but come in off Bristol and go around so that it didn't have to beep at all and back up. But the fact that they're going from 6 days a week down to 1 day a week is certainly a significant improvement.
Well, and I think it would be important perhaps to have Simone speak to that issue because it's been thoroughly vetted as a result of your question. You want that response?
Simone, do you want to make a statement?
I'll address that, Councilmember Brenner. So I did ask our Public Works Director, Dave Webb, as well as our City Traffic Engineer, Tony Bryan, about your exact question. And the concern with the trash truck entering off of Bristol Street is also that the trash truck would have to pull over and the trash truck operator would have to open that gate. And that's going to cause a concern on Bristol Street. One other thing I'd like to mention since we're on the trash topic is I noted there's a conditional use permit for this project. One condition of approval is the trash truck pickup hours, which are limited to 9 to 5. I just want to state that.
That's very good.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question, as long as we have this map in front of us? So we're talking a lot about trash. What about other deliveries, food service, for example? So they come into the roundabout there and drop off food?
That's right. We only get 2 trucks a week.
And just to follow up on that point, so the food service is a dining room, like a communal dining room situation?
Yes, dining room, and we have a little bistro type affair as well.
So there are 2 deliveries a week to provide this food?
The food, that's right. Mm-hmm.
And where do they go, through the front door?
Yes, that's right, because there wasn't room to put them in the back, and there wasn't a good flow to the kitchen from the back. So with only 2 deliveries a week, it can be done during hours when the residents are not really using the lobby.
Okay, so they just wheel in the front door, all their party goods and things like that. Okay.
Yeah, particularly a lot of party hats. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions up here before we turn it over to the public? No? Let's go out. Thank you, Ms. McDermott. Appreciate it. Let's go out to the public. Please come forward. If there are a number of you, please form a line and come forward and identify yourself, and you may speak for 3 minutes each. Please.
And just for clarification, this is the opening of the public hearing thing.
I'd ask, I do have a memory stick, and I wasn't sure if it was able to be used or not.
I think they're setting it up now.
Yay, thank you so much. I appreciate
Okay.
that. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Sorry. I said, how about that?
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, my name is Patty Lampman, and I'm a board member of the HOA of Baycrest Court. As a 29-year resident of the Bayview Planned Community, I appreciate the opportunity to share the concerns that I have, along with the others in our community that are here tonight and oppose this project. And may I please ask that those are opposed at Harbor Point quietly stand and in their objection. Thank you. The reason why I'm standing before you tonight is property rights. If you look at the illustration on the monitor, which is from the current Bayview Planned Community Development Plan and Development Standards, which I think you all might have a moment to take a look at that, it shows the zoning realities for areas 1 through 6. I made my decision to purchase my property based on the zoning on this chart and believing that my property rights and the rights of others in the Bayview community would be protected by the City Council. This zoning shows the property rights of the entire community and also the limits of those rights. For example, in Area 1, where I live, we are limited to multifamily residential, and no one in our community could open up a bakery or a bar or a dog grooming facility because we bought into the multifamily residence zoning. The owners of Kitayama do not have greater property rights than I do. They are required to be limited by their zoning as I am limited to my zoning. This was known when we both purchased. The City Council is here to protect and enforce the property rights of the Bayview Planned Community and Development Standards. As reported to our HOA by City Planning, rezoning has never been changed by the city from planned community to private institution. If this project moves forward, it demonstrates that Kitayama has greater property rights than I do or my community have collectively. I ask the City Council to please, please, please protect our rights. There as a couple of other things I'd like to bring up based on the comments that were just made by the developer. I don't know how many times the trash is picked up at Kitayama, but where it's picked up is, if you can see on the chart there, where it says Area 5 and Bristol Street. I walk along that all the time with my dogs. All the trash bins are at the top, so they could pick it up 19 times and we'd never hear it because it's up there, and I don't know whether they back up or not, but it does not back up against our property. The other thing that was stated is that Kitayama is only open at night. That is not correct. It is opened for lunch. Anyway, there are specific legal ramifications, and I will leave that.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Please. Please, no applause, please. And the second speaker, you could step up here, and then you'll be ready to go when this gentleman is finished. And please proceed.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name is Kirk Snyder, and I'm currently serving as the president of the HOA for Baycrest and Bayview Court. And I do not believe that the city has a legal right to rezone Area 5. The Bayview Planned Community Development Plan states that the intent of Area 5 is for it to be COG, to provide areas for commercial uses which offer a wide range of goods and services, including those facilities for shopping goods, convenience goods and services, food services, and recreation for the community. A PI designation not only prevents this value-added intent for the community, it violates our property rights and expectations for the community we all bought into. It's stated in the Bayview Planned Community Development Plan that, except as otherwise stated in this planned community text, the requirement of the Newport Beach zoning ordinance shall apply. Where a conflict exists, the planned community text shall supersede. Obviously, there is a conflict over the zoning and rezoning of Area 5. However, the Community Development Plan, which was last amended and adopted on July 6, 2010, supersedes, as stated in the Community Development Plan, the city's right to rezone Area 5 in this dramatic fashion, including amending its content. Further, it would be inconsistent with the pattern of the land use in the surrounding neighborhood. The Governor's Office of Planning and Research for the State of California states that the distribution of residential, commercial, industrial, and other zones will be based on the pattern of land uses that will be allowed on that land and setting standards such as minimum lot size and maximum building height. The pattern of land uses surrounding Area 5 does not support rezoning Area 5 to PI for a senior care facility, and to do so would violate the property rights and expectations of property owners within the Bayview Planned Community Plan. The Planning, Zoning, and Development laws for the state of California asserts that community plans may take the place of zoning, and any zoning decisions must be consistent with any applicable specific plans. We believe this is the case for the Bayview Planned Community Development Plan as it exists today, and as an owner within that planned community and an owner of that planned community. To do anything tonight other than reject this rezoning would violate my property rights and all the property rights of everyone that you just saw stand up in opposition to this project within the Bayview planned community, because the city does not have the legal authority to take such action. And I would like to just add, we are also very disappointed in the discussions, and in my opinion, we have been lied to, misled, and used by the developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes. Dear
Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members, my name is Robert Atty. I've been living in Newport Beach since 1960. Unfortunately, right before my father's death, we promised him we'd take good care of my mom. She's lived and played and worked and shopped in Newport Beach since 1965. When time came, we just assumed we'd always have her either in our house or in her own house being taken care of. When she got really ill and we were able to bring her back to health, we moved her into assisted living. It was very tough finding one. We didn't want to leave Newport. There wasn't very many. We did find one. She's been there for about 5 or 6 years. And the benefit is that there's people there that she can be with, not just my sister and myself, and caregivers. So we think it's very important to have the ability to have a senior citizen stay in an assisted living place, and there's just not that many places here in Newport where she can still go up and down Corona del Mar, Pacific Coast Highway, the peninsula where we all grew up, and that's why I would be in favor of this being built, and upon its completion, we would move my mom from where she is now to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Norma Yakub, and I'm a resident of Baycrest, and I also oppose this project. The developer just mentioned that there's 53 spots for parking. She also mentioned that there's going to be 20 to 30 employees at any given moment. Shift change would double that, number one. She also stated that there would be no, it's a non-medical facility, so medical staff, including LVNs, nurses, and medical doctors could have access. Where would they even park? There's also visitors that will be coming in and out of the facility at all times. So that will also increase the number. So 53 spots will by no means will be enough. On Bayview, there's no parking at all allowed. So where are these people going to park? So it is going to impact our community heavily, and it's going to definitely impact the parking and as well as the traffic. So for them to say that it's going to not impact the traffic, that's not even going to happen. So please, please consider opposing this and rejecting this whole plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, thank you for hearing us tonight. My name is Rhonda Watkins, and I'm a resident of Newport Beach. I want to mention that I feel that a much less impactful use of this parcel, this 1.5, and that's important because this is a very small parcel. Use of land might be another restaurant or group of restaurants that the people in the community and the neighboring office buildings can utilize. Kitayama is not just open, by the way, at night. It's opened for lunch also. I just want to also mention from a humanitarian perspective, this environment would that would be created is not really conducive to the health and well-being of the residents of this facility. The Alzheimer's Association and a lot of other organizations such as this have done extensive longitudinal studies showing that individuals that are elderly, and especially those with memory care issues, need to engage with nature, which this really will not allow much of, have frequent interactions with family and longtime friends. There's not a lot of parking here. There's no outside parking outside of this, and have the ability to have pets such as dogs as companions. They give a lot of unconditional love and a sense of purpose to many individuals such as this. Again, we mentioned the limited parking and the safety issues for both motorists and pedestrians. This is already a very heavily trafficked area that's right off of the toll road. People are coming and going at great speeds often. And again, there's no green space for animals or just taking a walk really around there. In addition, it's just a matter of time before an individual with dementia or other memory care issues is able to leave that facility. And I know the developer says that won't happen. I have a family member myself in Newport Beach who did get out of a supposedly well-monitored care facility and fortunately was not in that busy of an area and was safely brought back eventually, but this could be a disaster in the making. And in addition to that, the noise of being directly in the path of the small runway, which the small planes come out of and very low, would be very impactful. Anybody who's outside, in the rooftop, outside in the green spaces, has their windows open, has the door open, etc., would be impacted significantly. If you have memory care issues, you would be shocked when you don't know what's going over your head because you don't remember that that's an airport area. We'd also like to just consider the fact that we're going through a new general plan, hopefully in the very near future, and perhaps this area could be reconsidered by the general plan update advisory committee and determine from their standpoint, with the city's input, what's the best use of this property. I just know that the quality of life has always been a really important issue to the city, and I know you all have that in mind for everybody, including the property owners and future potential residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Dixon and council members. My name's Tom Delapi. I live on Vista Drive down in Bay Shores. So I know I don't live next to this project, but I felt strongly about it. I've just recently gone through the process with one of my parents, taking them through a memory care facility. And I think the more options that we have for this in the community are better. It puts a lot of stress on a family in having having more beds and more options, not having to drive to go visit a parent is really important for people. And so I'm in favor of this project.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, hi, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Dave O'Keefe, and I actually live at 20082 Bayview Avenue in Santa Ana Heights. So truly, my house is probably the closest of anyone here to the proposed project. And it started out, our trash is collected on Wednesdays at 9, so just so you guys know. But I've been coming to a couple of these city council meetings. I think the developer has done a tremendous job, scaling down the project to kind of work with the communities out there. He's definitely worked with us. He's done a really good job going from 5 stories to 3 stories. Implementing the landscaping plan, and with the trash, I just realized the whole trash pickup, et cetera, and he's really done a great job with it. On a personal note, my uncle, Bruce Andrews, recently passed away, was suffering from Alzheimer's. Ironically, he lived down on Bayside Drive. He was the largest owner. He owned NHP, which was Nationwide Health Properties, the largest owner of assisted living facilities in the United States. He was not able to find a place in Newport Beach, and it was absolutely horrible for my aunt and her kids to have to travel outside of Newport Beach to go visit their father. And eventually, he passed legitimately 3 weeks ago, so it's definitely a personal project. I'm completely supportive of this project and think we need more assisted living facilities in Newport Beach. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Smith. I've got 4 or 5 points that I just would like to get some clarification on. In this large packet that was out front for pickup, item 14-274, public comments. There were numerous comments that were submitted to the Planning Commission, and I don't know if those go before you and you've read those already as you review this tonight, or if you haven't read those, do you read those before you make any decisions? So I'd like to know about that. There were quite a few. I don't know if it was 20, 25. I don't know how many comments were submitted, but there's a lot, and I would hope that you guys have read those before you make decisions tonight. Second item, in this packet on 14-144 regarding parking, it says that the developer will make sure that the people who work there, visit, will park on site, and it will be enforced. I'd like to know how it's enforced, because what we're concerned about is overflow parking into the Santa Ana Heights neighborhood. So I'd like to find out about that. On 14-146, and I know I'm getting into the weeds here a little bit, but I just want to bring this to your attention. Item 33, should the property be sold or otherwise come under different ownership, any future owners or assignees shall be notified, and I'd like to see the words, and must comply with the conditions of this approval by either the current business owner, property owner, or leasing agent. So I'd like you to consider that, please. And again, that's on 14-146, item 33. Next item and last item is on 14-186. It has to do with the $1 million and the ambulance service. So on that item, $1 million gets put into the pot. This calls for approximately $450 to be the amount for the ambulance, leaving $550 for other discretion. If I understand this correctly, when they get the first building permit, the developer is required to kick in the $1 million. When that money gets kicked in, how soon does the city actually start obtaining the ambulance and staff to put at station number 7? Lastly, I'll reiterate, if you haven't reviewed the comments that were sent to the Planning Commission in the 2 meetings that they held, I would hope that you would read those before you render any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff, do you want to answer a couple of his questions? The communications with the Planning Commission, I know members of the council have received many letters, pro and con. Are there different letters?
No, Madam Mayor, the comments have been provided to the City Council. So the same comments have been provided to everybody.
Okay.
And with regards to how is parking going to be enforced to prevent overflow, I think I turned to the applicant, Carol, to kind of answer that as far as how is parking going to be enforced to prevent overflow. With regards to the condition item number 33, that be to add the language must comply. I think that's a discretion of the City Council if you'd like us to add that. And with regards to purchasing the ambulance, how soon would that take place? I think it's a bigger picture, but just to be specific on time, it takes 2 years to build the project. So by that time, there'll be a procurement process and look at some additional staffing also.
Okay, and Ms. McDermott, did you just want to answer a question on the parking? There's a couple of people have asked that question.
Act is really bothering me tonight. Sorry. Yes, in terms of parking, first of all, I want to make very clear that the analysis that we went through with the staff was to determine the adequacy of parking. Unfortunately, seniors don't get a lot of visitors. Many of you probably know that. Our parking overlap during shift changes with our 33% excess parking, we're going to have plenty of parking. There is no reason for anybody to have to park off-site. They certainly can't park off-site in Santa Ana Heights because there's no access into the site. They'd have to go all the way out, all the way back around, and back onto Bayview. So there's no impact there. We don't anticipate that there would be any impact on Bayview either because of the fact that we have adequate parking. The city only requires 40. We have 53. Our architect has designed hundreds of senior living communities all over the United States. He specializes in that. He knows what the parking requirements are. He encouraged that we have an excess so that we would have that, flexibility. The fact that they're going to enter into the parking structure, come into the building, exit out of that way, we just do not anticipate any complications. I will say that our use permit requires all construction workers to park on site or to be delivered to the property. They cannot park on adjoining streets. Also, our visitors are notified that they cannot park anywhere but on site. Our staff is notified that they can't park anywhere but on site, and there would be no reason for them to, because it's closer by parking in the parking structure coming up the elevator into the community spaces. And so Doug Pancake is here, and he could perhaps describe a little more fully in that regard. But I also wanted to say that the security that we provide for the memory care is extensive. In order to get into the memory care, there is a keypad, and the staff has to use this keypad to go in. They have to use the keypad to come out. The residents don't know what the code is, so they can't get out because it's locked. And that security is very specific, and Doug can perhaps elaborate that even more. And that standard has been increased perhaps since Mrs. Watkins' family member had that particular problem, because they've learned a lot as they've gone along. And so I think that the security that we provide for memory care would avoid any escapes. And our operator has also concluded that the security procedures are very extensive. And so I think the safety there of memory care is being provided. But in terms of the parking standards and the use of parking, I think it would be helpful if you heard from Doug Pancake, if you give him a few minutes.
Wait, did you address the question about the shift changes and there'd be 40 people, 40 cars coming in?
No. Well, what happens is, first of all, a lot of employees come by public transportation. We can't document that until we...
Shh. Excuse me, please proceed.
Represented, this is my 5th senior housing community, and we have taken surveys in other locations. We're located on a bus route, and it is very common that public transportation is utilized. However, if every single employee coming at a shift change drove, it's still only 20 cars coming in and 20 cars coming out. That is not going to exceed the parking that we have there because we have 53 spaces, and it's unlikely that during shift change that we would be having visitors. So that even leaves room for say if a physician was meeting with a patient or something. So that 53 spaces is planned to address the concerns, and we can enforce that by signage. We can enforce that by signage exterior to the building as well as with our staffing interior to the building.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pancake, did you want to add anything to that?
I would like to add some clarity. I'm Doug Pancake, Douglas Pancake Architects. Just by way of introduction, my firm is very unusual. All I do is senior living and healthcare architecture, and my passion, along with my master's in architecture degree, is for individuals with Alzheimer's disease. I've built my whole practice around it. When I started to do this work, there was no such thing as Alzheimer care facilities. It was a geropsychiatric condition, and folks would get institutionalized. Our grandmas and grandpas that we know who have dementia, they would be put into a geropsych institution, and they would be strapped down, drugged up, hosed off, and put to bed. And if they caused a problem, they would get a shot, and that's how they managed this population. It was terrible. So in the early 90s, when I was doing my master's research, there was some really cool environment behavior research going on that I just grabbed onto, and I got a grant, published my thesis, built my project, and it was really the invention. I didn't invent it, some very smart psychiatrists and psychologists did, but the very first residential Alzheimer care projects came about. So just a quick synopsis of my career. I've done over 200 memory care specific buildings. I've worked in several different states. I've worked for all of the large and the small providers, Atria Senior Living, Silverado Senior Living, Brookdale. I've done some projects with Paul. Paul is a class act in terms of my clients. I'm not just saying that because he's here, but a good guy. The design of these buildings and the design of the environments are first and foremost to keep our residents who have a propensity or propensity to wander off, and folks wander for stimulation. We all look for stimulation. What interests us? I want to look at the light, I want to look at the outside, I want to look at the garden, I want to find my dog. There will be dogs and cats in this building, or there should be. So this has been designed specifically to address the special needs, perceptual needs of our residents. They'll have choice, the environment sets them up for success, the program will work in conjunction with the environment so that when both things come together, the individuals will feel autonomous, even though they are in a secured environment. They'll have choice, and they will be safe. I sit on the building standards, the State Fire Marshal's Code Advisory Committee for Residential Care Facilities for the Elderly, and safety and security of memory care residents is huge. I'm happy to say that we just passed, our Building Standards Commission just passed a code change initiative that I sponsored with California Assisted Living Communities to reduce the operable windows in your apartment or your home. Fire department wants you to be able to get out very quickly. That came over to residential care. Fortunately, for years, we've been fighting that case by case. We don't want folks to get out these windows. It's been passed by the Building Standards Commission. It'll be published in June, and it'll become effective January 1st of 2020. So we do things like this every day, all the time. This environment is going to be a wonderful environment for our elders here in Newport Beach, especially those with memory impairment. And just talking about the parking a little bit. So as the building is being built, the operator will start developing their policy and procedures manuals, and they will. They're all very sensitive because this is not a common. I mean, this is not an isolated incident. It's a common problem. There's parking concerns with every one of these entitlement processes we go through, and what happens is they don't have everybody split and everybody come at the same time. There's a dietary department. There's a care delivery department. There's an activities department. There's an administrative department. There's a housekeeping department. And so each of those departments can change their shifts in a staggered manner so that it's not congestion in the parking garage. We do have 53 spaces. We're only required to have 40. I've done so many of these projects. I've done projects that have been underparked in Mission Viejo. We had a parking, it was called Paragon Gardens. It's down by Home Depot up off of Crown Valley. And it was 0.25 spaces per unit, which was way underparked. Our developer loved it. The city passed it. I thought, oh, that's great. We got this through. I watched that built in the 90s, grew into my position. Wow, we'll never do that. I've also worked in Beverly Hills where we had an outrageous parking requirement of 50% or 0.5 spaces per unit, which is what we're here now. And it's overparked, so nobody wants too much parking. So we anticipated this being an issue. We intentionally designed this with 53 spaces because that's how we could fit it into the garage with our structural walls in the system. We had the space for it. So considering that the shift changes are staggered, some people do take public transportation. I mean, I'm working in Pasadena. I'm working in other affluent areas of Orange County. I'm doing Atria up by the hospital. And I worked on Vintage Senior Living before it became an Atria. We watch folks take public transportation. We watch folks have their spouses pick them up. We watch folks drop off their kids because this is a great place for kids to come and either volunteer or work in the dining room serving our elders. So it's just a lack of understanding as to how these facilities actually work. And I'm here to say with 53 spaces, frankly, you're overparked. We don't need that many spaces, but that's what we're proposing.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Pancake. Appreciate it. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back up here. Any council members have questions or comments? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
I had a question for our city attorney. So one of the members of the public had referenced potential legal challenges. I saw in our packet of correspondence that there were dueling letters from law firms on the issue. Have you had a chance to review both of those and made a determination one way or the other?
We have had an opportunity to look at those, and we think if you make a decision to approve the project tonight, it is defensible.
Okay.
Mr. Avery.
Carol, I have a question. Sorry. Maybe you can help. I'm trying to get a feel for what the real issue is here from your perspective.
Well, we've known about the opposition. We sense that there is sort of an underlying fear of an effect on property values. That's a general fear that I hear from anybody when there's a change of land use. What we have found, though, in the other projects that I've worked on, and certainly the ones that Doug has worked on as well, is that, first of all, the quality of the architecture, the quiet population, the conditions of approval that are being built into this kind of a project and that are typical in other communities as well, guarantee a compatibility that avoids any potential reduction in property values. But there's a fear factor there that is hard to dissuade when there is a change involved. And what we've gone to great lengths to reduce the amount of change, limiting the general plan amendment, limiting the zone change, and reducing the height of the building, adding additional landscaping. So we've done everything we can to provide the kind of compatibility that we think will result not only in a good use, but what we will find is that, you know, the year after it's open, everybody's going to say, well, That wasn't so bad after all, was it? And I've had people come up to me later that have fought me in great battles, and we've become friends afterwards because they realize that I'm not representing something that's going to harm the community, because my integrity is at stake here as well. And I'm very confident that this is going to be an addition and not a detraction.
Great, thanks.
It's the best answer I can give you.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner.
I have two questions and a comment. I was asked if it is approved, if this has any impact on our RENA numbers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Greg Ramirez with the Planning Division. These types of facilities, you typically do not count toward meeting RENA requirements. Those are essentially all just independent dwelling units. If it was, for example, a just age-restricted housing, like senior housing, say like in Laguna Woods, those would count, but in these types of facilities do not.
So if this were not approved, but in the general plan update process, it could possibly become a low-income housing facility in order to meet those numbers, was what the concern of the person that I was talking with. And my comment is, there's another question. Does Crown Cove, they said there was no precedent for this. What about Crown Cove in Corona del Mar? Because to me, that was almost the exact same circumstance where a restaurant was being replaced with a senior housing facility, and it was right on Pacific Coast Highway. So I don't know whether that required a zoning change or not, but it was the same circumstance almost exactly. Do you happen to know?
Thank you, Councilmember Brenner. I believe the exact question that was asked of staff was, has there been a change from general commercial office to private institutions? To which the answer was, we're not aware of that specific change, although I am confident there have been zone changes in the past or designation changes in the past from other designations to private institutions. Excuse me, as you touched on with Crown Cove.
My comment about Crown Cove has to be personal, and I have to share with you because it was built in 1999, and in 2004, I found myself having to remove my mother from the hospital, and I started visiting sites where she could possibly live. And at the end of most of those visits, I came out in tears, thinking that I was going to have to move her to one of the facilities that I could find. And fortunately, I was able to move her into Crown Cove, which was just a few blocks from my home. And my experience with that facility, if you don't know what it is, it's the building directly south of the Five Crowns, and it's a beautiful facility. You would drive past it, and it was a great enhancement to our neighborhood. And as it turned out, visiting her there all the time, it was a quiet and comfortable and just calm place where I enjoyed visiting her. And because it was so close to our home, I was able to have my two grown daughters there frequently visiting her as well. And the Alzheimer's section was closed off, and it was very secure, and we never actually went into that part of the facility. But it turned out to be a place that some of the kids at the elementary school would go and visit and sing Christmas carols for the seniors. And it was actually a lovely facility, and I was so grateful as a resident to have a place like that where I could take my mother that I didn't leave in tears every time. So I know this is a very difficult decision, and any kind of change is hard, and I just hope that we come up with something that exceeds your expectations.
Let me just ask a question. On, I think it was staff's, one of your slides you were talking about, there was the chronology. So Baycrest was built in 1985 or late 80s. Did I hear that date? And then the zoning change, there were some zoning changes in the late 90s. So once Baycrest had been an established planned community, there were zoning changes on this same piece of property. in Zone 5 or whatever it's called?
Thanks, Mayor Dixon. I think you're referencing the applicant's slide, which I'd be happy to put back up if you give me a moment.
Sure, thank you. So Bayview was adopted in 1985, and then there were 3 amendments. So could you just characterize these amendments and what happened in the 90s? There were comments made about property rights and such, and what is being proposed tonight?
Yeah, if I may, I'd ask the applicant's representative to do that. That was
All right,
kind of before my time.
Okay, sorry, Carol. You should sit in the front row there.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Carol McDermott. We researched this extensively because of the community's concerns about it's illegal to, change a PC. Well, it's not illegal. It's done many places, and not only in Newport Beach. But in 1995, there actually was a zone change for Parcel 5 or Area 5, and they added the bars, theaters, and nightclubs into the permitted use there. And so the residents may not remember that, and I don't know the process that was used at that time, but it was added in as permitted uses. And so there was an amendment to the zoning, and it was specifically to number 5, which is the one that we're proposing to amend to eliminate the very things that were added in 1995 that have become very objectionable.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Avery.
I'd like to ask maybe the president of the HOA the same question I asked earlier, just from your perspective. And obviously there's a number of things, but is there one thing that stands out? And to speak to the lessening of potential lessening of property value, was that a concern? Because I didn't hear that until just now.
That's one of the concerns. Our other concern is that is not the fabric of the neighborhood we bought into. We go to Kitayama. All of our neighbors go. That's part of the fabric of our community. We would love for that site to be redeveloped. We would love for another restaurant to come in, 2 or 3 restaurants to come in. We would love for it to become a mini lab where we can walk, where it adds value. Right now, the usage adds value, and I believe that's why the original designation for Area 5 was what it is. You know, if you look at the pattern of land uses around that site, and not just 5, but around that entire parcel, there is no designation similar to a private institution. That is part of the fabric, and to remove that takes away our quality of life. One of our neighbors here, I know, and again, we had a wonderful turnout here because this is something that recently we held a town hall. We took the offer that was put to us from the developer to our community as the board. It was our duty to tell folks, what do you want to do? And it was unanimous from everybody that was at the town hall to reject it based on the conditions, to reject it and to actually approve an assessment to mount a legal fight if that's necessary. It's about our quality of life. It's a wonderful place. We've recently invested over $1 million to completely regenerate where we live. We're so proud of it. I don't know how many of you have had a chance to visit this site. I would say if you haven't visited this site or visited our community, it would be part of what I see as necessary to gather the right information so you can see how close it is to us and what a change that will be to the quality of our life. We gather there. As I was saying, one of the neighbors that's here, when her sister visits, if I'm walking the dog, her and her sister are going down to happy hour. They love happy hour. Kitayama has an amazing happy hour. You should get there before it closes. And that's part of the quality of our life. That's what it was intended for. That's what we want it to continue to be in whatever incarnation that may be beyond Kitayama that meets that current designation. We are not worried about all these fear tactics, about bars and nightclubs. This is part of our life, and we want to work with the city, particularly on the eve of the first meeting for the new general plan. It just seems, from an ethical lens, not right to make such a radical change, as Ben just said, to his knowledge, has never been before from a COG to a PI anywhere in the city. To make that designation change in our backyard, and you saw how many of our amazing neighbors showed up tonight because they're committed not with their hearts, but also with their wallets to maintain and preserve our community that we love and that we've invested so much time and money into. So we really ask you to preserve our neighborhood. We want to work with you on this new general plan. To make such a drastic change on the eve of the first meeting, community plans and general plans, as I understand it, should work together based on the input from the community as the community shapes those and contains the voices of the community. We want to participate in that, and to make this change on the eve of redoing the general plan, just from an ethical standpoint at least. I'm a business professor at USC and I teach ethics. It seems unthinkable, and it seems just not right to all of us that are here tonight. You're welcome. Thank you for asking.
Mr. O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. I appreciate everyone who got up and spoke. I appreciate the council members who have spoken, including Ms. Brenner, talking about a personal experience on this front. When we're looking from the dais and trying to make land use choices, we very rarely have the opportunity to make modifications that actually decrease traffic, that actually decrease intensification in a particular area. And when we're looking at an area where it can be a 70,000 square foot office building, or multiple, it sounds like multiple bars or nightclubs or restaurants, it's something where we know, seeing all the data, that as our community gets older, we need senior facilities. And we know that we've got a lot of folks who need this sort of location. So I'm going to move staff recommendation.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Any other comments? All right, we ready to vote? Let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance titles for ordinance number 2019-3, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach adopting Planned Community Development Plan Amendment number PD 2015-005, amending Area 5 of the Bayview Planned Community for the Harbor Point Senior Living Project located at 101 Bayview Place, and ordinance number 2019-4, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach approving development agreement number DA 2018-006 for the Harbor Point Senior Living Project located at 101 Bayview Place, with Councilmember Avery voting no. The motion carries 5-1.
Okay, moving on. Item number 15, it's the introduction of an ordinance amending the city's local coastal program for consistency. Staff, would you like to speak to this? Is that it? I don't know. Do we need a report on this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a report if you'd like. If not, these are items that have been approved by the Coastal Commission. This is just to be consistent with our coastal plan to tie it into our zoning code.
Okay, why don't we... We're still conducting our meeting. Thank you. Did anyone up here care for a report explanation of what this item is? No? Okay. All right. Any comments up here? Any public comments? Please come forward. And seeing no public comments on this, are we sure? All right, let's call for, do I have a motion?
I move staff recommendation.
I'll second the motion.
Let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance number 2019-5, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending Title 21 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code to approve local coastal program amendment number LC 2016-002 as modified by the California Coastal Commission. The motion, Councilmember Brenner, if you can please vote. Thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 6-0.
All right, item number 17 under current business, consideration of a master license agreement with New Singular Wireless PCS, otherwise known as AT&T, for siting of small cell telecommunication facilities on city-owned light standards.
Mayor Dixon, I'd like to announce that I'm going to recuse myself on this item due to business interests in telecommunications field.
Okay. Okay, you're going. Okay. Anyone else need to recuse themselves? No? All right. Staff, do you want to give a report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, and City Council members. We're actually really excited about this particular item. Staff has been working with the AT&T team for about a couple of years. Throughout the community, we've heard a number of different complaints with regards to cell service, regardless of what carrier you have. And about a year ago, the council approved a agreement with Verizon to boost cell service up and down the Peninsula coastline. And now we've been working with AT&T pretty strongly here to get an actual agreement done. And this agreement is going to really roll out a kind of a small cell service throughout the community, and we're excited that it's actually going to improve coverage for AT&T subscribers. We do have a short presentation. I have Lauren Wooding-Whitlinger. She'll be making a presentation on the agreement, and then from there, the AT&T team is here. They also have a presentation they would like to make to the council too. So I'm going to turn it over to Lauren. Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you. This evening we have for your consideration a master license agreement with AT&T for installation of small cell telecommunications facilities on city-owned streetlights. Small cell is a new technology. It is being rolled out to fill gaps in coverage. It reduces the load, the data load, and helps boost the speeds between the existing facilities called macro and micro cell sites. This technology initially will provide improved coverage and speed for 3G, 4G, LTE services, and then it will provide for future rollout of 5G.
Could you just explain what that means? I mean, I know what 5G is, but what do you mean provide for? Is AT&T really providing for the infrastructure necessary for 5G?
Yes, that is correct. The small cell facilities will allow the carriers to replace radios, maybe add an additional antenna within the structure that they're going to be installing, and that technology should be able to convert to actually provide 5G coverage.
Okay, I remember that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Currently, macro cell and micro cell sites is how carriers distribute coverage. Macro cells are very large facilities, typically between 60 and 80 feet tall. They're the trees that don't really look like trees that you see around the community. The signal range is up to 5 miles for those larger facilities. And then smaller sites are micros, and those are located on streetlight facilities currently, but there is additional equipment. There's usually more antennas and more radios and typically some type of power pedestal to provide all of the backhaul and equipment to run that facility. And the signal range on those facilities is smaller than the macro, but larger than the small cell. This graphic is for illustrative purposes only, but demonstrates how the various types of cell sites kind of work together. You've got the large macro sites in black, and then the smaller or mid-range micro sites in blue, and the small cell will be rolled out to provide coverage for the gaps. The city owns all of our streetlights. We have just over 7,000 poles around town, and that is where AT&T is proposing to install the small cell technology.
Lauren, I'm sorry. Could you go back 2 slides? Sorry. Do you mind just holding it for a second? I just want to look at this for just a little bit.
This is just for illustration purposes. This isn't actual coverage maps.
Right, because it's proprietary, right?
But aren't you going to show a more detailed map in your presentation?
AT&T has a map in their presentation.
Okay, all right.
So when we're looking at this, assume for a moment that they would actually implement this map let's just assume that. So if I'm looking at this and seeing the large black circles, those are the macro sites, and those, will they all look like fake palm trees?
No, they can be installed in buildings, on rooftops. They can be shrouded behind screens similar to what you see covering HVAC units. There can be towers or even flag poles to kind of mask the facility.
Are those possible? Maybe I can ask the carrier in a second, but I know when we're rolling it out right now for Verizon, trying to work through the first phase on the safety issue. One of the things they're doing up in Newport Coast is making them look like street poles. I mean, you just won't know that they're anything other than street poles. Is that a possibility for macros, or do they have to be taller?
Macros typically do need the height to have the signal promulgated the distance that the macro requires.
Okay. And so one of the reasons I'm asking this is because up in Spyglass Hill, not AT&T, so good for you out of the starting gate, but another carrier had tried to put in a fairly large tower up in Spyglass Hill Park and nearly caused a riot. And so I'm trying to avoid anything like that. So when we're looking at macro sites, is there any way to make sure that they are not going in parks? I understand right-of-ways and we can work through something like that, but when we're looking at trying to work this through, I'd like to have a better understanding of what we're talking about in terms of the where the sites are being located.
The proposal today is just for small cells, but we do have Council Policy L23 that governs the siting of telecom facilities. Fair
enough. That's a good point. I'd missed the forest for the trees on that.
Well, on the prior slide, you want to go back to the prior slide where you explained? So we're just doing small cells.
Correct.
In this master license agreement.
This is just for reference.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Still a good question. All right, keep going. Thanks, Lauren.
So these are a few of AT&T's proposed small cell designs. They would be doing pole replacements and integrating as much of the design into the existing pole. They do need to replace the pole to ensure that the pole loading and the footer for the pole itself is engineered to handle the load of the additional equipment on the top of the pole.
All right, I have a couple questions. I asked this before when we did the Verizon MLA, the design standards. Just to be clear, Newport Beach does not have design standards for telecommunications infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so now we've allowed Verizon to come in, and we were very careful with Verizon and how they designed their small cells onto the light fixtures, and we were very much attuned to the size of the base and the size of the height of the pole. I guess I will say I'm a little frustrated that I think I said at the time with Verizon we need to have design standards. So we still don't have design standards. I know I'm not talking about residential property and homes and architectural designs. I'm talking about telecommunications design standards, because vendors can come into our city and just do whatever they want and not conform. Now, the city of Irvine, I know, doesn't Irvine have design standards? So I'm looking at this photograph on the left. That looks like a very different light pole than what we see throughout our city. So we're going to have a mixture. Let me ask the question. Are we going to have a mixture of design light poles? The base is going to be different. It's not going to, AT&T does its own thing. Verizon does its own thing. There'll be another carrier coming in and doing its own thing. We're going to have a mishmash. How can we protect ourselves and the aesthetics of our community?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are really good questions. We compared what the agreement that Verizon has to the AT&T designs. We compared the two designs, and they're both very similar with regard to designs. One critical part of what we've been focusing on is that we want a very streamlined design. We don't want antennas to be exposed. We don't want cabling or wires to be exposed. And so that is really critical because there are some areas in the state where there's no design review at all, and it's almost like the Wild West. So we've been very diligent in working with AT&T and coming up with design standards that could work. Now these designs are attached to the agreement. They have different designs because they have different topographical conditions. Some of them have a bigger base, some have a smaller base. It all just depends on the topography where the location is. But we've been focusing much more on a streamlined design. And additionally to add, and Lauren will get into this in a second though, with the FCC regulations, we can't regulate design anymore. So we're doing all the design through these graphics through the agreement, and we think that
So the design standards you cannot do?
No.
So what happens? So all the cities that have them, it's just grandfathered in?
That's correct.
Are you serious? Cities are losing that control now too? We can't protect the aesthetics of our own community?
Yeah. With regards to the FCC, with the telecom, yeah, we don't have any control over the designs.
So carriers can build whatever light poles they want?
And hence we are supportive of having this type of agreement in place and going through with the agreement and actually dictating what the design is. AT&T wants to work with the City of Newport Beach, with our staff. And so we've been working together to come up with an actual agreement where these are the designs and they can't veer from these designs because we're going to have an agreement. But of course, another carrier can come in and say, we're just going to do whatever we want. And that's still a possibility.
Ms. Brenner, did you have a question?
So is our option yes or no? Do we have to allow them to bring in whatever they want?
But with tonight's item?
No, not just in general.
In general, yes.
And we have to approve them.
Correct. So the feds recently, and Lauren will talk about this, the FCC has new regulations. They are kind of forcing these small cells to come throughout the state, throughout the country. There is pending litigation, so we'll see. It's all new, so we will see how this is all developed. So we think it's in our benefit to actually have this agreement with AT&T if the council chooses to. And we'll see how the FCC regs go about.
Well, there's absolutely no design standards in the FCC regulations?
We could have the AT&T because they've been kind of focusing.
Well,
on...
I'll let you finish the presentation
Okay.
then, and then they can speak. Okay.
Thank you. So these are three of the AT&T proposed designs. Again, these are replacing existing streetlights with a like design. The only difference would be maybe the circumference of the pole would be slightly larger to account for the additional equipment load. As Simone mentioned, the FCC approved in late 2018 a declaratory rule and order that just went into effect in January. It limits state and local ability to control small cells. It limits the type and amount of fees that the city can collect. It limits our ability to regulate design, and it also imposes shorter shot clocks on the permitting process. Simone mentioned there is a legal challenge that's pending. There is also some House of Representatives bill that will be put forward in this next legislative session.
I also heard that there is a public comment period open at this point. Are we participating in that in any way?
I believe that we will be sending a letter of support for the House of Representatives bill.
What is that bill?
It's in opposition to the FCC order.
Okay, if you could just get back to me about the comment period and whether we should participate with some kind of a comment regarding these new regulations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Small cell rates, the city had an appraisal done in 2018 to determine fair market value rent for small cell installations on streetlights. Our appraisal came back with an annual rental rate of $2,316 per pole per year. And then compared to the FCC ruling, which has a per pole per year rate of $270 per year. The agreement that's in front of you tonight, a summary of that, it will be a 10-year initial term with 2 5-year options. AT&T is agreeing to submit applications for 20 sites within 90 days of execution of the agreement. They have also agreed to pay the city's appraisal rate of $2,316 per pole per year for the first 2 years of the agreement. And then after that, the rate per year per pole would revert to the FCC amount, assuming that there aren't any changes to that. The public benefit that
Excuse me, the Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
So real quick, on this last slide, I actually wanted to ask about some of the language in the actual contract. So I'm going to, hold on, I'm going to wait for just a second. I want to see if we can pull it up on the screen. So what I'm going to propose is when it goes out to AT&T and it comes back, it would be phenomenal after that to be able to pull up page 6 of the contract, which is in the packet. It's 17-13. I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing here, because there are some nuances dealing with the FCC issue, and I just wanted to make sure I understood what we were doing. Thanks.
Simone mentioned early on that there is some public benefit to this agreement. It will improve coverage around the city for AT&T subscribers. It will also install infrastructure so that when 5G does roll out, the technology will be available at these small cell sites. And the benefit of small cell is that increased capacity and speed to transmit data. That concludes the presentation.
So we will hear from AT&T now. Please come forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon and Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill and members of the council. My name is Corey Autry. I actually work with Wireless Policy Group, and I'm here tonight representing AT&T. I've been very involved in agreement negotiations with city staff for quite a while now, a year and a half or so. And while we're here tonight...
I'm sorry, hang on just a second.
Yeah.
Is Ericsson working for AT&T on this?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
I have to recuse myself. I represent Ericsson. I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
We're down to 4. Well, I don't know. Mr. City Attorney, no, we do not? Okay. I have AT&T. Okay, you better talk fast before anybody else leaves.
Oh, I know. My gosh. Let me try and change it up. So I just wanted to let you know we do have a team of folks here tonight. Like I said, we've been working with the city for quite a while, and we're very interested in seeing this MLA get approved tonight. So we're here to answer any questions that you have. Richard Porras and Judy Woolen from AT&T's External Affairs Department are here tonight. Dan Vazenilek, the AT&T Area Manager for Newport Beach, is here tonight. He's been very instrumental as well in negotiating the agreement for AT&T, and also Ricard Soderberg from Ericsson is one of AT&T's design vendors on this project. So while we were here tonight to discuss the MLA, we thought it would first be important to explain what's driving the need for small cell, what it is, and benefits to the city. And I can tell from the presentation staff already gave and some of your history with Verizon, maybe there's not a ton of info we need to provide on that, but I'll just buzz through our slides and see where we.
I think we went through this before, but go quickly through that. All right.
Sure.
In the interest of time.
So what's driving the need? Public safety. 76% of all 911 calls came from cell phones. Small businesses, we have 98% of small businesses relying on wireless technology. And more residents are using multiple devices in their homes. And it's really driving the need to expand our connectivity closer to where these users are. This slide shows that in a 5.5-year period regarding wireless-only households, it has pretty much grown from 18% to 50% wireless-only, which highlights the need to ensure that we have sufficient wireless network to meet the needs of the city's residents and consumers and businesses. AT&T's network specifically has had a major boom in data usage over these last years since 2007, 360,000% increase. And that right there is driving major changes to the network infrastructure and what we need to do to continue providing an adequate service. Our network capacity must be upgraded to keep pace with surging demands for data. And there are a number of ways that we can do that. One is to deploy more spectrum, but it's not readily available. A second way would be to improve spectrum efficiency, which is repurposing existing spectrum and modifying existing cell sites that we have in place, which we do all the time. And then a third way would be to add more macro cell sites. At this point, we're not planning more macro cell sites. The fourth way would be to add more small cells, and that's what we're here tonight talking about. Our small cells will offload the capacity from the surrounding macro sites. They're not going to replace macro sites. They're going to be a complement to the macro sites that are already there. And it sounds like you already know the difference between macro and small cells, so we'll buzz past this slide. And this is somewhat close to what the city provided. It's a little bit different in that our large circle is the macro site coverage, and the smaller circles are the small cells. And just shows that small cells could be within that same footprint of the macro coverage. And what they're doing is they're providing more of a dense, concentrated signal to closer to where the users are, and they're offloading that capacity from the macro so all of the network works better. What is a small cell? Again, you had some examples from the city that represent what AT&T is proposing to do. Small cells consist of a small antenna, radio equipment, that ties back via fiber to AT&T's network, and of course the radio equipment needs power to run as well. So we're placing these where customers are prone to connectivity issues in heavily populated areas that need more capacity and areas that can't effectively be served by macro cell sites. Small cells help to bring the network closer to its users and deliver increased data capacity, faster connectivity speeds, and an overall better wireless experience. And the public right-of-way, utility poles, light poles, that type of infrastructure is ideal, an ideal way for us to bring the service closer to the user. There are benefits to consumers and communities. Small cells help us prepare for the technologies of the future, like we've talked about tonight, 5G, smart cities, and new development, and the Internet of Things. And also, like we talked about earlier, the 98% of small businesses rely on wireless technology. This gives a few examples of how businesses are using our technology to streamline bookkeeping and taking payments, for example, or video chatting with clients, or even, finding customers and using apps to operate their businesses. So the meat of what you're probably very interested in is our project overview. And this slide gives more detail on where we're proposing to place this first wave of small cells. And right now we've identified about 45 plus locations. They're in various stages. Some are being designed right now. Some of the locations are being final approved by our radio frequency engineers. But at this point, we envision about 45 plus locations for this first phase in Newport Beach. So we hadn't necessarily intended to go into a lot of detail on all the different locations, but we're happy to answer questions.
Are these general locations or approximate until you resolve specifically which pole and which is optimum?
These overall pretty much correspond to a specific pole. There may be a couple of areas where we know we want to cover that area, but may not have a final
What is the
solution.
radius of coverage?
Radius of coverage is 500 to 1,200 feet for these small cells. We do have two different types of small cells. One's what we call a pico small cell, and one's a micro small cell. The pico is a little bit less range than the micro. The micro has a little more power, so it'd be closer to that 1,200 feet. It's not like the kind of traditional micro that we all maybe have heard about through the years that was an offset of a macro site that maybe had a lot more power. It's a more low powered
Well, my
solution.
comment is just to urge, I represent the peninsula, and it's kind of sketchy down there in terms of the red dots. So I want to be sure that we get adequate coverage, because AT&T, and your company knows this, or your client knows this, that people have been grumpy for a long time because of the poor AT&T coverage.
Right.
So I want to be sure that all parts of the city, residents, that's always been my driving force on this MLA, is that the residents are going to be benefiting, because AT&T is, and Verizon, I said the same thing too. I mean, we just needed to, it was time to upgrade our service for our residents.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the priority.
Yeah, and this represents really the first phase. We're looking at doubling this within the next 5 years.
Mr. Herdman, you had a question?
Yeah, I do. Can we go back to the picture of the three different types of small cells on top of light poles?
Yeah, you know what? That was in the staff's presentation.
Oh, okay.
We actually have those same pictures in our presentation that we can
Just
look
a
at.
quick question about Lido Isle, Balboa Island. I can't tell if there's actually a pole on Newport Island or not. But we don't have the big tall street lights on our islands. So it is, no, I know, all three of those we don't. So will that be the installation of a pole with a small cell on top of it?
Well, right now we're looking to use existing infrastructure, and you're right. You've highlighted what is a challenge for us on those islands, and that's the short poles.
Okay.
And there's not a lot of options. So we're having to get creative. I think for Balboa Island, maybe we have a clearer solution. Lido, at this point, we're still trying to figure it out. I don't know. It's not one of the samples that we're showing, though.
Oh, good. I appreciate it. Our residents will appreciate it.
Sure. Okay, so moving on. Yeah, so here we get into the pictures, and these are the same pictures that staff had showed you with the cylinder at the top. This is what we call our Pico small cell. It actually houses the radios up at the top in the cylinder, along with the antenna. All of the cables are enclosed, and it all ties back down to fiber and power in pole boxes that are in the sidewalk.
Which reminds me to ask, so when you do the installation, you will not only doing it above ground, but you're doing it below ground as well?
Correct.
So there will be some necessary street closures or area closures?
Yeah, and that would all be handled as part of the permitting process. And
No, I know. I just said it's going to be a little bit more, and I'm not being critical, it's going to be a little bit more disruptive, but it's for a good cause.
Yeah. So this is one sample of a Pico design that we propose to use. And this slide is that second sample of a Pico with everything contained within the replacement pole, the antenna, and the radios at the top. And the Pico designs will be the most prevalent design. It's going to be the majority of the locations would be one of these couple of Pico designs. And then we have the micro design, and that's where we show the base enclosure at the bottom of the pole. And the micro equipment is a little bit larger. It doesn't fit in a cylinder at the top of the pole, and that's why we need to place it in like an enclosure at the bottom. It needs to be pretty close to the antennas. That's why we can't really take it too far off the pole. But again, it won't fit up inside the cylinder. I know we were working with staff to come up with designs that contained everything and didn't have anything on the outside of the pole and whatnot, and this is what we came up with. So that's one example of a micro. We definitely make sure we abide by the ADA clearances required for the sidewalk there. And that leads me to this design, which is another micro. It's the same concept with the antenna at the top of the pole, the equipment in the base enclosure at the bottom of the pole. And the only reason we have the taller enclosure at the bottom is because of the ADA clearance required. We couldn't go out as far at the bottom of the pole, so we basically had to stack the equipment up and go up higher on the pole. So in closing, I just want to state that AT&T is excited to bring the new technology to the city of Newport Beach, and we hope you're excited as well. We do appreciate all the time that staff has invested in negotiating the agreement and the partnership that we've created through doing that. It was definitely, you've got some staff members really looking out for you. It was not an easy negotiation. It took, a year and a half to get where we are today. And one thing we did commit to do is once the agreement is signed, within 90 days, we'll get 20 of our permits submitted so we can get moving on providing this technology to the city.
Then how long will it take to install?
It's going to depend anywhere from 6 months to 18 months, honestly. And a lot of it has to do with the fiber design and how long it takes to finalize that, and also the power and how long it takes to get power from Southern California Edison. So those are factors that would affect the construction timeline. So we request your approval of the MLA, and if you have any questions, like I said, we have a full team of people here ready to answer.
Okay, any questions up here?
No questions. I just want to caution you about the design on Balboa Island. Don't count on the power poles.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you know about what's going on there, but
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's open up to public questions.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Jim Miller. In answer to 3 City Council persons' question, do we have to allow them to design any way they want and any place? And staff told you yes. I believe that is as of January of this year. A lot of lawsuits over that issue right now. Prior law started, I won't go into details, but in 96 with the Communications Act, and then in 09, the FCC ruled you have a right to determine what it looks like. You have a right to determine where it's going to be. In 2 years from now, that makeup on the FCC is going to change. All right, I think appointed officials will change, and I think what AT&T is doing right now is get a 20-year agreement now, so they can solidify. And once you're under contract, anybody that's attorney, and we lost them all right now, I think, it's hard to change a contract because you do the best you can, they do the best they can, and now you add a whole new can of worms to overturning that contract. Don't do it for 20 years, 10 years plus 5 and 5. Do it for 2 years. They don't like it, too bad. I was at a meeting last night, current events group, And in that current events group, there were doctors, lawyers, engineers. We discussed Mayor Dixon's photo. I don't know which newspaper they were holding up and how well City Council's doing. Everybody was positive. And then we discussed this item 17, and I just learned about it yesterday. These are some of the issues that came up. The concluding issue, however, is, well, my brother died of brain cancer last year. He was an athlete. He worked for one of the major, and I don't want to say which one it is, but one of the major companies, and he set up cell towers. He's a supervisor all across the western United States. We all disagreed on the research, and it's constantly moving because of this 5G instead of 4G. 4G waves hit your skin and rolls along it. 5G goes in. All right? We disagreed on the harmful effects. We had healthy discussion. But when asked, how many after doing the research, like, there's just so much. In Israel, 8 cases of cancer diagnosed within 1 year, those living in close proximity. 3 cases of breast cancer, 1 case each of ovarian, lung, bone, kidney, and lymphatic cancer. I don't know if these are 5G or 4G. Women are more susceptible. 7 of the 8 cancers that arose during the first year were females. Okay? This is not a pretty thing. They tried to pass a bill, and I don't want to skip around too much, but, I'm President of Newport Island. I'm on the board of directors for West Newport. I'd ask leave to get a little more time. One of the board members would not like that map that was just shown. She has had cancer and was very upset. Other board members and another organization also were very concerned, but they're out of town.
Okay, can we wrap it up?
I apologize.
You're out of time.
I'm out of time. Oh, goodness.
Did you hear the bell ring?
I heard it, but am I allowed a couple more minutes at least?
Oh, 1 minute?
Well, they spoke forever.
But they're the applicant.
I understand. All right. So I won't bore you with the ARP's position and all these others' positions. The main thing is be safe, not sorry. None of you would want that tower outside your window, and they can put it any place they want, and you have no right to say anything. That's baloney. They try to do that in the state legislature, SB 6 something or other, and they said, yeah, ain't going to happen. 200 and some of 300 California cities said, it's not going to happen. They opposed it. So don't do tonight, under the table, under the radar, what they try to do up in Sacramento.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you very much. Any other comments from the public? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosher. First of all, as far as I know, there is no requirement for a city to have a master license agreement with a wireless provider. There was an agreement made with Verizon that had something to do with our police and fire communications. That was a little different. What bothers me about this, there's nothing mentioned in the staff report, and I do not recall the council ever giving direction to the city staff to be negotiating an agreement for a master license agreement with any carrier. Yet we've heard for a year and a half, apparently this agreement has been privately negotiated without any public awareness that it was being negotiated. These various information, which seems to be perhaps misinformation, has never been publicly vetted. The reliability of it, we don't know. We've heard we have no design control at all, but the slide that up there said it limits our ability to regulate design. I don't know. Nothing has been publicly discussed, so I have no idea what the truth is. Similarly, the funding part said that we're going to start with a rent of $2,316, and then after 2 years it's going to go down to $270. because of some requirement to do that. I don't think there's really a requirement to do that. Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, I think, was going to point out page 13 of the staff report. That's the actual contract. And it seems to say it goes down to $270 or a higher amount that could be charged by the city if the city could justify a higher amount. So the information you're getting is very unreliable. And the staff report, for instance, another example, not related in any way to the FCC, on page 3 is saying these things are going to be exempt from coastal development permit requirements, that takes and it cites a non-existent part of our municipal code. I could correct that, but it takes a very creative reading of our LCP to say that these don't need a coastal development permit, because we have a whole chapter on wireless facilities, and it starts out by saying that all of them do require permits. So a lot of confusing stuff here. The staff told us that we'd gone from macros to micros to small. We've learned that small actually is kind of micro, and they're different than the other micro. They actually don't look a whole lot different than what was being proposed 10 years ago on the light pole in front of the view in front of my house. We've heard there's a need to connect to fiber. I think AT&T was going to bring fiber to all of our homes. I don't know if they actually did that, which brings me to the idea the whole thing here seems to be kind of a city infrastructure thing, and perhaps the city could be doing it better than these private providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back here, close the discussion. Any comments from the dais? Mr. Miller actually brought up a good point. There's so much uncertainty around the FCC, the litigation. I appreciate what staff has negotiated, that we're, for 2 years, the higher pole market value rate is in there. That's great. Maybe to put some provision in the contract that would give the city the authority to impose a design standard if that part of the FCC law is amended or changed in such a way to return to the city's local control over these types of things, or some aspect. But if design capability or authority is freed up, I'd like to restore that into this agreement if we were to go forward with this agreement.
Madam Mayor, if I may add, City Attorney Aaron Harp helped me find the provision in the FCC ruling, and it does say that the design needs to be, the cities can regulate design, but it needs to be reasonable and not burdensome.
All right.
And of course, it's all subject to interpretation.
Well, I would like to proceed on that basis.
What I think one thing that's important to note here is that what's actually being approved here as far as the telecommunication facility, it's set forth in those exhibits. So what they're showing in those exhibits is basically you're adding kind of the design criteria to the agreement. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, Simone, or maybe you want to get into more detail.
But no, you're correct. City Attorney Aaron Harp is correct. So the element of that, we have design standards within this agreement, and we're referencing those design pictorials that Lauren had put up on the screen. So their design needs to conform to those pictures that we've shared. That's
All right. Well, then we can't go beyond that in terms of having our city have our own design standards.
I think you're asking a different question. You know, for this agreement.
No, I understand,
okay.
but had we had a design standard in place, or going forward for the next telecommunications proposed contract, can we have a design standard finally in the city?
So there's different types of telecom facilities, but for this small cell sites, what basically the FCC.
I know, I say the same thing.
I got too many acronyms.
Yeah.
What the FCC has said is that you can have your own aesthetic design criteria. It just can't be overly burdensome.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
And so I think that there may be some opportunities there, but they definitely have restricted what cities can do.
I get that,
for
but I'd like
small
to push up as far as we can go as we go forward, or else this is just going to be chaos in our city. And I appreciate that AT&T is doing this in other cities, but if they go to the city of Irvine, what happens in the city of Irvine?
No, I do think it's a great idea. We're going to be actually updating our telecom code to kind of deal with the FCC order, so that'll be a great opportunity to maybe take a look at some of those issues.
Just as a point of interest, Ms. City Manager, how do all the appurtenances on light poles in Irvine have to conform to what?
I have to go back and take a look to be more familiar. And I'd also note the street light poles aren't owned by the city in Irvine, so it's a little bit of a different environment.
Yeah, and one other point, just kind of just to add to that, is this FCC order is basically brand new, and so Irvine probably hasn't had a chance to react to it either. So.
And then the other thing I would note, I think, just as this master license agreement has a set of design standards built into it as part of the agreement itself, I think if we have any other providers come forward to us with requesting and we negotiate through a master license agreement, we would set up design standards in the same way too.
I get that. We did that for Verizon. They had their own. Now AT&T has its own, and then telecommunications company number 3 will have its own. Then we have a mishmash. So that's what I was trying to avoid after we did learning from the Verizon, to have some kind of standard. So we now have the second company coming in with their own design. They're conforming to a standard in the master license agreement, but they don't look like anything else we have in the city. I just would like us to look at how we can have more conformity. Ms. Brenner.
While I understand that our AT&T customers definitely want better service in the city, I just feel like there are too many unknowns at this point in time. And we totally let the cat out of the bag if we move forward tonight with different design standards. I honestly think we need to look at this more thoroughly before we move forward. I don't feel comfortable with what I know, and I'm uncomfortable with the lawsuit question and what is going to happen there and the health issues. I think there's a lot of unknowns that we really need to talk about.
Maybe we could formally table this to do the answer some of these questions that we have.
Would you like to continue it to a future meeting?
Yes. Do you want to make a motion?
Moved.
All right. I'll second.
You want to continue to a date certain or not?
Well, I'll ask staff. We've got some questions. Maybe we should have some meetings with staff just to understand what is reasonable to incorporate into this agreement. We want the service for our residents, of course, but we've had some questions raised tonight.
And I do think the applicant would like to address the council, if that's possible, Madam Mayor.
I think they have a concern about whether or not this can be implemented if we delay it, because there's some issues with the FCC, and I think that's what you were going to raise if you got up and spoke. Is that correct?
Wait, we're right up to the wire here, and we.
Well, they have some concerns that whether or not these master agreements are valid, given the new FCC order. Am I saying that correctly? Your concern? Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and just address that one point?
Yeah, thank you for letting us come back up. So in regard to the agreement as it stands now, we worked very hard with staff to come up with something that could work in light of this new FCC order that had come out in September and became effective January 14th. So we worked very hard to reach an agreement before January 14th. Knowing we'd still have to come to council, we did reach this agreement prior to January 14th. We put it on record. And one thing that AT&T was able to do, because we were able to reach agreement before the order went effective, was agree to the city's market rate of $23.16 for 2 years. So that was an incentive for us to get this agreement ready to sign, knowing that we would still have to go to council. So if we postpone this matter, then I'm afraid we're going to end up having to revisit the deal on the table, and it may be that we only have the option of going with the FCC proposed rate or the city's cost-based rate that they may come up with that's different, but the FCC proposed rate is $270. So I understand council feels like, maybe based on some comments and personal thoughts, that things aren't set in stone as much as you'd like, but I really think we covered ourselves for all the scenarios because we're paying $23.16 for 2 years. If for whatever reason, I know some cities are arguing against the FCC, if for whatever reason the FCC goes away, we have a provision where we would renegotiate a rate that's based on whatever's happening at that time, that it goes away. And if we can't reach a renegotiated rate, that we'd fall back on the city's market rate at that time. So I feel like we've covered what would happen if the FCC goes away and the city is, pretty much protected in that case. So in regard to design standards, as you found out, the city can put a design standard in place. We agree that the documented designs that we're proposing be shown as a pre-approved type design on our agreement are a step in the right direction. It allows us to get the agreement done now and get us going in the right direction of permitting these locations so we can move forward while the city puts a more formal design standard in place based on the FCC guidance. If you look at the FCC guidance of 3 cubic feet for antennas, 28 cubic feet for equipment, I think 50-foot pole limitations, these designs meet whatever small amount of criteria the FCC has given the cities to use for their design standards. So I don't think we're going against a possible design standard that would be put in place by the city if the council allows us to proceed with these designs as proposed tonight in the agreement. And we don't necessarily have to even refer to these designs as part of an exhibit on the agreement, but it was a recommendation of staff that we do that because we had a long negotiation on what would happen if we made future changes, and would we need to go through the approval process again with the city? And there was just a big negotiation there, and it gave staff a comfort level that if we have these pre-approved designs as part of the agreement, we know we can't make changes in the future that are going to do anything outside of the parameters of what we've put on the agreement. So really it was a protection for the city to have more control. So you wouldn't go out there and now see, 2 additional pieces of equipment on the pole. Let's see if I covered everything. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Dan?
Yeah, sorry, Corey. One thing I just wanted to mention, I know there's a concern regarding the designs and the design standards. So the designs that we have in the agreement are preferred. They're not set in stone. Every single pole location application is still going to go through your planning department. And I think it's going through public hearing, it's going to be noticed. So every single pole that we're proposing will go through the standard, public process, right? So it'll be vetted, discussed, so that concern, I'm hoping, should be alleviated.
Is there any way for AT&T to determine what percentage of your customers who are residents in Newport Beach? You must have that demographic data. Their coverage will be improved?
I don't know. I don't have that figure. I could probably get that for you. I don't have that offhand. Sorry.
Mr. Avery, you had a question?
So we've got 10 years and 2 5-year options. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
The way it rolled.
Mm-hmm. One I know that it was mentioned earlier. So again, right now, Newport, we did negotiate, and your staff was very good at that. We have a deal before you and we have an LOI in place. It's a letter of intent that expires tomorrow. So the idea was, because this is after the January 14th FCC implementation date, we would extend this until this meeting right before you. The pricing in place by the FCC is that 270 rate, right? So the first 2 years, we're going to hold your market rate. After that, as Corey mentioned and staff mentioned, if need be, if the FCC fails, if there's revisions in the FCC, we would relook at that. One of the reasons why we need that 10-year term is it's an investment, right? We spend a lot of time. We're going to spend a lot of staff's time. There's going to be, slight disruption, when it comes to street permits and stuff to do fiber. If we only have 2 years and then we have to take the site down, it's not worth anybody's trouble. So that 10-year term is key.
Just to add to that, so it's a 10-year initial term. There are 2 5-year renewal terms, but either party can choose not to renew. So I know it was mentioned it's a 20-year deal. From our view, it's really a 10-year deal because after 10 years, the city can decide not to renew based on the way the language reads now.
And there are 40 poles?
Right now, about 45.
45.
Yeah.
So what's the 45 times
100,000
2375, whatever it is? That's what the revenue will be to the city.
Yeah,
Well,
I think the
100,000 a
staff
year.
in their staff report put a number that it would equate to for city revenue.
Madam Mayor, for the 45 poles, it's $104,000 a year.
And for 2 years.
Correct, for 2 years. So per year, so times 2, so it's 208,000.
I think it's important to clarify a couple points. They mentioned that 270 is the max. That's just the presumed amount that the FCC has said. If you charge 270, then they're presuming that that's a reasonable amount. But that's not the cap. There's other ways that you
I
can
wondered about
charge
that.
more.
So we
And
can still negotiate going forward?
Yes. So what the FCC said is that they're presuming that 270 is a reasonable amount and that you have to justify if you're going to be more than that. But it doesn't like foreclose it and say it's just 270. So I want to clarify that
Right.
point. And I think it's an open issue of whether you can charge more or not if you have a negotiated agreement. I think what they're saying is they agree to these provisions contingent on it being approved tonight. If it's not approved tonight, then they may want to renegotiate it. But I definitely think there's open issues about whether you can contractually agree to more than that 270 rate or something else. So
Could we put a clause in there that if the FCC or something that allow us to go to that higher rate? I mean, if it sustains, if it's overruled with the FCC limit, then we could keep the market rate, then we would keep the market rate.
we had a provision in there that basically said that if it ends up that the FCC order is overruled, that we'd at least negotiate with them in good faith to come up with a rate. But ultimately, if we couldn't reach agreement, it would revert back to what our published rates were.
Mm-hmm.
And we also included a provision saying that they couldn't sue us over this contract about whether or not anything to do with the rates or anything of that nature, that they were waiving their claims on that. So I just want to clarify just a couple of those points.
What about the health-related aspects that have been brought up? I mean, there must be data galore about this.
I mean, we're not here to speak to that. We don't have data, and it quite frankly isn't something that I think that council's allowed to consider necessarily. I'm not sure, city attorney.
Well, that's a good point. I don't think you can under FCC.
Yeah.
Those are long-standing regulations. Yeah.
1996.
I understand that. You're right. Okay. Any further comments here? Yes.
I have one more question. What does the upcoming technology look like? I'm sure that on the horizon, there's another way of delivering these services that we're not even considering right now.
5G.
Yeah, but I'm talking about not on the telephone poles. I mean, the technology changing all the time. So are there things down the pipeline that?
Yeah, so this is the latest and greatest. I'm not aware. I work with our radio engineers, and there's nothing out there that's any different than what you're seeing. There's different iterations of the radios. So the designs that we're proposing to install in your city are 5G capable. There's software updates that have to be made, and that's possible to bring 5G to Newport. There's also a newer technology called millimeter wave, which operates at a different bandwidth that we're starting to deploy in trial cities. So city of LA and a few other cities in the country, we're testing that, but it would still utilize the same structures. And we're a year plus away from bringing that. And again, that would still go to your planning department for approval and vetting and all that sort of stuff. But what we're bringing you today is the latest and greatest. And there's nothing that I know of. There's not going to be satellite, cell phone coverage or anything coming anytime soon.
All right. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Recommending this, right?
That's correct. We're recommending approval.
We have a motion.
Yeah, I support approval.
All right, I'll second the motion.
That would actually be, I think there was already a motion to continue it and a second to
Oh.
continue it. So,
Well, you're right. Okay, that was
I'll withdraw that. Because of timing, I don't
Yes.
think we can continue it, right?
correct.
well, I think on the timing issue, it's a question of renegotiating the agreement if it's not approved.
I'll withdraw that.
All right. Any comments on the motion on the table? Do we need to have public comments?
You already had public comments,
all
but
right.
so just to clarify, the motion is to approve staff recommendation.
Yes. All right, let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously 4-0.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion, City Clerk, Madam Clerk?
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Any motions for reconsideration? Hearing none, seeing none. We are adjourned. Have a good evening.